Hello guys, how are we doing? How's everything going on, guys? We are live for the EWC Calendar Strike. And today's match, we're gonna watch Navi versus Mongols. I hope you're okay with that. There's no, yeah. What is this? By the way, guys, we're live on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. So whatever platforms you are in, don't forget to follow and subscribe to my YouTube channel or Twitch and Kick page. You know, we're growing every day, bit by bit, dollar by dollar. So yeah, actually we're co-streaming on EWC as well on Twitch. So there you go. I just got a little, new bath, refreshing. So today's match are Navi versus Mongols, 9Z versus Furia, 3D Max versus Magic, Pain versus Wildcard, and Big versus Spirit. There should be one more left because there are 6 matches today. So let me just check. Okay, 1, 2. Wait, what? I don't get it. So, Pain versus Wildcard, 3D Max versus Magic. Where's the rest? Nope. MIB or nope, not that one. JJ Howe versus Aurora. That's the last team. Navi versus Mongols, 9Z versus Furia, 3D Max versus Magic, Pain versus Wildcard, Big versus Spirit, and JJ Howe versus Aurora. There you have it, guys. That's the match for today. Oh, Aurora.
But some of the spots that he has, because that's like a Tessis in Falcons, but some of the spots that he has are the star positions, right? And more active spots, and that's where you see some of the discrepancy.
Star positions are one thing, being aggressive and being able to take space is another one, right? And that's what Ima is known for, some of that explosive play. Perhaps he's going to give us some insight into that right now.
Hey Mo, let's get straight to it. I was reading the interview.
By the way, guys, I'm surprised yesterday
that
Bait beat
changes over the break.
100 Thieves
with that, but I just want to ask how
2-0.
that was addressed to you guys.
50,
how did the team actually talk about the potential of maybe changes happening?
13-11 and 13-5.
That much, I will say.
Am I right?
Obviously, we knew.
I'm right, right?
But it was like a up and down.
No,
like at
it's not Bait. It's Bait versus Vitality.
Like a bit of,
sorry,
nothing
sorry. I apologize.
Communication and whatever. But then
let me
knew
correct my
and then
statement
we
there.
Stay together for
Bait
I think at least
beat
one more season. And
Vitality yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be good because
2-1.
like I said, we didn't play that bad. We
And
had
then
our ups and downs in the first season. We won also like 2
100
tournaments, which is
Thieves.
not bad at all. And I think with
What is
time we're gonna
100
play
Thieves?
even better.
How
yeah.
recently did you know that you guys were actually staying together as a
100
five? Like how late
Thieves.
in the player break was that actually confirmed?
Or yeah, P Vision beat 100 Thieves. both
I don't know.
map,
I wanna say
Anubis, and Dust 2.
That's fair.
It can go like
13-5.
So there is no point for
Yes,
that.
guys.
That's totally fair.
5.
Let's talk about the
In 2
kind of
maps,
regulation of stamina.
100
that you have to
Thieves
have in the
only
season.
won
You're one of the
5
few teams
rounds.
that chose to skip out on
No,
Last Bounty.
each map.
What was the biggest benefit of starting your season? a
On,
little bit later?
100 Thieves only
Not
won
playing
5
online.
rounds.
I don't know.
And I was surprised,
so
like-
many times I think everyone is saying it, like this
Well-
online tournaments, especially
I guess
just after a break.
100 Thieves are
so
not
shit.
that
Sorry to say, but it's so shit.
strong of a team.
And yeah, like
Anymore?
You saw, like
Because they
people-
beat
good
Falcons
teams are
on
getting
Blast
upset out of nowhere
during
and then
first round.
They are playing the tournament and they are bombing out. So well, I think
I may or may
it's a
not
good way
have
to play
gambled
because
on
you
this
can have some
match.
Practice official because it's different than practices.
I cannot
But
confirm nor
you can
deny your
also
statement,
take it
brother.
off and then have a longer boot camp to get
I
ready
like
for
it.
like better tournaments, for example.
Exactly. I appreciate your honesty on that one. Let's talk a little bit about cash as well. You guys banned it out. You had a choice of obviously 2 maps. You banned it out in that best of 1. How much have you been practicing cash? Is it on the cards? We're going to get to see it.
It's gonna be a mystery. Yeah.
And then let's talk about Mongols as your opponent. Played them at IM Cologne. Made a couple of changes since then, though. How much do you think these changes are going to affect the Mongols and what are you prepared for today?
Usually changes are like damaging a bit, at least for like synergy, let's say. But I don't know, you see these guys, Mongols, every time they bring changes, they're playing the same. They have the same synergy, they have the same core, same play style, and then obviously they're playing very good. We should never underestimate them and then play the same like we played against when they were with Senzu and Muzinha, for example.
Appreciate your time, as always, Ime. Best of luck. That is Na'Vi ready to take on the Mongols.
Yeah, Group D upper quarter final here between Na'Vi and Mongols. And he said it so eloquently, and that was online Counter-Strike dog shit.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense from Navi's perspective, to start off the season with a boot camp. It's a luxury, a lot of teams that we have been witnessing so far at EWC don't have that luxury. They're fighting to stay high in the VIS. They want to make it to stage 3 at the major, make sure you get off to a strong start. So if you're one of those few teams up there, like Na'Vi, Vitality, you name it, you have the choice of maybe skipping out on a tournament or two. And I like the way they approach it, Yanko. Starting off with a boot camp should set you up well for the season.
Yeah, absolutely, and we know how much it means for Na'Vi, and we have a big contrast in this match. On the side of, you have one of the greatest coaches of all time in Blade standing behind Na'Vi, and then Mongols are without their coach here. Mara wasn't able to attend Bounty or here EWC, right? And they had that comeback that they gave up to FaZe, with no coach behind and everything. So I think that's going to matter a lot, especially when you have 2 rookie players that are coming into the lineup, right? The pressure that comes to playing these games, just the lack of timeout, taking a break and sort of giving your team a breather.
We're close to making some
giving your team a
changes.
breather is one thing,
Dang.
but for the side of like Mongols, take you out, right? We're talking
Roster
about a right
replacement?
player, but also able to get in there and take some secondary space.
Roster
but also
replacement?
a new face
Yeah?
within the lineup, a new face within Tier 1 CS.
Yeah,
Is that what
by
Blade
played in the Mongols
meant
Academy, then
on
a
that-
short
on
stint
that
in
statement?
Chingiz Warriors as well for a year's time, and now he's back to
Roster
the main team.
replacement.
Again, I think the biggest point of conversation when it comes to the roster changes and the Mongols is that they come from a scene where there's a limited amount of players. Basically, the player pool is not that big, so to keep on finding these young talent who can come in and then perform at a higher level, it's an incredible tough job for the Mongols, incredible tough for Mara, but seemingly, as Emma also alluded to right here, it does feel like whenever they make a change, they just continue to play the same, they continue to perform at a somewhat high level. I will say now, though, that losing Emmasinho and Sensu both at the same time, having 2 relatively unproven players having to come in and learn the ways of playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike, I would expect a slight drop in level. I don't see them making deep playoff runs as they were, but I've been surprised before.
And I think that's key, right? Like, their mechanics don't have to be in question, but going up against Tier 1 teams and the way they can sort of try and exploit your tendencies and the way they approach the game is something that you're just not familiar with, and that's going to take some time, and that's why that fact, in addition to Mara not being there, feels like it's going to be a big hurdle for Mongols to overcome. You have to remember, they're the defending champions
Yeah.
of EWC when it comes to Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and speaking of small hurdles, I'm just asking you for one right now, and that is you using your EWC Play QR code. It's right there. I got there eventually. It's right there. You almost can't miss it. I'm even pointing to it for you. Just go in there. We need to know your pick'ems. We want to know where you align your faith in terms of this game with Goals on one side, Na'Vi on the other. I kind of want to turn that same question mark into where the vetoes are from this point. As in a best of 3, no more best of 1s, obviously. Best of 3. There has to be a level of comfort here for the side of Na'Vi.
I don't think there's a way you can rattle out Na'Vi in this veto, to be completely honest, and I don't think, and I don't see a reason, basically, why Na'Vi should take a big chance on any of the maps right here. You see Inferno coming in, you see Ancient
Na'Vi,
Cash is being banned out by Na'Vi, even though they floated it in the best of 1. So
Na'Vi
maybe there
picks
was a bit of a
Inferno.
smoke screen. Mirage coming in as a third deciding map. No big surprises to me here.
Yeah, their map pools used to overlap a lot with Mirage and Ancient, and that has been the problem for Mongols. Going into the Cologne Major, Mirage was their lowest rated map, and that was the one staple that they had in Ancient. And now you see them, they go to Inferno with this pick, and then against a team like Na'Vi and how well drilled they are, we'll see if that's going to end up being a good choice.
Gentlemen, I think we get the game underway. That's what I'm being told, and that's what I agree with as well. Mongols versus Na'Vi, Inferno.
Na'Vi
Ancient,
pick
Mirage,
Inferno, Mongols
time
pick
to let
Ancient. The
games
decider will be Mirage. Mirage. Mirage.
The winner of this one off to the playoffs here at EWC 2026 is the Group D. Mongols and Na'Vi, both successful in their opening best of 1 venture. Now a best of 3 with a spot in the round of 16. I got Chatty B with me. And expectations, I like to set them. I know, Chad, you don't necessarily need to call it, but coming into this one, it's an interesting state of affairs.
Yeah, look, Blade, he might not have his briefcase, but he means business. I think right here, right now, Na'Vi are the heavy favorites in this one. There's too many changes in the Mongols camp to be backing them up against a team like Na'Vi, but both with poor majors by their standards.
All right, map 1. Here we go.
And no coach for the Mongols. Unfortunately, Mara unable to be with them.
What? Again?
We want to go and check out Blade's interview with HLTV. 15 minutes long. The man wanted
Where's
to
Mara?
talk. Had a lot to say about the off-season. Was very happy to have a lot of time to let the players rest and then prepare.
My goodness, man.
2 new names.
What happened to Mara? It's always, not really always, but nowadays, she's
they've been able to
kind of no-show.
Banana's theirs. Halls and Boiler is theirs. But slow and steady.
That was the
Mongols.
deep block smoke now fading. You can see that Gone Flash held by Alexi to react upon Wonderful's call.
I may or not have 125 kills.
3 on A in this passive stance. You've got Emma over towards the long side. Insight burrowed in is going to be bit with Jewel Berettas. And he's starting
Can anyone like...
It's too quiet.
Here comes that
spam
blitz around that 40-second mark.
where Coach Mara is.
Both of Na'Vi
Spam it,
reaction is to tuck back into the side.
In this crucial times.
Strafe on out. Makaze unable to find the headshot he needed. There's Darkmeister with the opening. Now Mongols will flood into that site. Bit set up to succeed. Pieces together, a nice double on the Jewel Berettas. Quick headshot out of Tickawak.
Take a walk.
Instantaneous deletion puts us into a post plant. Wonderful and Alexi, the B duo, trying to find a way back into this A site. Tickawak's done the heavy lifting here, and he could even find another one here. With
I'm betting $50 on Mongols, chat. Just so you know.
And Wonderful's round
I don't really bet
to deal with 10 HP
that much, but hey.
And as the 2 young bucks in combination to take
when it comes to esports, when it comes to Counter-Strike in general,
lack of coach. That's where I have my questions about how these 2 young men are going to be able to find themselves in the roster. But
I'll spend a couple of dollars.
They've got big smiles on their faces. I can see that on the cams.
I'm not a betting guy, but I'll make a consideration when it comes to Counter-Strike.
One more tick at the molly, he's dead.
Well, Wonderful. He's brought out the shotgun again, and we know how that went against 3D Max. He had a couple of big frags. He's brought that into play once more. You've got 5-7s for 3 of the 5, and then Bit
It's
with
going to be
9.
best of 3.
Na'Vi want to win out the Force by War early. They're going to start 3 towards B, 2 towards top mid.
If ever there was a
and every match or every map, I did bet Na'Vi
for a 5-7 or a shotty.
Or no, I did bet.
Force could be the name of the game. If you run into the stack, though, it's a different story.
Oh, the
HE's got Alexi B down to 47. Block smoke first.
What did I bet?
It's like 2.
Number of
Bit of pressure on
Map.
Meister throws himself out
A number of
outside.
rounds.
It's going to be
In
curious to see
total,
what Mongols map pool becomes
combined,
this
both
season, obviously,
teams,
with,
odd or
a
even.
rebuild, essentially. Mzenia deciding to head off over to BCG to join Senzu. And they've also been struggling, right? That major with Cobra Zero.
I bet $20.
They were looking for, and neither is that Smoke. So Smoke themselves.
Odd or even.
This is where you get worried for a team who plays late. I was worried for them on the pistol, but some nice shots bailed them out.
It's a bit stressful now with the missed smoke, and then you get blocked on B, so feels like it has to be A. Maybe Blitz disagrees with me. No, okay, just going to be juggling and sending a flashbang in towards breaking A. 30 seconds with no territory.
So it's just going to be Bit and Wonderful. They will not have the support of the other three over towards B. Long smoke
As well as
24 seconds. They have to
each
go.
map
And
winner.
Wonderful has to find output on this shotgun here.
$10.
Close and personal, his signature.
I got bet.
Headshot onto the
I
jumping
got
Blitz.
Mongols on this one.
Tracking, that's not what Bit wanted.
On this map.
Don't think they can give this one a go. Bit gets one. It's a 3v3. You could go fishing and have a look, but hold on to these 5-7s.
Chat, I was also surprised yesterday that Bait beat
2-0 start.
Vitality. I was like, well, I think
Next Mirage.
Vitality has a crisis
Starting map
issue
this
when
one.
it comes to winning now.
The Mongols' home turf.
Yeah, and that's
They
what I
were
mean about
like-
their map pool changing, right? Because they did play
So
Cash.
impossible to beat,
That was against Heroic.
even
Blast Bounty,
underdogs,
Which they had to do. Anubis is their ban.
and a team that is
I feel like I've seen a lot of Ancient as well in the Mongols game.
Yeah, that's obviously Mikazi's home turf, right? So
Yeah.
I think that Na'Vi are going to be very happy to find themselves there. They're also in interviews making waves regarding Cash. For them, their ban being overpassed meant that they could have just kept Cash out of the pool. But from
I
what
view
Waves interviews,
Vitality
we are asking Imma just earlier. Well,
like
if it
before,
works in play,
like they're like the gods
but
or
also in that interview was talking a lot about the off-season
the
of
unstoppable
potentially
team when it
changes on the
comes
cards,
to
more sticking with
competition
this
in
group.
event.
We have
But
a
now
lot of time together, a lot of experiences.
I
as
was
units.
like, well, maybe
We know that Blade runs a
their
system-based
era
team
just
to
ran out.
re-educate players. Unless you can find a very clear
Everything
world-class
has an end.
upgrade, you can understand why they didn't. And it probably comes down to the finances.
Apex
Mikaze
cannot
up close
believe
half wall, Techno could collide
yesterday,
with,
like-
kept at bay for now. I just
Can't
help it.
believe
I see Cash, and I think
an
surely
underdog
Mikaze can
team
go
beat
mid and
them.
Just open up the round there as well.
I think it'd be a good Na'Vi map. I think it would also be a good Mongols map, right?
Yeah.
With the players being able to
Mongols
just
all the
slow
way.
default to
Yeah.
bring out their duels.
me too.
But again, this tempered tone. No rush from the Mongols.
And again, this kind of edge, or hedge rather, towards B. 3 CTs there, and again, it's just the two of them kind of helpless on the A site, slowly losing this war of attrition.
Long smoke's fading.
Yeah, you're just going to hope to catch someone off guard. Blitz is the one responsible for it. Duckmeister can react and trade.
Maybe Flash.
Oh, that smoke's actually really exciting for Wonderful. He can play within it.
Yeah, that's misthrown, surely.
Doesn't really enable you to do much but clear this corner. That's it.
Yeah, you want the 3/4 so you can like force the Arch player to either play Arch or Library, having to worry about the leaks. But right now, congregated in brackets, and very late round again, and they've foregone any control. So Na'Vi will be losing this one.
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
You got a USB
what?
dink. He's converted off it as well, so pretty good output considering
Okay,
the
we're
weaponry.
good.
But yeah,
We're
shouldn't
good.
lead to anything.
A side is clear.
Alexi, Mikaze, and Emma can all look to get on the board with the frag here. They should try and do some damage as it's being diligent with this. The Mongols will make sure every nook and cranny is covered off. And Techno even doing a bit of housekeeping, throwing away that Mac-10. So yeah, they should try and challenge just to humble the finances where they
I'll try to exit kill.
spotted and removed by 910. And I think he's going to be the workhorse of this team. I think 910 is a class AWPer. And while these young guns, TQAC and Darkmeister, get up to speed,
Like
or
to
we
be
see if
looking
they can get up to
for
speed,
a weapon?
I really feel that a lot of the
Ooh.
firepower is going to have to come
Now
from
he
910.
found it.
Blitz
No.
plays star roles as an in-game leader, so you need to turn to him as well. I know Techno, gets a bit of flame. But for Blitz, I think with the positions he plays, you want to see some good performances, as TQAC will do with
Wrong turn.
Mikaze, and Alexi holds on to a Galil. So, all right, we're done with the opening stages of this. Now the guns come out. Wonderful straight in with his AWP. They're 3 rounds, very slow, very steady, just going through the motions. Does that change coming into the first rifle round?
Oh.
Mongols have been setting that pace.
Do you think he will mind if we just call him Dark?
I don't think he will.
Because we called Olaf.
We did.
We dropped the Meister.
Dark
and
Meister.
occasionally
All
during
of
a jump, we can bring
Meister.
it back.
Yeah.
Dark.
All right, deep banana smoke. Change to you till they want this banana control. Gazi
Okay, wow.
plays forward into the T side smoke.
Who's setting him up? Alexei got a HE held. Two silently into apartments. And that wonderful orb starting off in this.
Wonderful, my
Looks like it
catch.
should bear fruit. Doesn't track it. Wow.
Actually,
actually takes down
he
the orb.
actually
Big
took
trade, but now
down.
he's got a lot of bodies
Ooh.
to deal with. Techno swinging through. Ime
Okay.
profits off of the
Okay, now
distraction.
this is crossfire.
A lot of hard work there, and
Nice.
loses his head to Blitz. A nice tap and anticipates and heard Alexei B looking for that follow-up frag. Makaze's coming through as well. Immet playing close to disrupt around the short side. 910's found him, but Blitz gone. Puts it all onto 910's shoulders. Fake into the Molly might force Alexei
playing
forward.
through.
Yeah, he is ahead of the Molotov. 910
Ah,
crouches to his demise.
nice
That's
try.
impact from Alexei on the retake. Na'Vi guns out. First CT round on the board, and I can't help but credit Bit with that. You get nothing out of Wonderful. He goes for a little bit of a gun game double, picks himself up the trade, and whips out the AWP for a number 2.
Yeah, it's very important for him to multi in that position. Let everyone else to slot in and apply that pressure. So the AWP picked up, and AK saved, and there will be enough money for another Mongols buy. They respect 910 there. The bomb goes down, the clock starts ticking, and he's able to reposition in the post plan. I know he wasn't too healthy. Back him in to at least make this a 1v1. 5 AKs.
Trying his hand on the B spawn is Wonderful. Just going to be playing with that AWP, keeping it dynamic.
It's going to be very tough, the fact that you have the two inexperienced players, Atikiwak and Dark, as the Boiler and Halls individuals. Now, I think Banana Skirmishers going to light up the server in the early stages, but this is still very important regarding lurks, catching timings. And you're playing against the biggest opponent you have ever, Na'Vi. So, so far, so good. Right, pistol round. Both of them finding impact.
Oh, is set to succeed. A perfectly timed flashbang. Forces the AWP off, and they concede all that car space, and they wanted to keep going.
Oh,
Surely
there's
not
a
the
gap.
block smoke. Do they really
There's
want to
a
go
gap.
through it? Yes, they do. Darkmeister and Techno make through. The counter flash from Wonderful sets up
Nice
the
flash.
Kaze, and he just unloads. Finds himself 2 necessary frags. The Mongols spiraling down as Wonderful.
Okay.
Puts them all in a grave clean.
All right.
Fortunately, there's some coffins
Good.
nearby.
Good call.
That's an impressive round.
Good
Really
flash.
clean shutdown. I mean, that counter flash from Wonderful, it could not have been better. They worm out the smoke. 2 of them doing the dance. There was the 2 that had vision, lost it.
Under a lot of pressure there, they hear all the boots coming, and they shut it down flawlessly. So this is going to do wonders for the bank balance. 2-3, about to become 3-3. Mongols have to take the eco. Just the fact that it's not sloppy, there's no trade that comes in, it doesn't get stressful at all. That's a really nice round, right? All 5 with guns coming your way, and wonderful.
Blitz, what are you
Nowhere
doing,
left
man?
off. To be aggressive. First incision made against the eco. Just 4 more to find, and these Deegs will do their best to sever ahead. See if they can shave anything off. Put your aim on display, young buck. Mara keeps finding many more.
Yeah, the infinite talent pool of Mongolia like we all expected.
You did. Peek.
If he won D's, Wonderful, I'm going to scream. Nice find. Nice find. It's a clean shutdown from Na'Vi.
Okay, 2 straight rounds with no casualties.
Good try, though.
You read his
Stuff.
notes. How's your vision?
Getting worse every day.
Yeah, same.
A couple of Galils haven't come into the mix for this, but 910 will get his AWP, and that's in an attempt to leash the picks of Wonderful. If he wants to continue to be aggressive, top mid, looking for these exchanges, 910's role will be applying the pressure to make sure he can't just go for those swings. He's going to smoke down deep banana. And he will go to start B with Makazi and Alexei. Starting over towards A short side once more as 910 posts up.
You've given Makaze an AK-47 on the CT side. Some of you are even operating with
actually-
Galils. That advantage costs absolutely nothing because he's gone empty-handed.
Big nade back though, lots of damage done to 2. Techno and 910 brought down to half HP.
And this proactive Tikawak, it's a lot of responsibility.
Hello, Governor.
And
He
sticking
saw
out like
him.
a sore thumb, he should be a dead man. Oh, and Bit was supposed to be providing cover. Lovely work between the two
He
rookies.
saw it. What was that
Down
angle,
to
man?
Tikawak
What was that
quickly
angle? Like,
Seize control of the A site.
Oh,
In there
Okay, hold
finding a
up.
little
Look at their
something.
HP.
Oh, they jumped over his spray.
they can go fishing on this. They've got lots of cash. Really keep your eyes on this Alexi HE. If he can get up porch side,
is he actually looking at the
I
window
think they should
or
give this,
like
at
the
least a little
door
bit of a
on the
look. Hang
room?
around, see if someone oversteps on the fate of the smokes.
This side?
Oh, okay. And the 910 is holding on this AWP line. Is Alexi... Does he have the premonition to jiggle this? No, too easy for the AWP
Dry
to collect.
peeking.
Immer spotted out.
He
910
saw
not
him.
playing scared whatsoever. They know
He
this
saw
round
him.
is theirs.
Okay, good.
910. He's the safe pair of hands to
Almost,
close.
man.
Immer makes it threatening.
Almost.
Good grief. A lot closer than it could have been or should have been.
All right, they bounce back. They put their 4th on the board, and we keep this one competitive.
Shout out to the two new boys. You're in a 4-on-4. Tikawak, he was chasing wonderful and still able to adjust into Bit. This was supposed to be the surprise. Bit no slouch, but fair play, good output. Tikawak's at the top of the table, 7 now.
By losing so many bodies, their money's still a bit of a trouble point at the moment for the Mongols. Mac 10 and Galils, AK and Orb. Not the best of the firepower, where Na'Vi have everything that they'd hoped for, and they're going for this log smoke as opposed to the deep. So we saw how Blitz tried to exploit that last round. This could be quite direct towards A. About to be pressure put onto Immer Long.
How does he react to the 3/4 smoke? He throws out a smoke of his own, tucks Arch. They're going to double swing him. Okay, trade provided. Dogmeister sees his CT spawn, even wrapping even into Alexi library. Alexi's not predicting this. It's the audacity to be making a move like this.
Smoked off,
Oh,
though.
wait, look at that from Alexi. I don't think you're ready for an angle around the smoke like that. Alexi, great work. Gives Na'Vi that edge, flubs the smoke a little around the site. Still going to make things weird for your entry pathing. And Bit.
Techno's through.
Oh, he is. Alexi's got to be aware and cognizant of that potential slip onto the box.
Oh, hello.
Hello, mate. Found him. Techno gets it. 2-on-4, now 3. Bit, uncrouch, random spam. Finds Techno, 910 in the 1 versus 3. Wonderful coming in from the library side. Gets the info, he's off the bomb.
He got him.
He knows Makazi had pushed T says.
It's quick, though. So this smoke will... Oh, no, they've both done it. 910 with the Alexi B site smoke. Flash does connect onto 910. Makazi making his move, spamming smokes. He's on the edge of the site. Hits it, though, on the mantle up. Head-to-head for the 1v3. Glocks are out. Pistols are wonderful. Secures it. Denies the clutch from 910. He knows he can have that.
Yeah, you see the frustration on the man. These are the type of situations he can win.
He really could have.
Gave it a great crack there.
The shot onto Makazi, he's working with just like a kneecap.
So that's going to level us out again. Starting to go tit for tat. You wonder if that was comm to Alexia, the possibility there. Nine 10 knows. Could have had that one on a silver platter, and Alexi likes the way that one feels. Okay, Hero AK for Blitz. Couple of pistol upgrades. Light on so that they can be buying into the next with 2,400. So everyone needs to keep their money around 2K. Blitz knows he needs to make a play with this. And gets nothing for the troubles. Techno's the only one with any form of armor, and it's not even head armor, so 10 is going to put his body on the line to pick that up.
Yeah, he has to pick it up, but it's in the middle of a war zone. 11 HP as he gets away with it.
Dogmeister has found...
Is that a team damage? Probably a team damage.
You've got a smoke and an AK. It's potential retrievals in middle. You can see scooped up now by Dogmeister, but still a head-to-head with Immer on the long side.
Got support.
Oh, he's done well. Oh, he's done very well. Immer solves the problem. Oh, he gifted that 5th off the back of a single magazine.
All right, well, they kept it somewhat interesting, considering 5-4, Na'Vi's favor. Mongols map choice. And you heard from Immer in the interview with Freya. He has respect for the Mongols, and it Doesn't matter who they've got. This team plays the same, and they keep finding gems in the rough. So, see how far they can go here at EWC. Obviously, the reigning champs, but a lot changes in a year in the Counter-Strike world. I think that was the MVP of that event.
Gosh, so that shows you just where we're at now.
Well, think about 2025, right? You go to Austin, the Mongols make the major final.
Yep.
Then they go to EWC, they win. I think Cologne they decided not to practice for.
That's
but
right.
The Mongols are a mystery.
Yeah.
Bit of an enigma.
And, you know, when you saw the departure and losing what most considered to be, you know, their most valuable asset in Senzu, and then Mazinho leaves as well, you kind of left feeling like Mongols weren't going to stay on the global stage, at least not in the same capacity they once were.
I think the poor major performance, by their standards, I want to be clear, by their standards, I think a lot of people would be happy to be at stage 3 of the major, but obviously that has regional ramifications as well. I don't know if the Mongols really care about that. They consider themselves, you know, one of the best teams in the world, at least a top 10.
Yeah, for sure.
At least that's where they want to be. Okay. Well, Blitz, we'll have to just go down to the Tech 9.
Let's see how the new boys handle this.
Well, if you're going to give them heads-up duels, I think this is where they're going to do well.
Is there going to be a flash? I don't think so. So just back and tits forward position. Now Tikuak, with that informed, you're saying
probably
you want to take this fight. Probably not. So
back off a little bit.
Him away. Wonderful.
Reposition.
Facilitated to back away and maintain that advantage. You've managed to seize. Darkmeister gone. 5-on-4. Still with Makaze up top. Banana. He's got control.
Making a noise.
Landed it this time. Big pressure applied by TQAC as white screen makes it less than desirable. B rotation in just to pick up the nades for Alexi. I don't think there's any reason to play 4-1 when you have a man advantage. They should keep this as a 2-3 split and will. Alexi has a full belt of nades to continue to slow down this crawl. It's all just smoke and mirrors over towards Banana. Looks like they're going to start posturing back over towards A. And you have a strong setup. One under the balk, one in pit. And Emma going to attempt to chip in from this library position. Here comes the util.
Wonderful. Easy connection. Bit's gone. Awkward fight for Wonderful. Somehow sticking around. Imma flashed off. Still Vision returns. He nearly had a chance to get his eye to the scope on a flying Tikuak.
Just getting that bomb down.
Yeah. Is there a chance for a 5th round for the Mongols, though? Heavy disadvantage. Tikuak onto the AWP, given the low HP. 910's rifle up close, and there's the 1-2 punch. Oh, 910 couldn't track the head, but hang on. Tikuak's doing it with the AWP. Onto a Glock. There's no way he can win this. With just the starter pistol up against Alexi B and brought to his knees. Valid output, though. What was that? 3 kills from Tikuak. Trying to claw their way back from that
8 out of 10
discrepancy.
Not gonna happen.
Competitive. They kept Na'Vi sweating right there, but you were bang on with the Glock in that situation. How is he meant to win that type of a duel?
It feels silly to say, but I feel like a Hail Mary quick scope might be your only option there.
You have to wonder how many bullets were left in the AWP there as
It's always free.
Yeah, one.
He had nothing left. He had to go down to the Glock, so didn't have the choice of the AWP.
Even worse.
Right, well, 2 rounds left in this first half of play. Mongols are going to bring in what they can.
Okay, MAC-10s aren't ideal against the helmets of Na'Vi.
Yeah, 5 of which.
Darkmeister does not flinch. Not
blind?
at all.
Nah, they're not picking me.
Nah.
Now they're setting up for an apps pop. Right now it's only getting Wonderful here, and they're going to come quite quickly on this. Expect the explode through the smoke. Or maybe not. I thought they'd just hit the rip.
I think they did too.
Capitalize on a 3-man banana start, but no. Don't want to risk it.
Blitz has got other plans. Perhaps they've just got a few too many nades for something like that.
It's definitely more sensible, but...
Okay, so you've taken your space.
That's a fake.
You're making sounds up top mid.
Yeah, they're hoping for some type of an overstep.
I don't know. You've got to get past Makaze, though, and Alexi's jump spotting with a molly, a T-molly. This is really not going to be easy to break. Makaze gun on. How many is he going to get? Just the one. Good from Tikuak. Alexi cannot afford to die. Turns tail with a scrap of health. They've lost 910 on A.
And they need to pick up the bomb.
Oh, the bomb.
Probably
So they can't even just accelerate. Darkmeister
Yeah, and by the time he does start feeling like the bomb's on its way, he's already lost territory. CT's occupied.
TQX can smoke spawn.
Okay.
But they could still isolate this fight in sight.
Find Alexi, you
Bit on the
might be
break.
able to plant. 20 seconds, Tikuak down. Im has played that well.
Very good understanding of the situation from Na'Vi.
Oh my goodness! He's making a case. He's making a case for the impossible.
Probably reload.
A couple of seconds to spare. Im is not gonna have it. Good hold from him. A smile on his face. That felt a little sketchy for a second.
Another round that they make exciting,
They
though.
do.
You wind them up, you let them
Boy,
go.
that was
Darkmeister,
close,
okay.
man.
They hang.
That was
the
close.
Players who have the most frags on Mongols so far. 11 for TQX, 7 for Darkmeister. A few clutch opportunities. Na'Vi continue to hold on. They'll secure themselves a 7. And they're looking for 8 before the halftime break. Which I'll let you know if you're just tuning into EWC today. It's only 30 seconds. So hang around. Get straight back underway. All right, it'll be another one of these. 910 gets his AWP. They've always gone for the log smoke, right? They haven't gone deep, and that means that 910 can't go for the breaks. As Bit, and
got
Darkmeister
red-handed.
some aggression brought in again. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen it, but this time the first time in window room.
Wasn't that long ago. We were calling
Spam
this
it.
Bitferno.
Spam it.
Very comfortable in those apartments. That's twice now they've been caught out by his forward disruptive positioning. Makaze, ooh, okay, responsible for an awful lot here. Lexi in support with the util.
Oh, that's a
And
chunky
it's
nade.
Just perfect. What more do you need? You
Good.
would have loved to see Makaze get away. 910 will not allow. Rotations through. Imez here. Alexi's getting run out by 910.
What?
And he's hit that. That was supposed to be a guarantee for him. Has the bell rung, but 910's quick scope, quick reflexes has put us back into a competitive 3-on-3. A util dump from Techno. It must signify that it's just Alexi needing a lot of help. Does he need help?
Nice.
Yeah. Sights lost. Bomb to be planted by Techno. Good find. Retake on. Plenty of nades on the belt. Oh, 910 smart to avoid the HE on new box. Repositions. Got a crossfire-ish. But his positioning is safe. Wonderful's taking his sweet time. Wonderful versus 910 on the scope weapon, and both of them win their duel. So ending the half with an 8th. Some of these rounds
At the
come
same
down to these
time,
kind of
at the same
nasty
goddamn
1v2,
time,
2v2.
bruh.
It's been high stress. Na'Vi though, kind of stringing and winning the majority of them.
Yeah, they're very good in opening kills in that half. Na'Vi 8-4 in that favor, and then the clutches they won 2-1 of the Mongols. So the difference makers there, but without the pistol round, it's hard to see anything too competitive out of the Mongols, really, and that came down to some nice shots from TQX and Darkmeister on the pistol. So it's going to have to be 2 from 2 if they want to start bringing this one back into contention. Just to note as well, the CT positions, Darkmeister, I think he's going to be the A rotating rifler, unless they've changed things, but his TQX will be the anchor. Pistol fire starting to come together. Techno with dual Berettas and a smoke, a flash for Blitz. Runners with the Kevlar, and on the T side, a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes, and a molly.
Just a grenade vending machine is Alexi.
And you can be on board with him right now. I know we've got the search at 9-10, but you can see like the support role. Like Alexi has the flash ready for Banana in case there is some aggression to try and set up the teammates. This is classic, but it's just by stages, right? We're going to set down the net. We'll see what comes our way, and then we'll be ready to react regardless.
These are like tools on their tool belt. Yeah.
So this type of a pistol, I'm sure that there is a mid to late round call that they're planning to make if nothing comes their way. But you just want to use these first 30 seconds or so to make sure the CTs aren't just piping down with hot aggression.
And Mongols are known for, you know, occasionally a more avant-garde approach.
Yeah, they've been pretty tempered so far in this map. I was curious with their approach. We had a couple of poppy rounds, but
There's something that came their way.
another opening kill. Add that one to the tally.
Okay, well, Tikuak's been great. And he's not going to get anything in this pistol. Emma just flatlines him. Blitz spotted towards Moto. A couple of shots pepper through. He has to go through that smoke. 7 bullets in a dream. I say that as he actually will back away. And, oh!
Wow, okay,
right
okay.
The Techno Julie.
That's the bomb loose. They are going to scoop it up now. Darkmeister and Techno been told to save, or are they rerouting Banana to just give them a different avenue of assault? This does feel very tough.
Very
So
tough.
it is, yeah, it's the safe. Okay, they slipped T-Stead. I was going to say, if you've gone around the world to come back up middle, maybe just wait next time, huh?
With the no kit.
That smoke, it's not infinite.
Yeah. Well, quite cut and dry on the pistol then. Perfect kind of example of what you were talking about as far as, you know, something coming their way as well. 9-10, it's a bit too quiet, just has a passing glance down mid, doesn't think it's going to cost him his life. It will hold on. A duel with Blitz. Oh, he's actually heard the dismount of Wonderful as well. So, you know, it's a bit costly for everyone, but Na'Vi more than happy to post a 9th and start off with the pistol split now on Inferno. Does feel like the writing's on the wall for map 1 of this best of 3.
They will force, so Techno could drop a Famis if he'd like. He could use it himself. He could get those dual Berettas to somebody else. There's plenty of options available for the CT4 spy.
Who did he kill? That was up close.
A couple of MP9s, 910 on the scout is going to take a probe down middle. If he can get 1 or 2 tags, there can be a conversation on a conversion. There's a header that still takes 20 damage. But his timing, I was going to say, wouldn't be expected. So a nade and a scout tag put Emma on 7.
Yeah, Superman holding on. The wall saving him. Now the half wall for Techno and Dark with his MP9s. Trying to bait them in with that block smoke.
They still have all the info. That'll look a little bit dicey for Na'Vi.
Could go wrong. Blitz will be over there, so 3 to receive. Feels like 9-10's guaranteed to hit something else.
If they wrap, that's where they have the advantage on these rifles. They got porch side there in hot water.
That's another really nice looking HG. They could double nade this.
Fumble.
Doesn't
Fumble.
quite do the most damage. Wonderful tagged up. Another one comes his way. 9-10 misses his shot. Does connect on the second on the uncrouch. Alexi holding for the push of Dark. And look at their health. A little bit.
That's a fumble.
Still the 10th round. Techno.
I feel like that's the story of this Inferno. It's like
Yeah.
they're so close to being more, and it hasn't been.
I think the problem with a few of them is there were 1v3 type scenarios, or even the Dark 1v4.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, they got it close, but they weren't in a position, like it wasn't a 2v2 type scenario until like the last
It wasn't
round
like
of the half.
an advantage you converted upon.
Yeah.
It's the opposite. It's like you had a disadvantage that you nearly rectified.
So double digits confirmed.
Him is having way too much fun. I'm just looking at his camera. He looks like he's having a casual pug with the boys.
That's great for the vibes, right? I think,
This is for a spot in that round of 16 playoff.
and with how things have unfolded at the moment, obviously we have Vitality in the lower bracket.
Right.
We've got Spirit in the lower bracket. We had Falcons fly through. Na'Vi looking to do the same. We got Furia coming up against 9Z next, so we'll see what happens there. But the round of 16, that's where the bracket might be a bit of a mess, right? Favorites losing some of these games. The Vitality one yesterday, I think that's the biggest upset of the tournament. People might say the Spirit and GG How, but that was a best of 1. All right, 4-1 on the defense with the split, just hoping that the gamble stack can net them something. It's hard to see this one getting out of control.
Yeah, I mean, it does look pretty sketchy if you weren't bit. But with Ime's help, they're going to peek this together in unison. And sat down.
Crushed him. Oh.
Yeah, even better.
Just keeps coming.
Thought the loose piece of Tikawak could have been overlooked, but no, the frags just keep on flowing for Na'Vi.
You can have both bomb sites if you like.
Yeah, simultaneously seizing both.
And it's clean. No one's just holding W right now. They're still doing it together, talking through the util. It's nice. Blade will be happy with this.
I was just thinking the same thing. Is like, do you know why? I know why they're doing this. It's because if they don't, Blade will get out the do not peek bat. The 9-10 USP 1v5, ladies and gentlemen. Where were you when it didn't happen? 11 to 4.
You were dreaming.
Oh, I do be dreaming.
Oh, all right. Well, the guns come out. It's just a bit of a landslide right now. 8 straight rounds. Pistol is the conversions. It's a spotty one there in the mix. Otherwise, it's one-way traffic. This is domination on display.
They got stuck at 4? Man.
All right, another challenge. Bit versus the rookies. This time they're stacked up upon each other's head. And they win out. It's cool to see them working together, finding answers. Provide the boys an opening kill. Blitz will build upon it. They're wrapping short, heavy pressure. One back from Makaze, but look at the perfect flash from Blitz. Sets up Dark for the double. Wonderful in the 1v3. Winnable. Bomb on his back. Blitz hiding at the back of the site. Doesn't have the ammo in the M4. And of course, Blitz just stands still in the smoke.
9-10's position means there's no way back, so they know he has to be around here somewhere, right? He could be in apartments, he could have gone back to a short side, but wonderful. Oh, okay, the door's open now. 9-10's actually rotated.
You've lost him. I do think Blitz has secured the round by tucking into Mini like this.
But just the USP, which is scary, he's going to get caught.
Oh. Yep, gets the info on Pit. Now they know.
Fake.
Fake, hoping for Techno to overextend, and exactly what he wanted, but necessary from Blitz.
Airport time for him to get the reloaded. All right, well...
Comeback man siguro.
In what has been some while. That 8-round stretch comes to a close, but...
Posible.
Issues in the buy.
Posible.
Relatively clean. Throughout the conversions.
Battled pa ni Kobe.
There, he kind of knew you didn't.
No time to celebrate until the job is done.
And then the immediate response, okay,
job is not done, so no time to celebrate.
Into Blitz, who's there, the AWP starter B, it wasn't the setup they were expecting.
Yeah.
Has a tactical timeout called. Second from Blade. Wonderful having a good map, 17-7, Imma 17-9. We've got Darkmeister and Tikyuak who are 17 and 18 years of age. We've seen some of these younger Mongol players come through before, like Mzinho, and have some hard games and bigger moments. This one, it is a stage environment.
Sure.
It's not a grand
studio
stage right now. There's people coming around. We're in quite an open expo hall. If they do make it to the playoffs, we move to a space that's about 50 meters from where we're standing right now that have about 7,000 or 8,000 people. That's where you might see a difference. But they look comfy. Right? They haven't looked shaky. No. They look pretty good. I know the score doesn't reflect that.
You're dead. Nope.
Not an easy one for 9-10, just on the sliver gap. But yeah, they haven't even played too many officials together. This is still, you know, rather fresh. Biggest name they've played so far now, Na'Vi. This is an opportunity for us to kind of get a little litmus test as to how ready Mongols are for those top 10 teams. And 9-10's gone.
He's shown some crazy frustrations today, and understandably so. He's had some moments where he could have won round single-handedly, and then gives away an opening pick in a game that they were hoping to bring back. Now you're 4v5 disadvantage, and Blitz.
Yeah. Blitz, what?
Probably wanted to get that all.
What are you doing, man?
Watch. Techno's here.
And he's back in his aim. A full crouch spray does well to win out versus Makaze. Is there any more where that came from? I think Alexi's thinking twice about full commit. He's actually pulled another man over.
Why would you pick that?
Just Tickawak.
Like, your gun is MP9 against
the expectation. Will peek into Tickawak. Easy pick
against AK.
That should be 12. Dark doesn't want to give up that easy.
Yeah, might as well give it a go at this point.
Hello, mate. You're done, mate.
Perfect pre-aim from Alexi.
Danzo.
Clothesline.
12-5. Easy.
And Techno Exposed. This is a quick one. And this was the Mongols pick, I will reiterate. The map they chose to take versus Na'Vi, and with split pistols, a rather large void between these two teams. And it was a nice shot from Wonderful. Everything else just kind of collapsing.
With Ancient coming up next, the Mongols have lost their last 4 outings on the map. They've only played it once with this 5, but still that's not a great trend. 3 of those 4, though, have been close games. Right? We're talking 13-11, 16-13 overtime. So it's not over yet. It's just a map that is maybe a little bit more competitive.
2 FAMAS,
than the score
1
line, but only a little
MP9,
bit.
1 M4, 1A, M4, 1AS,
This one's done
and
like a dog's dinner, though.
A little
5-7.
cosmetic, you
Nice.
know? Like a lipstick.
Hide.
Bit of blush.
We'll see if they can get a highlight. Oh, that's the second one. Easy pick. Doing what he can.
Okay.
It does feel like
Sides
this one's
open.
done.
Now, this is the foundation of Na'Vi. in
That's
this
an info.
series,
That's an info.
Being built, being
They're
assembled.
rotating. They're rotating. And he's done.
They're going to just mop this one up. Dominated in the opening kills. Just one more frag to find. It's Mr. TQAC over towards CT Spawn. He's going to spam away with the FAMAS, the nades, the bodies. Everything's going to come his way. They will close this one down. Makazi finishes off 13-5 with a 4K. And that's going to be Na'Vi. One map to the good. Ancient up next.
Come back.
The Mongols have
Not this
anything
time.
to say.
A response of sorts absolutely necessary from the Mongol side. Na'Vi doing what they can, what they want to, and what they will here. Minus the first pistol. Of course, we get split pistols here, but Na'Vi still make a show of force in the first map of this series. Yanko, Pimp, and I on the case. And here we go, Yanko. What do you think?
Well, I think there was only one team on Inferno, really, and that was Na'Vi, just in full control outside of obviously that first pistol that you mentioned. But once it got to the gun rounds, they started rolling and really never looked back on Inferno.
Nah, you can't really ask for much more if you're an Na'Vi fan, and if you're Lexi B or Blade for that matter as well. There was cruise control from pretty much start to finish, as you said. Apart
Next
from the
map
pistol conversion, then
will
pretty
be
much all the buy rounds, especially early on, they established dominance,
map?
established the presence on the
Anubis?
server, and
What was
the
it?
Mongols felt like they were never any close to have a breakthrough, you know.
Oh, that's Na'Vi's map. Oh, pick
They were doing in a flow state.
Inferno. Mongols.
I think it's teams like Na'Vi.
Pick Ancient will be.
probably that are
It'll be the
some
next
of
map.
Worst, if not the worst, to go up against without a coach, right? Because
Probably they should
will
have
put
an
a lot of
advantage
effort into
because this is their
preparation
map
and
pick,
sort of
right?
trying to find
Or does it
tendencies
make
in
any
your game that they
difference,
could
or what?
exploit.
What do you
And of course,
what do you
you're
think,
doing the
Chan?
same. You're maybe self-scouting. You're thinking about that, but you can never really truly know until the game starts. And then
I like
if
to
you
see
roll,
them
if they
on the
found
decider
something
map.
that they surprise you with.
Mirage.
You know, some small things can be enough to really run away with a whole half. And
Mirage.
I feel to some extent that's what happened on Inferno.
I'm going to go with Na'Vi stopping the B rush to get their second round. That, for me, is where this game just stopped for the Mongols. I think they just lost all oomph at that point.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that. You know, they established themselves pretty early on the CT side. Sure, there were a couple of rounds where it came down to a couple of duels. You can argue that, oh, had you won that duel, had you won, you know, another one, or had you actually finished the kill instead of bringing down some of the players to 10, 17, 15 HP, you name it, then maybe there would have been a chance. But it's easy to find, you know, the if, buts, and maybes, but there was never really any joint effort to stop the dominance from Na'Vi. I also will say, you know, I think there's a lack of individual quality that could be an issue for the Mongols in the future. Sure thing, mechanically speaking, as we spoke about, Yanko, maybe they still have something to offer, but I mean, losing Sensu, losing Mcinho, bringing in 2 youngsters, I feel like I will have to reevaluate where I place the Mongols. You know, they've been a consistent top 5 team for a long time, you know, but I don't think that's the case anymore.
Yeah, you also have to remember Mzinho when he first joined. Like, yeah, he was mechanically skilled, but he was lost half of the time in rounds, right? In
Mongols
some of
should
the
win their
positions,
map pick.
Like, really struggled.
Yeah,
It took him
of course.
months, you know, to get up to speed, sort of, and to show a higher level.
The
of
reason
play.
why
So
they
we'll have to
pick
really
that
see
map
that
is
with the
they're
case of Quad
confident that
without
they
Meister.
can
You know, you
perform
saw, for
well
example, I don't wanna say
and
targeted,
win.
But CT side of Na'Vi, some
That's
of
the
those
reason why. You know?
aggressive setups in apps,
So
going
there's
for some
no
of those,
holding back
you
when it
know,
comes
early
to
window plays, right?
when it
and
comes
being
to
able
map
find
pick.
kills time and time again. That's the sort of thing that
That's the
you know,
only
Mongols
reason
will
why
have
you
to go through
why you pick a map. It's
I mean,
either
just as a simple note here, in case you're watching
no, it's
Counter-Strike,
there's only one reason.
Pretty easy equation.
Because
No
you have an
damage
advantage
equals no
and you
round.
think you can
And
win.
That's generally what we could look at.
Actually,
in round
that's
5.
two.
Yeah, we spoke about how Na'Vi dominated.
What am I talking about,
got
man?
off to
That's
a good
two.
start despite losing the pistol.
It's
Round
either
5
you
is
can
the
win
greatest example of that. The Mongols are going
the
for
map
a
and make your
mid-round hit,
and make your opponent
brute force the way through the
uncomfortable,
smoke.
like
Good setup,
meaning
wonderful,
they're not
good support flash coming in
good
from
on that
Classic.
map. So
He
that's your
finds two
advantage.
easy kills, and at this point,
If
it's
you had
just
an
a
advantage, you
rip
can
down of
you can
whatever
exploit
attack the
their
Mongols wanted to
weakness
try to do right here.
and
They combined for a total of
you can win.
58 damage in this round in a very important buy round for them. They just lost the first buy round in the game, 3-1. The second buy round they go into the game here, they decide to brute force their way through a smoke with 55 seconds left of the round, and they get absolutely destroyed. At that point, you sit back with a feeling, okay, without the pistol, this could have been way, way worse.
Yeah, I think that's just a case of a bit of a poor read from Blitz and then just a lack of adjustment, because it started with them putting some pressure on A, right? And they gave up banana control. They threw a flash, saw wonderful fire off a shot, and they were like probably thinking at that point, okay, he's alone here, let's just chase him down, right? But they just didn't have wonderful, did a great job of throwing that smoke, falling back. Makazi was there on the rotate, and once he drops that smoke, that's where you cancel. Like, okay, we were banking on sort of chasing him down and then maybe getting this kill, but as Jacob said, there was 55 seconds left. Like, with that much time, you don't need to commit. If it's 20 seconds, I can say, well, you can't do much else at this point in the round. And the counter flash was also perfect from Wonderfuls, that was the easiest 2v5 we're going to see on the B-bomb side.
Yeah, situations like that, you see them unfold, and obviously there's a smoke there for blocking. Like, there's plenty of things going on, but just how deflating can that be if you're the Mongol side? I mean, we're early days in the map at that point, right? Like, how far can you let that slide you back down?
I don't think it's too bad, given the circumstances of them winning pistol, converting. It's still 3-2 at that point, but they did have to save the following round, and then they lost that naturally as well, and then they made it to 4-4. So the Mongols were in the game in the beginning, but it's
Yeah,
the
but
fashion they
would you
lose the
say
round.
they will
When you go in
probably
a full
choke
buy
because
round and
Na'Vi
you
has
deal a total
won
of
first
58
map?
damage, you completely get
I
shut
mean,
down on
that
bomb
depends
side.
on them.
It doesn't really give you a lot of confidence.
You
to
can't
revisit
you
that bomb
can't
side later
just
in the first half.
you
So I
can't
think it
just
was
decide
the first showing of
who wins the
clear
match, who
difference
wins
in
the best
skill,
of three,
clear
because
difference in,
it's because
I
they
guess,
won the
environment
first
in the team as
map.
well, where Na'Vi is just
That's
a couple of
nonsense,
steps ahead.
That's nonsense.
I-
But
I-
it's
I was
your
gonna
it's
say
your
that it seemed like now it was a
it's
step
your
ahead. And
statement.
even from the get-go, you see the first
And,
gun round, Na'Vi was 2B.
there's a lot of
Like, they
teams
don't open
that
3B,
can-
and it was that faster A hit
that did come back
Mongols wanted to
from
do. They shut it
losing
down.
the
Obviously,
first
that
map.
allows them to open 3B in the round. We just saw it.
Losing a
Dropped some
first map,
extra
that doesn't
utility
really
to the B
guarantee
players, and
that
made all the
a team will
difference
win.
in the end. And I know there were a couple of clutches in there, but there's clutches. There's different types.
There's a confidence,
Even though
but
perhaps it was, a 2v3 and
sometimes
you think
confidence
it's doable, or
makes
2v2,
a
but
fool out of you.
Every time the situation in the clutch, like
So you
Na'Vi
should
had
not-
players close
you
on
should
the
not be
rotation,
complacent.
they had
It's
the
because you win the
information,
first match or first map.
The surviving players had a lot of utility left for Na'Vi. The Mongols
You don't
players
have-
were low HP. Like, those were not.
You don't have the right
Those were very difficult clutches for
to
Mongols
say
win to begin
that
with.
they will
Because,
win the
gentlemen, yes,
series.
the head-to-head's
It's because
there,
they won the
and clearly
first match.
P2Ox having a great time
You know
up
what
there
I'm saying,
versus,
chat.
obviously Na'Vi. But let's just
And
shift
if
focus.
Mongols
Inferno
could
felt
come
like
back
it was a nothing burger, and I think right
on the
now with
second and
pistols,
third
perhaps
map,
there's a world
then-
where it starts a little better, maybe.
I mean, again, this time around, winning pistol, converting, getting off
They
to a
won
good
the
start
match.
wasn't enough to make the game competitive.
Easy as
I think
that.
that's a bare minimum if you're the Mongols coming into Ancient as well. It's the map pick of Na'Vi, as Janko said. They're pretty well known.
Hits
for
me.
always
Thank you so
putting in
much
a
for
lot
the
of
follow.
preparation. There's a reason
I
why they've
didn't
been
receive an
able to go
alert.
against the Mongols,
What?
and I think your point is
Hang on,
excellent when
guys.
it comes to the lack
Hang
of
on.
coaching. Even if this became a game where it was 6-6 or we got into the stage.
What is wrong with my alert?
Not
Like,
having a coach behind you to make those adjustments
every
as we
time
go deeper into the game is not going to promote
I
the Mongols.
launch
So
the
it's a long fight for them.
Blade also hates
Stream-
this himself, because usually he will probably
streambot.io.
get 6 timeouts or 5 at least. Right now he only has 3. He only has his timeouts because the Mongols ain't gonna take him.
it
No matter
misses
what, right?
my
so that's why, like,
alerts.
he is also, you could see on CT side, like, I was surprised he
Why?
took the one, but he felt it was important, and they won all the remaining rounds. And yeah,
I
the
had
one
to
thing that
copy and
plagued
paste
Na'Vi,
it
even when
every
they were like
time.
playing their best Counter-Strike this year, was inconsistencies even within a series. Like, they would win their opponent's map pick and then all of a sudden fall completely flat on their own. Maybe some complacency. I don't know what exactly it may be, but I feel like that's the biggest danger for them in this series. If they themselves sort of let the foot off the gas, get maybe too relaxed.
Commercial.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
MHL straight to the chest of Snow, makes quick work of him. At least an opening here for wild card.
One's gonna rotate back.
Oh, Save's giving some warning shots, not fully punished. Able to stick around. Tape's had some really important kills for Pain throughout this map so far. Good that he's still able to stick around in this.
Emanya's got another smoke to drop as soon as this one fades. There's an op on
This
the other side of this
Pain
when it
versus
clears.
Wildcard.
Gonna hold the line.
Inferno.
NHL down Banana, here's Nemanja, AK-47, Big Uzera gone, second kill is better. Bomb is loose, he goes again, Period trying to fight him, finally gets the trade in safe, also took the top Banana player.
It's all right, you know even when you come up, you're rushing over that you're gonna get beat here by Wildcard. There's gonna be a chance to spam down through the smoke, crack it open, nobody's crossing. Here comes Pain a little bit late.
Yeah, they take the time to coordinate an actual execution, right? So they put the nades in, they limit some of the positions they can be in so they can actually focus on this boost. And 60 is just holding off for the time being, not going over the top just yet. Now he senses the timing, and it's perfect.
Nice
Ball
timing.
goes down in the sight. It's all unsafe for a 1v3, and he's blinded and held back. He doesn't have the time to work with. And they're just going to swing in. There's a quick trade coming in from Rek. And that'll end up being Wildcard's 13th round win. Coming a little bit later than they would have liked as the first round of overtime. But
it is a classic though, isn't it?
Back into the lead.
Yeah, back into the lead. That one done really well from Wildcard to hold off this Pain attack. Snow's not having a whole lot of success with these solo plays, but the deep control is very nice from Wildcard. Pain didn't expect it. Thought maybe it was just the solo defender to have deep information. They were dead wrong. Round 26. Double nade takes down one. Good utility work to soften up the attack.
Yeah, we got Snow over the top of the car, and Nemanja rips him apart. We're down to 3 players here for Pain, and it's just not looking good at all. We're back to the T side we've been seeing from them.
Those are the things Pain was doing to Wildcard to open this up, was get aggressive, deep utility, the classic Banana stuff, but finding kills so early on that Wildcard in the early stages of their T-half couldn't even get any tactics even started. Now doing the same exact thing to Pain here in overtime, up in your face. MHL is going to be smoked off, but that's thrown from the other side of the map, so no concern at the A bomb site.
Rek's rifle going into the open. VSM dead, second better as well here on Period, and that is as clean as you like for Wildcard. As clean as you like. All 5 players staying up. Rek up to his 20th kill. And it really, that was the turning point of this game, was his big clutch on that B site.
Yeah, I mean, that changed the entire nature, didn't it? Outside of like the hiccup, the comeback from Pain was very nice, but ever since that moment, it has kind of felt like Wildcard built up into having the advantages in this game. Felt like they've been playing with the lead ever since then. Lovely work, lovely responses. This Wildcard defense not getting caught off guard by anything all of a sudden. 14-12, a 2-round lead. Last round in this half of overtime before we switch sides.
Good nades here on the Snow. 40 HP. Spam going down as well. Nemanja just started to come into his own here on this Banana position as well. Just so good, and that is filthy. Save jumping in the air for a couple of seconds, and you have Nemanja ripping his head off. I got Rek now stepping up from behind the sandbags. It is domination from Wildcard. Finally back in the rhythm on this CT side. They'll reach map point again. They've got a couple of chances to close it out. And it feels like with this attitude, surely they do it.
Well, they close their T-side in regulation with 5 straight rounds. Now they get 3 chances to close out this map. They switch over to the T-side, 3 more opportunities. And they've just been so dominant as well.
Wild card
T-side,
versus
they
Pain.
were just levels above Pain. So this is going to be, once again, it's almost like Pain has to execute yet another comeback. And haven't shown the quality here in overtime quite yet. And they have a decision to make too. Do you want to play the aggressive disruptive style that was effective? Do you want to play the more passive style? I mean, eventually Wildcard found a way to beat both of them, so you don't have anything to lean on. Safe gonna take an early peek, finds nothing.
There's Fury up. Axter's taken away. Opening kill for Pain. Been a while since we've seen that for them. Zera. Go get another one here as well. Side of the half wall, connects straight to the chest. 15 HP left. Snow, Molotov into the open. It's gonna melt away if he stands there. Smoke goes forward. He's just trying to stay alive and be a nuisance now inside of this smoke. His teammates can try and help him. In fact, he's clearing the smoke and making
Oh
Snow
no!
So Snow's gone
His
down in the
teammate
smoke.
cleared
Figures out
the
how to drop back
smoke!
with an AWP. And this is doable for Wildcard. A minute.
If he's
just
not
under
there,
attack
he's
left on this
probably
clock.
here.
You can even go back to A if you want.
HP's the issue. Rek has 2. Now he won a clutch with like
His
3 or 4
teammate
HP
cleared the
regulation,
smoke,
the one
man.
You've been alluding to. He'll swap out to the AWP for the moment. Nemanja as well, low on health. They forced a panicked rotation out of Pain's defense over to the B bomb site, but now it's going to slide back. And Big User and Safe, the Alpers, are going to have a big job to do.
Michelle stepping out into the open, and Safe has connected. Molotov is
Across. Oh.
Counter-Strike 2, Map 2. We've got ourselves Na'Vi Mongols, and is the lower bracket calling the Mongols' name, Chad Sponge Birchall?
It seems likely. Inferno was their map choice. Now we go into Ancient. The last time Na'Vi played Ancient, it was back at the Major, and it was against the Mongols. However, that victory there was in overtime. It was close,
Okay.
But it's these 2 new young guns who, to be fair, they did what they needed to do in that first map of play. I get to take a look at their CT setup. You're going to have TQAK, as mentioned in the previous. He's just kind of filling in for Mzinho, right? So he's going to be your mid player alongside a Blitz. That means Mr. Darkmeister will be taking over towards B long, Techno Cave, and then 910 rotating around with the Orb. And Ancient can spill open a little bit more. We could find ourselves not having such a slow roll on the T sides. But for Na'Vi, this is Makazi's best map, right? If they're able to unleash him to make space in middle alongside of Imma. They get this 1-2 punch. Imma's very fortunate that Makazi wants to go out first, which means that Imma gets to come out and trade. And then if Imma gets the good spawn, he's like, you know what? I'll take it this time, mate. So it's nice to see those 2 working together in mid. They're usually supported by a bit, throwing the smokes, throwing the flashes. Alexi will be running up B lane, fighting for cave, fighting for heaven. And then we'll see where Wonderful finds himself with the AWP. But for Na'Vi, this is our first impressions of them this season. We hadn't seen them play up until EWC. The best of one went well. I know that Wonderful wasn't too happy with the rating that HLTV gave him off the back of that, but he made up for it, didn't he?
I was just looking at the Inferno rating this time around. He's got 10% swing.
Aha.
So that's pretty good. Pretty damn good. With Imma at 17, Wonderful had 19. The difference in rating huge. We had a 1.88 at a Wonderful map 1.
Yes.
So, you know, HLTV redeeming them. Sorry, Wonderful redeeming themselves. There we go.
One of the two.
Both.
Maybe both.
Maybe both.
Yeah,
Let's get the pistol started because, you know, pistol... it went down the middle.
Yeah, we split them. The difference makers for me were 13-5 in opening kills in favor of Na'Vi.
Oh, that'll do
and
it.
2-1 in clutches in favor of Na'Vi.
That'll do it too, yeah.
So some of those, though, were 9-10 or Darkmeister trying to bring it back into contention. But let's get this pistol underway.
Here we go.
That's not for Na'Vi. Their map choice. Red is smoke. This looks like an A split. Should be a CT smoke in it.
Tapping away.
Oh, 9-10's
We have
found
already,
him.
yeah.
The audio. In-game audio. Where is it?
Access in towards the A site.
TQX mollied out of position here.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a pull of the trigger from Tikuak. Catches him in main.
This is Navi's
Dry was him. He committed
pick.
to that fight.
I guess they have to cancel that rotation thick and fast, and now Red's the problem.
Yeah, but look at this setup. Good luck breaking this. I don't see a world where Dark gets nothing. Yeah, one and done. Alexi and Wonderful trying to rectify a 2-on-5. Oh, losing a bit of control of the tap. Still manages to find the head of Wonderful.
It's have been an ace for Alexi.
Yeah, and Blitz is having absolutely none of it. So the best start possible for the Mongols.
Yeah, no bomb going down. We'll see if that finds Na'Vi into a force buy, if they just have the eco and bring the AKs out into the next. I suspect the latter. Means a comfy start for the Mongols available. Where do they go for cricket practice?
That's the question.
Like, in Paris, is there a cricket team? Is there a field that Na'Vi can go out to?
Presumably.
And who do you think is the wicket keeper?
Ooh.
Bit's the wicket
Bit's
keeper.
definitely the wiki, yeah.
So the bowlers are Wonderful and Makazi.
And I think Blade's the umpire.
Aha.
Yeah, I could just see him, you know, with sun cream on his nose, putting his hands up in despair. 9-10, how many are you getting? How many are you getting? He just stands on top of his big box and leaves with 2.
Again, another 9-10 meltdown in terms of the reaction on the cam. Wanted more than 2.
Blitz needs some too. Oh, Blitz actually found the headshot that makes it a little more exciting. There's important chip in from Techno. Shouldn't be any more threats. Yeah, well played. The extra bullets in that M4A4, enabling him to close it down. But yeah, 9-10.
We want to see Mirage, chat.
He's doing the emotions for
Mirage
today.
Yeah.
Mirage.
But
Wants to see Mirage.
Minor inconvenience. Like, it's okay, man.
I got
Type your
2.
comment
Damn.
on this comment
I need
section.
I should have killed them all.
I want to
Come
buy
on, chat.
Eco Ace.
Spam it.
Now, don't we all?
Wants to see Mirage.
Come the guns.
The decider map.
I want to keep my eye on the Makazi spawn. He has a good one for
They
middle.
should-
Expect to see
They should
him charging
decide,
out, whether on
or
that
they
first
should
or
make
second
the
timing.
Ancient as a decider.
Oh, I put too much milk in my cereal.
It's like they just lost the game. Nah, bro, it's okay. Well, Makazi, he's out mid. Actually,
They're out B. Good grief. Bit with blind screen still finds the headshot necessary. That was just the one man that could stop him. Sure, Cave occupied. Techno there, but the rotation's going to be kept at bay. They're dumping Util. That's a big one from Blitz. Trade from Alexi. While under a lot of scrutiny, 9-10's bullets through the smoke will find him. So it's bit low. Alexi, housekeeping speedway. Are they going through Cave? Yeah, this is a long-winded pivot for a 10-second defuse. Nice parkour from Tikuak. Bit so low. He's playing for 1 here. If he can just get 1, Alexi does find the low HP 9-10. Softened up another. Thanks to Bit. And that 10-second defuse. If this is winnable for Alexi, he just has to get him off, get this wall bang. Oh!
Nice one.
More bullet would have done it, but time is still of the essence.
Yeah, they get the fist bumps in. They're confident with this one, but that was damn close. Right down to the wire. Oh, okay.
Alexi put 1 bullet right on the money. Just needed another.
Okay, that was damn close. They actually double smoked Donut in that round.
At the start?
Yeah, so if they had another smoke left over, it could have been channeled elsewhere. But when the team is smoking Red and Donut, right, that shows you how much they really want to win the mid control. And I think if you're the Mongols, you are going to respect Makazi and Imma with that combo. So you need to find more creative ways to fight this. Are we going to break? Are we going to have a second wave where someone from A flashes over and we come out Donut? Or do you go all in and win out the fight immediately?
What?
Yeah,
Tikuak just...
Opening kill. Let's get a second. Feeling himself. Keeping that form we saw on Inferno. Into Na'Vi's pick.
Confidence on display. And that's really what these kids are going to have, right? That we always see these Mongolian players come in and have fantastic mechanics.
Ah.
Settling into the 3v5. An op shot rattles off on the long side. All over towards B lane with limited util. The AK in the hands a bit as they smoke short, flash long, and need to make a way in.
Yeah, missed shot from 910. I don't think it's going to cost him too much. Bit is scary, though. Not anymore, he's
Okay,
not.
good.
Quick scope should seal the deal here. Ooh, missed shot and sprayed
Nice
down.
one.
Bit of intensity to this, whereas Inferno started T side out the gates from the Mongols is very slow. Granted, if they were taking their time, understandable. That's the type of map where you don't want to be just getting naded down to start. But similar scenes in towards middle,
Me likey.
less direct access. So here it is, TQAC up. Ooh.
They should go for the third map.
This might earn
Just
Navi's
the decider.
respect in
Mirage.
air quotes, as, in the sense that they might not try these first timings anymore.
Emma and Makazi.
So Navi-
to give it a go. There's a close molly. There's a HE.
This is Navi's peak, right? Navi's peak, right?
Spam straight onto Blitz, just doing the flashbang down straight through the smoke. So condemned, forced to extinguish, low HP on Tekuak. Next victim from Ime. Quite the opposite.
You're blinded. He
result this
just
time
crossed
around.
in the
On
open
those
field.
early tips, I was
Okay.
wrong.
This is
I
a
was
bomb.
mistaken.
I got
right
it.
now.
I
They
got
just
it.
want to throw hands. And as you know, the shattered glass settles. We are into a 1 versus 4. Nice win out in the head-to-head duel there.
Finally.
Alexi.
It should have him here.
Yeah, I can see a world where he hits the quick scope,
Peek it,
but
peek it,
nothing more.
peek it.
Oh, is that
Peek it,
audible?
man.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
All
Ah.
right, well, 910 going to do his best to try and save this. Bomb's planted now. And already on the hunt. So, RV, clear intention to remove the save potential. It's only going to be 1,400 loss going into the next. And as you take a look at the cash that remains, it'd still be fine for the buy Mongols, but it'll have ramifications down the line. It's Na'Vi the ones who want to start building a bit of a bank and a security net on their T side. So I don't expect them to throw many bodies at this, if any. They break through. First round for Na'Vi, 4-1 the score.
If they don't break momentum, I mean, I'm
See if
speaking on
Emma
behalf
and Makazi
of
keep getting those
Mongols.
response to take the
If
fight.
Mongols
Looking at
doesn't
the-
break momentum, there's a big chance that they could
Are they mollying for the boost,
probably
which means you want
bring
your
this
players
game
be able
to
streamline
the
either
decider
full
map.
fights or towards heaven, or are they mollying close, which means you want to keep away the
because a
scaling
lot
close
of times, what happened? What?
keep away the scaling close to
Because wait, what? Hang on, chat. I don't understand why. Let me just refresh my browser then. Oh, it's their stream. Okay. Then we should go to... It's their stream, chat. Don't worry about it. It's not my stream. It's their stream. It's the EWC stream. This is stream B. I need stream A. EWC. Just a second, chat.
Oh, a 3v2.
There's a gap to slip in, though. So 910 has the line onto main. Smoked off now.
Yeah, we're back.
Diligent stuff. Means comms are flowing and spouted. Yeah. Knew it had to be a risk. I feel that you would like him to hold on to that because next round they're going to be tough in the buy.
Let me try that again.
M4 in my face.
We're back underway.
Yeah, let's get back into the server. We'll fix that HUD ASAP, because it does look like Blitz has managed to find output in combination with 910's M4.
So let's see here.
That's a free frag.
Yeah, it is just the... I feel like I missed a bit there with...
Blitz and 910 getting a kill.
Yeah, and then 910 with an M4.
Yeah. I think he dinked him and Blitz just finished it off.
Okay, well, we'll catch up on what's happened.
Okay. All good now.
Either way, this was always meant to be a Na'Vi round.
It was.
So CT smoke thrown at range. Kazi already ahead of that clearing. And the rotation full from the Mongols to try and contest this.
They go keeping it, relatively threatening, actually.
There's lots of questions. You can see Na'Vi don't know about main.
Look at this! Oh! Flying knife backstab out of Techno. Easy, keeping it chaotic. Blitz picks up an M4 and a 1v2 and hits the headshot onto Wonderful.
Wait, what?
Okay,
nice try though.
Only just by the skin of Na'Vi's teeth save them.
What a ridiculous round of Counter-Strike that was.
Nice try
Come
though.
on, Techno, $1,500. He comes into that with just a starter pistol, leaves with an extra
Flying
injection
knife.
of cash and a backstab.
The flying Raijin.
Fair play. Fair play. That's a straight superhero maneuver.
So we have lost 2 players from the server.
Okay, looks like we'll get
There's
that
tech
resolved.
help
The
on
flying
either side. So
Raijin.
it's TQAC for the Mongols and, well, by my account, oh, Wonderful's back in. Okay. So it's just TQAC. He's back in the server now. A wild eco that was. All right, let's try and screw our heads back on tight here.
Oh, so you lost an awful lot. Is that? There's no like immediate ramifications.
No,
is
but
there?
if they lose this rifle round, then they're going to get 1,900 as a loss bonus going into the next. So that could be
down the road.
Pretty quick ramifications, just not immediate. It looks like it's sorted. From what I can see, everything appears to be looking good, and we can get back underway. Bit's going to pull his chair back in a gaming position. Yeah, this one here, absolutely mental scenes from Techno.
That's some Assassin's Creed. That's a smile of relief.
Yeah, you know that Blade will not take the time out off the back of that.
All right, here we go. All that early action. Look how many nades are in action at the same time. They want to fight Techno. And Makaze just charges into Cave through the smoke. That's a frustrating death.
That's a beeline right there.
Yeah. Towards the B site, no less. So already operating with less. You can see rotations are forced. 910 is well positioned for this potential swing. And yeah, just nails it onto Alexi B. So a clawback kill given. Mongolian sniper removes the fin. Ooh, but out ramp. Oh, accidental mouse click announces his presence, or was it deliberate? Now, they were kissing in the smoke, now backing away. So it's all a bit higgledy-piggledy.
Ooh, never mind, Bit. He got one.
Smile as he finds Blitz for free. Straight through the boards. Imma activating his supposed to be a kill for Darkmeister. Doesn't finish his meal. Just a scrap left on the plate for Imma. 3 on... No, sorry, 2 on.
Didn't have to do that. Okay, I guess you did.
Kaze finishes off the job. Wonderful and audio cue for 910.
He knows where both are, or were.
Wonderful.
910 so close. He'd have to miss the shot. Wonderful pulling this clutch into the 1v1.
That smoke. Oh, it's bounced right back. That's a gift. TQAC, he can just walk to long side or straight through.
He's going straight through. Wonderful's not going to anticipate this. Oh, he's played it to perfection. This young rookie up against a highly ranked Na'Vi. Fake. Considering ramp as the priority here now. Swings on into Wonderful. Closes it down. Denies Wonderful the 1
Wonderful, man. That's wonderful.
Versus Wonderful.
Yeah, weird round. Some fights that
I like it.
shouldn't have gone either way.
I like it a lot.
We'll break the streak of 3. They'll put their 5th on the board. And this is, again, another competitive half, at least at this stage. So there's ramifications of Na'Vi's finances after losing so many bodies to the eco. See a couple of players just around that 4K mark. That's with the plan. Have everything besides a wonderful AWP. Alexi might be on something a little bit lighter, but they've got a Blade timeout before they blow the finances. How intense does the man look? I can turn around and have a gander. Always a lot to say. Always wonder, is he just calling the next round? Is
Chat,
he
where is Mara? What's happened?
Decisions they made in the mid rounds.
I always feel like
it's always a bit of a mystery.
But the philosophy is often like, we're not going to break down what went wrong now, right? Is it? Or do you need to?
In the Na'Vi of old, with Electronic and Simple and Bit, that's happening mid-round.
Yeah, sure.
In the new generation, I couldn't say.
Siguro, kaya.
Yeah, the buy. The Mongols not great either. These close.
Gusto mo makita sa decider map,
They
Mirage.
could do the most with the compromised buy. It's going to be Makaze's AK-47 put to good use. Another opening kill. They didn't win the last, though, with his find onto Techno Cave. Now he's removed.
I want to
What's in
watch the decider map,
Techno flirting with aggression around that
which
cave
is
smoke.
Mirage. Miragi.
Find that clawback kill for free.
Mirage.
Back away. This little MP9 duo.
Wonderful looked like he was looking down and reading notes as well right there. So they've hit the brakes. They're not going to get drawn into any more skirmishes just yet. I was saying 3 strong at B. TQAC is gambling away from A. They don't believe that that's where the finish is, or just hedging their bets. Techno wants some jiggles, and yeah, it's just a 4-man B gamble. Now, does this come with just sit, wait, and see what comes your way, or is there some form of aggression to get back B lane or cave?
Feels like they've got the perfect amount of util for that BX sector finish.
The issue is, though, Red, the only man they've left towards B is Makazi, and he's so low on HP. So they are setting up for A. They do have the open runway. It's just, is there an info play, and then we see a rotation? Because they can still get there in time if they start moving shortly.
Here's that lane push for info. Makaze's in position to try and deal with that, but one bullet finishes him
They are
off.
rotating now.
They know.
They'll get there in time, and they've got good util to be disrupted. 20 seconds. This is going to be chaos.
It's a race against the clock. Get ready. Strap in. Because they're going through that. The MP9's up close. It's a good weapon for the job. Gets info. They're only just leaving A main now. 15 seconds left. Be disruptive. There's
9-10.
Tikuak back. Still a double.
Okay.
Darkmeister steps up to the plate and delivers. There's nothing left for Na'Vi.
No time, no chance. Has to save this AK, Alexi.
Nice one. Nice
And
one.
that little push, that one kill, and Dark
9-10, go back to Aim Labs.
Shut this down.
You're missing your
Yeah,
shots.
It's tough, right? Because they maintain that control. Makazi's still there. He's still making it seem like there's pressure over towards B, but he's so low. It's just a stray bullet. Then they have all the intel. They can rotate in time. It's so quick. And also, with that sight, we know that teams love to flood in as you're trying to take control. Na'Vi are the ones who made that vogue. They're the ones who made that popular. So with the time low, you know if you can just get in and cause a nuisance, shut them down
Put the
before
team
they get that bomb
damage.
down. You were in this one. 6-3.
Ooh, more fights on middle. This time, Ima getting one before the nade finds him. So everyone was blind for a while there. Makaze, lucky to be alive.
Nice
and,
one.
Only for a moment longer.
And there's no real response available for the rest of Na'Vi.
You're not picking up that rifle. Can you get it in the smoke? Yeah, Wonderful was hoping he could. It's faded now. And he's got the bomb, so absolutely not. Deagle, Tech9, and Alexi on the Galil.
Thank
Time
you very
for some
much.
live action problem solving.
Yeah, this half is going to leave a lot to be desired for Na'Vi. Their money, 2,900 into the next.
Dejected Wonderful, heading on back to regroup.
Yeah, a bit of a difference from Inferno, where it was quite jovial, lots of smiles on the faces. And this is 3 consecutive rounds now where they've gotten the opening kills, but been unable to find the conversion. So clear difference from Inferno as A main sprawl. Information will flow to the beat events to stay staunch. And
it's the old and the new on either side. Tikuak and Darkmeister partner up and getting all this information that will inform the B players to be on high alert. Techno.
off angle here.
Off angle. And just as he started to transition backwards, he does find output, gets his 9-10 onto
Nice
Alexi,
one.
gets
Nice
his.
one, 9-10.
Now what? Wonderful in the
Wait.
1v3. Galil versus an
Just wait.
AWP. Ooh, and he's
Why?
taking a heavy
Why?
blow. Deagle for the headshot. Can't
Nice one.
find it. Just 2 to the belly. It's going to be another.
I like it,
round.
man.
They are starting to accrue a very comfortable nest that they can rest on into that second half.
So right now, Na'Vi's buying pattern likely to be a partial buy now and then a full buy for the final round to salvage the half at 8-4. Him getting that. And the nade taking him out of the picture. And again, it's just a fragile Makazi who just a stiff breeze blows him out of the round.
Well, when you are taking these fights in mid, as every opportunity you get, you typically will be operating with something a little lower. Oh, it is. So typical mid smokes are in the air and just go. No one can hear them. No one can hear them. No one's donut. They'll start to hear it now. Flashes on A and just in time. 9-10 is there to rack up a double.
I think Wonderful was meant to be smoking CT or Donut, one of the two. It's this, so this will just be a blast. And we'll call this one the 8th round as Navi try and catch the tone.
Chase
but I
him!
know it's been
Chase him!
pretty heavy defenses in middle, right? So
What
you're thinking that
in the hell
should
is
leave
that
us
smoke?
an A gap, and well, it did, but 9-10.
Tell me from a captain's POV, those must be some of the most frustrating, right? Where the call was bang on. You've read it. The reasoning was logically sound. There was no 1A, and yet you're left with a very convincing round to your opponent. You know, how do you not beat yourself up? Do you blame the call, or can you kind
That
of
peak alone.
separate the quality of the call and the result?
There's exposure, left shoulder, and then
the lighter buy,
next pick,
right?
they're ready
It feels
for
like, okay, we
you.
did have an opportunity there, but they've had opportunities in a lot of these rounds because they've been finding the openers.
2.5 odds.
Mid-round.
Right.
Lusot siguro ako
Now it's
150.
just about salvaging this. I'm not sure if Wonderful Smoke was for Donut or if it was for CT, but either way, he did miss it from spawn.
And either way, 9-10 just
Pinam
beat
daw
the
yung
right
150
place, had a
nimo.
good read on the play, and yeah, frustrating for the captain, Alexi B. A little bit of a face palm. I think 4 feels like a compulsory Na'Vi round if they want to remain competitive here. Edging the smoke around the molly and into the loving embrace
Nice
of a
flash.
3-man mid-stack. Oh!
What?
He gets a stray bullet into the 9-10's head in the red smoke. Makaze in middle, you just can't keep a lid on him.
We have to win this one now.
You better.
Scroll peak.
A 2-man advantage.
Okay.
Make it
Never mind.
even bigger. Just take a whack left. They live and die by those mid-fights, don't they?
Yeah, both teams. And have done a good job of weathering the storm. Yuakia in the right place to give this one a go.
395 total.
The extinguished strafes on out, and Makazi will take him down. So they do manage that 4th round. But this is good
end
stuff
of
from the
first
Mongols.
half.
We're learning about these new young gentlemen, Darkmeister and TQAC in the roster. We're seeing if they're going to be able to rebuild to their former glory of once upon a time. They're having to do it without the coach Mara, who's unable to be with them throughout Bounty and now here in Paris. But Na'Vi on the other side coming out of the break. Didn't play Bounty, and Blade seemed very happy about having all that extra time to be able to prepare. Just a quick 30 seconds and we can get things back underway. Now, we split the pistols on Inferno. Can we do the same on Ancient?
Very impressive from Makaze.
Darkmeister and Techno both have decoys. So I wonder if they're going to use these, as you would see on Inferno. Now, obviously, there's the half wall, but also if you throw them over, you can bait out Yuta, right? They see the utility.
Now let's see if
So Lexi with that
Mongols
Yuta
can
was
still
wonderful with the
perform.
Redders. Okay, fake cave flash. This is fast. This is B.
Okay, pressure onto the 2 of them.
Oh, long molly, no good. That's missed.
Yeah, it's dodgy, and this is HE could do an awful lot of damage if he can get the timing right. Ima, how are you playing this? Bomb going down. They buy time for this retake. Just trying to get someone on that close wall.
What is that
It doesn't do
nade?
too much.
What is that nade?
Retake on Alexi with a full belt. No kit.
And where's the smoke for ramp? More cave.
Techno's going to be well situated to find that multi.
Pick it.
There it is. Clean from him. Removes him
Nice one.
completely. Up to
Nice
the
one.
Dark snaps up for 2, but down and easy pickings. Tick a whack.
Ah.
Down to bit. That USP headshot too clean.
Now it's starting to
The
move,
difference is the fact the
man.
bomb goes down in this one for the Mongols. So
5-8.
their second round force is going to look a lot more tidy than that of Navi's. Had to take that eco. You could see Ima's thought process. So when teams do the short smoke, long molly, they like to
So
scale
those
and take
pistol
that long
GG.
control. So he has the nade at the ready. As soon as Bit takes contact, he can drop that and hopefully
GG,
plant a
Mike.
nuke on the T's trying to press in.
God.
So this round's facilitating an AK for 9-10, pistol upgrades for the rest. There's a good smattering of util. Red smoke and a B lurk smoke. Not the cave smoke coming into play. And all of that pressure has actually drawn that rotation of Ima away from middle to support B because of the lurk. So we've done a decent job there of keeping Na'Vi moving.
Pressure onto Wonderful eventually. It's 9-10 that goes searching, and Wonderful is letting them in.
Which is a little bit scary.
Alexis Dale,
They
thank you
must
so much
know
for the
that they're
follow and
playing a setup
kick.
where
Appreciate
tempo
it.
Is possible, but
Thank you.
the opening kill for Alexi onto
So
Tempo
now Mongols.
hasn't moved a muscle. So this is interesting indeed. The bomb coming back. There will be a smoke
Okay, good.
for CT.
Now the
And
jig's
they're
up.
in.
Yep. Access to the A
Smoke?
site granted.
Any smoke?
Not going to be easy in the post round, especially if you use Tikuak early. Forced the Molotov out of his hands.
Why would
with
you pick
Mikaze.
that, huh? Why would you pick that?
10. Super uncomfortable for the T. Sure, you got the bomb down, but holding on to this, you need a hero. Someone to step up. Darkmeister's AK going to have to do an awful lot of work because he's lost his teammates. It's just the one man and just, losing out to Mikaze. Coming back for that
What's
retake
wrong,
on
Mongols?
Temple.
Huh? What's
Retrieve all
wrong?
those rifles. And Wonderful's approach is probably the most interesting part about all that round.
Yeah, you wonder if that's prep.
Yeah.
In the sense we were expecting this type of a maneuver to come out.
No one's going to silently get to CT spawn.
Mongols
or at least
started
we're not
to crack,
expecting it.
man.
Exactly. But Counter-Strike, anything's possible.
They are starting to crumble.
Bomb going down again there. I would expect another Mongols force buy. They're one of these teams that like to keep up that level of intensity.
Yeah, a la Snappy.
Yeah, and it's not a new thing for Asian Counter-Strike. It's obviously ancient history these days, but I remember watching teams like Lunatic High, We Made Fox, Project KR, that's the Korean teams, or even Tyloo. They were force buying a lot more than what the Europeans were back in the 1.6 days around your 2009, 2010s.
So when it was a bit more...
Maybe a little bit earlier than that. I've lost track of time. But yeah, but to see, Asian teams have always backed their individuals. When I played against Tyloo, or when I played against the Mongols, when I had Machine Gun or Zilkenberg, those type of names, the one thing that was always so suppressive was there was always more bodies than you thought there was going to be, and they would just shoot so hard, right? You had a tough time being able to respond.
Because on paper, you're going up against the recovered AK and fully armored, fully
full
equipped.
util as well. So you have a couple of nades, right? And we'll likely see similar openings. We'll definitely see a red smoke. They're just going to lack options. So if you want to play a quick round, you have to hope that the kills come your way, that you're able to trade out, or you have to play very, very, very slow. And that's where you hope that Na'Vi, they don't have good economy of utility. Darkmeister's going.
He wants to fight. You got to get past Mikaze. The flashes did connect, but now across to the box is Darkmeister. You've got two players stretching their legs. It does look like a little mid-A split. Mikaze swinging on in. Darkmeister shadow, and ooh, he's clinical. Mikaze just deadly when you put that AK into his hands, and you're feeling his wrath as 2 kills, cleans out middle, big commits to a long-range spray. It's done very well. That is a shutout.
7-8.
All right, one round game as quick as that. 4 straight now for the Na'Vi.
That's the other side of the force buy coin, though, is you kind of feel like the gap is closed and now you've got no money.
Yeah, now you have to take a live buy. You're going to get max loss bonus into the next, so you have everything you want. But at that point, we're all tied up. And in the 4-round stretch that Na'Vi have connected now, they have only lost a total of 5 casualties. So starting to change the tide of battle.
Just so you know, chat, whoever loses this match,
ouch, that hurts. Blitz with 1 HP.
We'll go home.
It's opening salvo.
Action on Wonderful.
Yeah, a lot of action because the bomb jumps out first.
Oh, wait.
He gets nothing. Shouldn't be the end of the world.
whoever loses this match will go to lower bracket.
Darkmeister needs cover.
Semifinals.
So many bodies, but the bomb does go down. The transfer from Mikaze comfortable, but from Tikuak and from the grave puts Mikaze down. Look at their health. Yeah, blitzed from 1 to 0. Feels like this result should be binary. It's either yes or no. Na'Vi kills 9-10. And they will.
Okay, Darkmeister, 1 HP and a dream for the young man as Alexi will deal with him. And we're all tied up, but they made that one somewhat interesting.
Started to crumble. They're starting to slip away.
Yeah, he had a
I'm
great
talking
Inferno.
about Mongols. Mongols
Here on
started to
but,
slip
when the ult comes out,
away.
this is where he can start to play his trade. Just lose track of the entry pathing, and then Techno makes good on the promise of the trade.
Setting up 9-10 for an opening pick.
That was his chance.
You know he's trapped towards the cubby. No way to flush him out.
And if you're Mikaze, you're going to move from that position, right? You don't want to get mollied and swarmed upon, so they'll continue to stuff the choke point. Mikaze not deterred at all. The grouping outside the B doors with 4.
Ooh, a little bit of damage there connected onto 9-10. They're going to boost him up. So the question is how does Bit get that info if he chooses to?
He knows they're very, well, they shot the AWP.
It's occupied, yeah.
So that's not a mistake that Bit's going to make. My biggest concern for this B defense is just lack of util. Just a flash on Alexis. They have to play for fights.
Yeah, no fights coming his way. Very audible there. Techno jump spot. Molly's coming in. Alexi concedes the space, and we reached a sub 1 minute mark.
But there was something he saw there that he wanted to adjust the setup, right? So he's called Wonderful over. AWP confirmed now. Over towards the B ramp.
He's in 2 minds. Alexi B needs help. Just swings on out without the flash.
Nice.
It's an easy pick for Darkmeister. Bit's going to tuck on him, but that sets him up perfectly. And they just
Ooh.
manipulated them into
What?
an easy 3. You get the kill on ramp. You get the bomb plant, just about. And you'll take a 9th round into the full guns and immediately succeeding.
Okay, so first T-side round on the board. Broken in at the same point Na'Vi did in their first half, and then they went on a spree of 3.
But that is when the wall bang, not at the start of the round. It's when one of the players on B has gone down. Don't care how, but the immediate reaction to, oh, they're coming up ramp, I'm tucking in that corner. It's so comfortable for Darkmeister to collect through the boards. 2 from him, job done. Makaze and Ima saving comfortably.
So Wonderful can be dropped an AWP from Ima or Alexi. There's lots of cash. And we'll get this 1,400 loss bonus coming into the bank balance. And with all 5 staying alive, that's good signs for the Mongols.
It was Blitz, excuse me. Darkmeister was the one up ramp, getting his double kill, but still, regardless, the timing was perfect. And it made it look very easy to seize control on that B side. Wonder if they can replicate that.
B-door smoke, so Brawl and Molly becomes a whole lot more difficult.
No lane Molly. 3 strides. They'll do the HE
Wow.
instead, though. Look how difficult that's become.
That's a
McCarthy's
chunky
down.
grenade,
They're taking
man.
him down. It's up to him to fill his shoes, and he will. Sprays down another. Oh, and 9-10, the next victim. That is just a massacre in mid.
9-9.
Yeah, he's worried about Heaven. Didn't know quite where to put the crosshair. The fact he adjusts into that and just locks it down. Very important fragging from the Romanian there.
It's got to be one of the quickest rounds you're going to see.
We've got to point out Alexi having a bit of a map here. 17 kills for the Finn. And shut down. Oh, well, the Mongols, with all 5 staying alive in the previous, they can get another full gunny.
AWP for Wonderful.
He's got to hit this one. Darkmeister with a lot of space. The boy's just making a play.
He is on his own. I say that, the flash is perfect. Oh,
What?
wow, Bit finding an awful lot of connection there.
Okay, that's an
Darkmeister's
info.
already slipping towards CT. Him is around the long side.
Consider your
They have to know
backside?
this is possible,
Backside?
surely.
You'd think so. You certainly
Wonderful
would.
is about to rage.
Oh, of course he is.
Oh my god.
This is so outrageous. Darkmeister catching the loop. Catching the ramp. Catching one hell of a backstab. Okay, Makaze will finally put him to rest. Mission accomplished, though.
My eyes are on Techno because he's the one who's going to make this save quite difficult for Na'Vi. Saw Alexi's reaction there as well when that kill came in. I wondered, did they say it was possible? Was it an expectation that wasn't had?
Oh, it's such a good play. This like you've already thrown the lurk smoke a couple of times and done nothing with it.
Yeah,
This time you throw it and just flash for the long player.
You can see him on the cameras here. He's a big smile on his face, having a bit of a chat about how that unfolded, how good the flash work was. And on the other side, it's a bit of misery. So double digits reached first by the Mongols.
Because I thought the cave player would have seen him cross towards Speedway. Like there was that moment where they kind of intersected.
I think it's just weird to expect one guy, right? Because that's all it was.
Yeah.
There wasn't any follow through.
No.
And to continue pathing like that. So, you know, okay, he's got his kill. Maybe he's dipped into sight. Maybe he's fortifying this and the rotation come in. No, he's just continued to slowly creep and crawl his way into the back lines.
You should knife kill him.
We've had that knife kill from Techno, and now this lurky play from Darkmeister, which is a round winner.
They are hanging with the big boys.
Yeah, it's nice to see.
Opening Gambit middle for Blitz.
They've used 3 flashes to try and get this space. There's the 4th. Darkmeister is out.
Not afraid to make a play. And play he shall. Im is there. Oh, his crosshair is too. An opening kill provided, but an immediate trade into a 4-on-4. Going to be boosting 9-10 up to look for Wonderful. He's actually elected for more of a donut line this time. Big Box has not been kind to him.
They do the tree boost again. Wonderful might be in.
Boost,
right,
then
right.
jump pick.
Doing it silently.
Yeah, like that, like that. Boost, then jump peek.
Angle.
2 on tree.
Uh-oh.
Shadow.
Shadow.
Begging for
He knows.
backup. Donuts on his way. Oh,
See?
leap
That's how you do it. That's how you do it, man.
Mongolian
Woo!
style.
Smoke,
3-on-3.
smoke it. That's how you do it.
Oh, a
Nice.
shot out of 9-10. Catches bit. One back. It's all onto Makaze's shoulders.
Nice
now,
one.
9-10's having absolutely
Nice one.
none of it.
That's how you
This
do
is
it, man.
starting to convince us we may need and require a third
Boost,
map
then
to
jump.
get this team to the playoffs.
That's Mirage is the third decider if we need to get there. And right now, just 2 rounds away.
He is not ready on that angle, huh?
And,
He is not
they put
ready
themselves
on that
early.
angle.
Should have enough to go around somewhat. Blade getting on the mic just to tour this one through. So you can see 2 M4s immediately equipped. One's been dropped a bit. It's a FAMAS. So juggling this around, it does have some compromises. That's a great way to deal with that donut, right? 2 players up on tree, they jump out, there's multiple bodies to try. It's a couple of times where Wonderful's had that to worry about, right? The Tech9 kill from Techno coming up main after the player entering, had that pathing to make life difficult.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think for Wonderful, he just can't. He's going to be screaming, why are these guys always in the air? Here it comes. Look at this. Inspired dismount, even a flash for good measure. Just they have consistently made it very difficult for Wonderful's expectations to be met. Here we go. Lurk smoke to start.
Game gets away from Navi here if they lose this. Sure, it's 12, but it's more the finances I'm concerned about.
Yeah, pressure onto Navi's shoulders here. And the wallbang puts Bit on notice. Very lucky to get away with his life. A dink back in combination with the nade matches that Alexi first blood, but for how long?
Nice.
Bit easy pickings. Just Techno catches.
Nice one.
Ime tried to unload through the smoke. It's not worked out for him. Makaze cannot deny that plant.
He made noise as well.
Yeah, Darkmeister cognizant. To 4-on-3, 9-10 behind that door smoke. Tikuak as well. Feels like Alexi B should be dead here. He didn't clear him, so maybe with Makaze.
Kimsies, thank you so much for the follow and kick.
But
Appreciate
still,
it.
the reaction speed from 9-10. It's wonderful. In a clutch with a FAMAS. The 9-10's
Okay, there you go.
Missing.
I think we're gonna get to the decider map, man.
Navi left one
Guys, chat, we're gonna get to the decider map.
Well, it's going to need
one more round for Mongols.
Take us to overtime.
And no overtime, no. No.
Wonderful. Had a bit of extra
Please, no
cash
overtime.
there. He's able to bring in the M4.
I want to
That's
see
gonna be
the decider.
Pistols and SMGs.
Let's go for the third map. What the?
You've seen the flavor of this B lurks.
Let's go for Mirage.
One of the key moves for Mongols as part of this T side. Guys, no secret when he's up close and personal. But if they just continue to try these A walkouts, this is an even better round to do it because there's no wall and there's very limited rifles. The Utah block's not there. They're in a strong position to close this down 13-9.
Paldo. What's up, Paldo?
Dikoax clears, diligent, looking for Makaze and nailing the headshot. First step towards Mirage. Now you want to leverage that advantage as best you can. You got MP9 and a 5.7 from Bit and Alexi towards that cave side, just playing either side of it. So it really will just come down to Wonderful on A? Is it really going to be, will he have no assistance or will they start this scouting party in the right time? Now holding for this, easy for Blitz, short, headshot back. The 5.7 of Bit did damage. Wonderful still hiding out behind the box. And if you peek, 910 is still scoped up here. Flash for him. It's perfect. It enables him to retreat.
Now you know there's 2 here. There's 30 seconds. You have to go.
Bash.
Need that multi. Dark's found Bit. And
Nice.
Wonderful, unable to provide. So we're off to Mirage, folks. Both teams taking their opponent's map pick.
Boom.
And that is beautiful. Everyone contributing from the Mongols.
I like it.
Well, it is about lunchtime.
I like it, man.
Sense that Na'Vi want to hand theirs over to the Mongols. So
They
we can
didn't
go to a
falter.
third map of Mirage.
Now
And
we're gonna
it is,
go
a pretty good showing right here from the side of Mongols.
to the
versus
decider.
face that we got in the first
Mira
map,
J.
Yanko Pimp, myself being Trace. Guys, we've got a series on our hands now, which is nice.
Yeah, we do, and you know, we were talking about the Mongols as map pool in recent times compared to just historically what it's looked like. Well, Ancient has been historically one of their go-to maps, right? Mirage probably #1, Ancient at #2, and even though perhaps in recent times it hasn't been the hottest, you know, some things just never go away. Trace, I guess, and on that CT side was where they were able to do the brunt of the heavy lifting really for this map. And
How do, Mike? How do?
Control in the second half, just a couple of good rounds, honestly, by Darkmeister, lurking around, slinking around, put them back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, without a doubt, you know, a strong performance from
Take
the
no,
Mongols.
just
They're
snipe him.
able to string rounds together on that CT side, getting 4 in a row to begin with. Then, as you said, you know, Na'Vi coming back into it, you feel like they're taking control over the game, and then they get another 4 in a row and really string them together. So credit where credit is due to the Mongols. One of the things you said heading into this game as well, Yanko, was that Na'Vi have a bit of a habit of losing focus or not really coming in and being as clinical on the second map, their own map pick. In a lot of these series where they're the heavy favorites. We saw it a lot. We saw it at IM Rio, we saw it at IM Atlanta. It seems to be a bit of a trend that once they win the opposition's map pick quite convincingly, I don't know if it's complacency, if it's a lack of focus, if it's just... Yeah, I don't know what word to put on it, you know, but I think I've seen it enough now from Na'Vi that it's definitely something that they will need to look at. I think Blade even said to us on a disc segment at one point that he's aware of it and he doesn't fully understand it either, you know, what's going on. But as much as I want to give credit to Mongols, you know, credit for playing well here, I also do think Na'Vi once again just lose a bit of focus. I see Makasi in a lot of, you know, duels just brute forcing it, you know, instead of missing out on the first timing, you could fall back, you could, you know, see if you can create another timing later on into the round. It's like he's all in, do or die in a lot of these entries. And I don't know if that's complacency from winning the first map as easy as they did, or if it's part of the game plan or whatnot, but it's been happening a bit too often for my liking.
Yeah, and dare I say, like, you know, I'm looking, if you look at it statistically, say wonderful impact here, there, and the other, but just from the Na'Vi side, I do think it comes down from those late round decision making.
Yeah, for Wonderful, he had a stinker on Ancient. The numbers also showed that as well. 9 assists, really. Well, maybe that's the reason, right?
Yeah.
Just couldn't finish the kills. No, but in some of those rounds towards the tail end of the game, right? Like especially the one where he gets killed in the back by Darkmeister, it felt like that was communicated. You know, the player could sneak through. I think maybe Alexi even saw him from cave going up short, and then the round right after that, he sort of hears the main, he's holding it, he even turns from the flash, but the Mongols with the jump boost, right, like they just stomp him. And yeah, some very frustrating rounds in there for Wonderful, that's for sure.
Even a lot of the rounds that Na'Vi were winning, you know, when they were up against pistols, the Mongols made them competitive. You know, you had a lot of 3v3 scenarios where, sure, you'd argue, okay, Na'Vi ended up winning it, but it costs deeply, you know, in terms of the economy. And it felt like, you know, we had a game yesterday where there was no tension in any of the rounds. It felt like every round was up for grabs right here for the Mongols versus Na'Vi. And that's not a good sign if you're Na'Vi. You're supposed to be a little bit more clinical, you know, and be better.
Speaking of that Na'Vi, if we roll it back to the comment you had just a second ago about Makaze and brute forcing, I think we have an example of him trying to do that in cave, but when it doesn't go your way, what happens, Yank?
Yeah, it's a fast round, right? Like a fast cave take, he has a good spawn, he goes
Chat,
in,
I'll be
he
back.
finds the opening kill. And now
Just
in
gonna
a
grab
5v4,
some
this
food,
is where,
something-
like, some small
something to
mistakes
eat.
start happening. Like,
I
Fluid
am
decides to
starving,
right
man.
peek from heaven. Ima had the smoke.
I'm
because he was
starving,
almost
so
too good at
I'll
lining
get
up for
back
it, but Alexi dies
in
before that gets smoked. They get one more back from Bit.
Probably
right, a nice
10
little
minutes,
spam kill, so
15.
even in a 4v3. Now Ima makes a play through the smoke, finds Darkmeister. It's a 4v2, right? And now 910 gets a kill. Ima dies to Tikoak.
Alright, we are big guys.
Goes all the way back from a 4v2 into a 1v2, which Wonderful, you know, still not out of it yet. He's pretty good in the clutch, right? Going to find a kill on 910 here, and now he's in a good position, right? This smoke is a little bit weird because, I mean, completely obstructs his own view as well. So once he plants the bomb, he's going to move into cave. Tikoak was last spotted Donut, so he could be flanking behind. He could do a lot of different things. He gets, you know, he goes for a risky play, pushing through the smoke. And I feel like once he throws this smoke and taps, I don't understand Wonderful's pathing and aiming. You know, like why is he focused more on the right side of things? Like if he smoked him in banana, and that was like a really big one because it would have been an eco round for the Mongols if they lost it. Right, instead they were able to go on a streak of their own.
One of those funny rounds where you have an advantage in you know, in pretty much every single scenario of the round. You know, your 5v4, your 4v3, your 3v2 of that matter as well, and it just didn't pan out for them. I also do agree with you. I was sitting in the room and thinking to myself, even if he would have stuck the bomb, I think Wonderful would have missed the timing. I think he had time to actually defuse the bomb, so he just felt off his game a little bit in this one.
Yeah, I think the problem was like he was really shocked by how quickly Tikuak was there, right? And how quickly he tapped the bomb, because he also didn't necessarily plan for himself. Sure, he could spam from that point, but I think he was hoping to, you know, buy time with the smoke, check behind, and then reposition again. But in the middle of all that, the bomb is tapped. So now he's like, well, shit, he could stick it. You know, what do I do? And yeah, it just wasn't the best of clutches for Wonderful.
Guys, I think at this moment we can kind of turn our attention over to Mirage, and basically a map where I'm looking at a chance for the side of the Mongols. You know, it's a 77.7 round win percent getting after the first kill.
That's a lot of sevens.
That's a lot of sevens, and which means that they've got to have better luck going into the third map of the series than they did in the first.
I think they've done a good job already making the game competitive, forcing it into a third map. I do think, again, as much as we've seen Na'Vi, you know, lose focus, be a bit complacent on the second map, they always course correct coming into the third map. It's not a team that is getting too affected by losing that second map. So, again, I'd expect Na'Vi to show up in more like the first version of them we saw on Inferno, you know, and then it would take the Mongols playing equally good, if not better, in order to make the game competitive. That being said, though, Mirage, open map, you know, open for expression, and probably one of the more easier maps for the two new guys to slot into as well.
Historically, Mongols' best map. Now we know Na'Vi, probably the best team in the world for the majority of the last 2-3 years on this map. And I think that's also the problem for Na'Vi, is that outside of Mirage, they haven't established a go-to map. You know, statistically, Ancient is very good, but sometimes,
you know,
yes, sometimes when they pick it, they lose it, but then they can win on a lot of maps that their opponents might pick. And that's been sort of the struggle for Na'Vi a little bit. Mirage is there where they should feel right at home, though.
And inversely, kind of the same idea for the Mongols. So what we're saying here is the Mongols like to pick in a Mirage sometimes, correct?
Yeah, I mean, historically speaking, it's been one of the go-to maps. Also a map the day, you know, when Vitality were unbeatable, and the Mongols were one of the few teams who could actually contest them in some of these best-of-threes. Mirage was always the map that was super competitive, overtime games, you name it. So they've shown before that they can play it at a high level, without a doubt.
So what you're saying is there's a chance, Jacob.
There's always a chance. There's always a chance.
We like that. All right, let's go to a quick break so we can get it back underway here. Mirage, Mongols, and Na'Vi. If you can believe it, we're at the Esports World Cup in 2026, Paris, France. We'll be right back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We're in the upper bracket and we're into the third map. Winner of this one securing a spot in the playoffs. It looked like it was going to go one way, and Mongols picking Inferno and Na'Vi quite comfortably converting. A little cosmetic comeback towards the end of that, but into Ancient. The main takeaway, Mongols looking good, Mongols playing well, and these two new additions, Darkmeister and Tikuwag, since their addition to the Mongols, since their recovery of their roster rundown, we have seen them take on many names, but this one is the biggest name so far. Mongols versus Na'Vi, are they ready to actually win the series and secure playoffs versus a team like Na'Vi?
Yeah, they don't look like fish out of water at all, and I think, you know, you can do this changing a one-player plug and play, but when you bring in two, it changes the dynamic. Now, sure, they're playing similar positions as what you would have had with a Cobra or a Senzu, and then TQ out replacing that of Mzinho, but still a different vibe, some new faces. And this is their second Big Boy LAN event. They were at Bounty over in Malta. They lost to FaZe there. So scalping Na'Vi would be massive, and that's where they get to go, oh, well, this is just Counter-Strike at the end of the day.
Well, I really feel like I saw over the course of Inferno, and especially Ancient, Darkmeister's flank onto Wonderful, where he slipped through the lurk smoke, ended up backstabbing. When you're pulling off maneuvers like that against a team like Na'Vi, you're doing something right. You're playing with your confidence. You're playing... I know, oh my god, I just nearly said the player cliche. They're playing their game, Chad. They are playing their game.
I think a factor there that we can leap off from, though, is Na'Vi. They're a system team. They're a prep-heavy team.
Yeah.
And with the new Mongols, well...
How many officials is there?
Exactly. I think when you take a look at Ima saying, oh, they play the same, so you're going to be able to consider a lot of their decision-making and the fact they want to be in your face and take a lot of duels, sure, but players with their own moves, their own style, their own rhythm, that can be a difference maker. Now, the knife round has concluded. Na'Vi winning that. They've opted to start on the CT side here. Their huddle has just finished, and they're taking to their seats, putting those headsets on, getting ready and raring to go. For Na'Vi, this is more than just making the playoffs. They want to have a deep run. If you take a look at EWC, this is 24 titles, 25 tournaments, and a club championship, which has millions of dollars on the line. Na'Vi, they're one of the top orgs here at the moment. If the Counter-Strike division could do well, wonder how much they can be taken home in the back pocket for the org, but that's a conversation for another day. Right here, right now, we just want to see who comes out on top of this one. We take a look at the buys. 9-10 given a P250. Had a good map on Ancient. Gets a chance to search. Blitz with the util.
Yeah.
Facilitating
Crazy
this.
map.
And dual Berettas for Bit. And a decent amount of util on the CT side. Emma with a full belt. Makazi with a flash. Makazi with a HE. It's Alexi with the flash as they are.
2 HEs on a CT pistol. Interesting.
You've seen a bit of this, right? You wonder if it's reactive.
Good start. Good start to Wonderful's Mirage campaign. Had a great Inferno and a very cold in Ancient.
Yeah, maybe he thought job was done. The boys will get me across this one, but he had some clear frustrations. Darkmeister spotted. TQA gets a chance. Ooh.
Okay, same result for Techno. That's the bomb lost. On back from Darkmeister. And with Tikawak and Darkmeister side by side.
All right, boys, come on.
This would be nuts.
Keep impressing.
This would be nuts.
Fun to watch the new names.
Given the way their teammates have died, yeah, Na'Vi are shooting hard. Good luck with that. Darkmeister does get brought down by Alexi B. Had a great Ancient, did Alexi individually. To the top of the tables. Bit will bring it down with his second.
Okay, will they avoid the bomb going down? See if Mongols want to operate with a force play with some Tech 9s. And that'll just be a moment away. So every map so far, we've split the pistols. We'll have to wait and see for the second half if that's going to happen again. And it wasn't as clear cut as map number 1. That's Ancient I'm talking about. Na'Vi were doing a good job on the T side of finding opening kills, but not being able to find conversions. Mongols aren't going to take the eco. Darkmeister with the D. Everyone else with the Glocks. The last Mirage Na'Vi played was back at the Major. And that's as they're eliminated 2-2 by G2. This was the last map before the break. So let's see if they can start their season off with success on Mirage. They go searching B with the Deagle. They get smoked. And they're just going to continue to do knock and run. That's what we'd call it in Australia.
Knockador dash. Cherry knocking. Never played as a kid.
I was always scared of the neighbors.
Same. Yeah, I was worried about the ramifications of my actions, but what do I know? Does feel quite susceptible to like a Deagle headshot in mid-window, but wonderful. He has stood his ground wonderfully and will lock it down.
Okay, 4 for him. Drop that M4 across to Immer if he wants to bring himself out an orb. Wonderful. You got the cash if you sell back that flash. Doesn't want it. Okay. Well,
curious. Yeah.
No, he did. Okay. I was going to say, Guy, you're the Orber. Okay, so as predicted, as Mongols will bring in the AKs. Top cat, window smoke, very standard opener. Nobody towards a ramp, at least to start the round. 2 through underpass, 2 top middle. They will creep out and get this island box control. So able to work on their second wave of mid. Likely another window smoke, top con also available, but creeping down looking for the fights.
Yeah, wonderful. Trying to catch this crawl, but you can see the flow chart. Smoke break. Ooh, Darkmeister was on his way into cover. Still goes down. That's a nice opening kill. His second from Wonderful. Just our third round of play. Got one in the pistol.
His rotation will have been heard. Techno is aware that there was somebody loitering. Trade for Makazi. Techno
should have this. Should and does. Back of the head tracks it nicely.
So they know Alexi B anchor still alive.
Techno showing off his movement.
Just smoked off B apps as Alexi. His support is on the way. Wonderful, jaunting over as quick as he can.
Just going straight through this smoke is incredibly brave, so fair play to Tikawak. Leads the charge with Blitz with the bomb on his back.
Here's the tell.
And wow, finds lethality. Nearly finds Tikawak as well. Oh, wonderful, and able to provide onto Tikawak. Had showed some restraint on his trigger there. Still 2-on-2 for this retake. Held by Techno is the cross. Bit versus Techno are likely head-to-head. You've still got the potential swing from Tikawak on that low HP. It's held by the AWP, though, so he's showing that restraint and understanding of the current lay of the land. And Bit got first headshot. Tikawak tasked with the clutch, and it all falls into place as textbook stuff out of the two of them. That's 10-0 with Bit and Wonderful's output.
What was the frag tally for Wonderful in the last map?
Like 418 or something like,
yeah, it wasn't. I think at 5 at one point is what I saw. I don't know if
6 and 18. There
okay,
we go.
well he's already got 7.
Yeah. Okay.
So I know 4 of those came against the Eek, but still, Wonderful is fun to watch. And back at the Major, we had HTV confirmed episode Kakafu from Luminosity was Monty at the time. He came and joined us for a chat. He was talking about Mirage and how in the modern game you're able to start 4 towards A a lot, like window, jungle, stairs, because if they go for con smokes, you're able to keep breaking them with the HE and negate their timings up cap. And that wasn't one of those rounds, but just saying to keep our eye on if Na'Vi want to pursue a heavier A lane. Tactical timeout called, and surprisingly, by Blade. So they have been able to pick up the first 3 consecutive rounds. There is another buy coming in from the Mongols. Now,
Perhaps the reasoning for Blade's timeout?
I would love it if you'd just give us a nugget after the game. Oh, you took a timeout on round 4 after winning the first 3. What was the reason?
Yeah.
Oh, was it because the cash was a little bit light on? Was it, you wanted to give them that time to really screw their heads on? Was it just to remind them to expect constant buys coming out of the Mongols? Either way, we're back underway.
Curious to see what Wonderful does with his AWP starting A.
They've done 3 mid smokes immediately, so they've done a con smoke straight out the gates, which tells, hey, they could try and rip it straight up cat.
So it is that heavy investment to act and posture like you're occupying middle and then quick pivot into A. Now, Wonderful is there.
And Emma will be as well. They cleared mid window and saw nothing, and there's no one spamming, no extra util. They might be a little bit late to this, Mongols.
Wonderful getting that early beacon. Spots the jiggle of Techno. Bit tucks triple. Here comes the commitment. Flashes rain over. Techno seizes control of the stairs and Darkmeister audible pathing. Oh, just about. Bit 10 HP swings to his demise. Overlooked completely was Techno. It's got 3-on-3 as that bomb's planted. Blitz could be putting himself into the AWP's crosshairs, and Wonderful could not react. That's rapid out of the Galil of the Mongolian captain.
Smoke for the bomb available here, Alexi.
Okay, threatening. Certainly threatening. Smoke and a kit, always a good combination. It's double Tetris and then around the world maneuver back to Palace for 9-10. Smoke on the bomb. Alexi onto Blitz. That's Techno necessary. And then quick team play on display. 9-10. He's not baiting. He's not letting that teammate get run down. He lends a hand and contributes to ensure Mongols find one.
Thought they might have been a little bit off with the timing there, Mongols. It felt like Makazi and Emma had enough info on mid with those 3 smokes down, but no. Great shot from Blitz. It's a round-winning kill. Navi walking a little bit funny after that. We'll bring out 2 MP9s. Oh dear, they've double smoked top cat.
Valuable utility squandered.
It's hard to put it into words from the commentary box when you have wasted util like that, but it just limits options. It's going to make things much harder in the mid to late rounds. 4 players ready to clamp down on middle. Emma window. You've got 2 connector and vent room being occupied as well from Makazi. So they want to fight mid.
And fight they shall. Gets the fight he was hoping for. Darkmeister unable to win out. Jump out the window from Emma. Controlled chaos manufactured.
You wanted TQ ready to play out A there, and he hasn't. So this round, he's going to settle for a moment. Divide and conquer. That's the Mongols' game plan. 9-10 out mid to try and draw this back into something a little bit more competitive.
Palace occupied. Walking on our ramp. 2 CT. And Emma jungle. Yeah, easy fights for them. Oh, it even tracks Techno mid-air. 3 out of the Romanian. Very nice.
Yeah, in those situations, if a team is going to shove all in like that for the mid control, that's where your extremity players have to take the space so you have something to go back to, but they weren't in a position to try and capitalize on that. And Emma's back to having that good mood. Now, the thing is, the mood was pretty good on Ancient as well until we got into that second half and things started to get a little bit more difficult. I wouldn't say the mood... Well, obviously it's sour when you lost, but it didn't look like it was anybody who was completely tilting off the face of the planet. We've got a hero AK into this next one for Darkmeister. The rest are just into a little bit of util and light pistol upgrades. So, what a 1 for Na'Vi as Mongols will give over the real arm wrestle for economic control. Great when you can keep all 5 alive on the CT side. You get yourself a couple of AKs. Blitz a curious guy, isn't he? Right, in-game leaders normally sit in the middle, and if it's not the in-game leader, it's the AWPer. There was a period of time there for quite a while where Techno took it, and people asked, like, why are you no longer in the middle? Like, is Techno now in-game leading? And they were like, nah, I just wanted to sit on the end. That was Blitz. And then he went back to the middle, and now he's back to the end.
Maybe he's just an aisle seat guy.
Yeah,
you know?
A bit more room.
Room to stretch the legs.
Snade could be well placed.
It could, couldn't it? Oh, the 1-2. And there's Makaze's double. Darkmeister's AK did not get a chance to do a thing. A quad kill shut down from Makaze coming his way on the lighter buy. Casual. We'll get the guns back out.
Yeah, 910's AWP is available. We'll see if he wants to go for the AK. It was going to be either lack of Kev or lack of util. no scopes into round number 7 for either team. Anything out of the ordinary? Let's see. Okay, bit out to underpass. They want to contest middle again.
Ooh, double nades don't do as much as they would have hoped.
Bit is going to have to get out at some point. There's a flash on the fade of the smoke available.
Yeah. Ooh, he's taking some damage from the techno spams. He's gotten away with it though. Ooh, an info top mid. Head to head, Makaze can't win. Good work from Blitz. That's output. Na'Vi at the disadvantage now. Will they be able to find that equalizer? Deliberate angle from Alexi to catch that walk up. Darkmeister down to him. He's done well to catch him just as he jumped up and transitioned.
Bomb is heading back to A, and wonderful. He's the window player, right? The AWPer. He's in sandwich.
Alexi just started to sweep as the departure of Blitz. So wonderful tug sandwich, and he's got a lot of work to do.
It's a weird round.
Gets dodgy now. Dikoak, of course, procedurally clearing. He's got 30 seconds to try and provide that opening. There is just one Na'Vi member here, but the rest are on the way. Attention drawn, and info. That's the kill. Wonderful. And a second. Finds Dikoak on the swing, just delaying, living as long as he can. He's won the round right there. Or has he? Gets run down. Blitz has done enough. 18 seconds. That bomb still needs to make it across the sight line. Alexi forced to tuck dump. Util has bit the plays active. Finds the damage necessary. Puts Techno into a box he just doesn't have the time to climb out of.
Well, not obliged there. That's going to be 6-1. 5-round gap. And good stuff from Na'Vi to be able to bail themselves out of that.
It's the timing on that Alexi clear. I don't know if it was a sound cue or just a premonition, but he just immediately starts to confirm that no one's mid. Blitz is left. They're heading your way.
Second's great from Wonderful.
Yeah.
It's very well there. Especially with the pathing and how slow it was. If that's an execute and he goes overlooked, okay, there's the double. But the way that unfolded. Good by the sword, down by the sword. Ooh, the Mongols, they're in again. Mainly Galils, and an opening kill for Bit.
Just what they wanted. Just what the doctor ordered.
There's always something every round from Na'Vi so far, right? They're not just doing the default, oh, let's just play 2-1-2, or... So keeping a decent tempo to things. So, light on the util. One of the smokes is in the air. Window now blocked. Con flashed and sweeping through.
Bomb still spawn.
That's going to be picked up now by 9-10. And it was wonderful in sandwich last round. It's Makaze now who's the short player. Wearing into an A split. Playing retake with this Bit. EWP.
To gap him is cognizant of, but back is currently turned. Just now addressing it and still does well. The movement from Techno leads to a nice opening. Darkmeister builds upon it. Makaze was not overlooked. Darkmeister will catch an AWP bullet from Bit, but it's not lethal.
This one's a bit of a stinker right now. Just as it was
perfect.
looking pretty good for Na'Vi. Mongols have ripped this one away and doesn't have to necessarily be the save, but they can't buy these AKs, so we'll... Wonderful over towards B while Alexi takes contact A ramp. This just keeps the comms and intensity on this A side defense right now. But that'll be that. Mongols will get their second round, and with how easy that opening kill came, it looked a little bit unusual. That's twice now that Imma's been caught by Techno. There was the one time with the A execute where he jumped over stairs, and then Imma just rounds the corner and aware of the possibility, and this time just up close and personal towards jungle. So in the darkness, in the quiet, Techno's starting to do some of his best work. Lots of talking here in the post-mortem about what went wrong in that situation. Imma had a bit to say. And looks like a Blade timeout. Clear and sandwich this time, aren't they?
You don't make that mistake twice.
And this is a great opportunity to start working back into the half now. If you take a look, Alexi has the most cash at 7.8, but everybody else is 2K or less. So with only 1,900 lost, depending on saves, Mongols are in a position now to really start making a dent in the finances. Might have to be this one and then a following gun round, but either way, you can get that spilled open before the half comes to its conclusion. As Na'Vi want to be extremely frugal, just continue to hold if they lose these sites. So right now, fully strapped kits, head armor, orb, everything they could desire. A blade timeout to give them the chance to chat it over. You lose today, you go down and play again tomorrow. The lower bracket last chance to be one of those top 16 teams for the playoffs starting next week.
Hello, opening, an orb collision. 9-10's the one that reigns supreme. You can see Makaze's not playing scared, he welcomes them. You want to swing, I'll take this duel.
It's only their second opening kill so far, the Mongols.
Wow. Let's see if they can make good on it then.
Yeah, Darkmaster's been having a bit of a tough go. I think he's 0-4 in that department.
All right, guys, I'm back.
Miss window, Molly.
6-2. Okay.
Gravitating towards middle again for another clamp down as a unit. Him and the com player starting to hedge towards B.
He's got a smoke to block.
Yeah, he might just hide bench.
Yeah, the bait and switch, I like it.
If Alexi takes first contact, this is the anchor, so Emma could go overlooked.
See what output Alexi can get. Trying to track that window jump out from Techno, and it is one and done. Darkmeister wraps up the short side. Is Imet overlooked? It looks like it's possible. Just perfect. Can't transfer into Blitz, but there's Makaze quick on the short side. They still haven't got that bomb down, and that smoke enables more plays. Nade onto Blitz is ringing legs shaky. 35 for him. Oh, still hits the headshot. Puts it onto Bit. And a quick one on the AWP. They will convert upon that opening AWP shot. Bookend AWP threats for 9-10. Blitz as well with heavy contributions. Starting to claw back a respectable half.
Look at this again. This was the opener. As mentioned, the second so far in the half for the Mongols. Yeah, Alexi does well. Emma actually got mollied out of position, so wasn't as powerful as he was hoping for, but 9-10 and Blitz combined close things down. This will be the end of the Na'Vi finances. They can't convert this one. Mongols should be set for 5. Island box molly missed.
Okay, he'll get away. Probably overcommitted a little there with the sound cue given, and oops, just a little bit of Darkmeister's boot spotted under the smoke there, and Makaze, he's walking up to try and punish. Good connections.
Nice.
Darkmeister, it's just a roster rundown. A couple back. Emma finding him with the FAMAS, but he's alone.
Yeah, starting to come up the seams. Na'Vi are showing some real frustrations across the board in these rounds where they have advantages, or it feels like they should do, and well, this will be the final one. TQAC from the back takes down Imma, and now it has to be the eco.
Oh dear.
Eco round.
Oh dear. Mongols, they can hang.
Wonderful did start pretty strong, but remember, he had 4 kills against an eco.
Yes.
So, and I'm not calling him out by any means, but you just want to keep your eyes on it. And Orpa on Mirage, you want to have some good impact. There's been a few of those reactions from Alexi. One even mid-round when Emma died to Techno and then Makaze died in Sandwich. That round just disintegrated in a second. 9-10's done it again.
One more.
This time there's a bit more swagger. Quicker into the mid-control.
He would not pick that.
Yeah, you don't have to play as scared when they know it's likely just a upgraded pistol. However, a pistol can be lethal. Bit with a demonstration.
I'd hate to let this one slip if you're the Mongols.
I think eventually he's going to put that AK into his grasp. He's clearing out ramp now, so there is a weapon, but look at this. Makaze is going to be very hard-pressed to find output. Armored AK's coming in, and oh, still nails the headshot onto
It went through, man.
Hitting shots on both sides of the server. 9-10 included in that list. Alexi tried to cross into the site, acknowledge the potential for the plant, but it's a couple of kills. It's the Mongols round that matters a whole lot more.
Yeah, Bit should save the AK, and then Wonderful can see if he can get himself an upgrade. It's no longer a conversation about damage. It's the final round coming up next. So what was very convincing, it was round number 5 where they had those couple of MP9s and they went for that mid-clamp down together and they won back. I thought, okay, well, Na'Vi, they're singing for the same hymn sheet. It's looking like they've hit their rhythm. The Mongols haven't been able to break back in as What's going on? What are we missing out on?
I don't know.
There's a lot of fun and
One of
games around
the
here.
million games that are being played simultaneously is something's happening.
Yeah, we've only been here this week, so this is our first Saturday, and it's getting quite busy.
I'm excited for next week.
Can you see the Rocket League from where you're standing?
I can see these giant screens if I go over here.
Okay.
Looks like it's kicking off shortly. 18 minutes, boys.
That's where we're going starting next week.
Hell yeah.
Won't be with you until Wednesday. Teams will get some more time off. Been a long time between drinks for some of these games. Think about Na'Vi. They played on the first day, and then they had 2 days off. So more time for Blade to prep. But right now, this one's damn close. One round the gap, round number 12. V, you want to stop this momentum.
For real. Where were we at?
6-1.
6-1, 6-5. Okay, opening damage. Look at Bit. Full ramp control. You'll take that any day of the week. Will not hold on to it. Wonderful's forward position in Palace is not bore fruit either, so quick Mongol pivot towards B.
mibr has a lot of nades, and he will be over to here alongside of Alexi.
They have no answers short, though, so they are kind of distracted.
Yeah, it is only A where they have that Palace presence, so...
Oh, that's an important find. Nice angle as well from mibr, adopted. You chip in. Darkmeister's clear. It's pre-aim. Surprise! Oh my god, it's pristine! Quick one onto mibr as well. 9-10 plucks him out of the sky, and another Mongols round. 6-1 goes 6-6.
And they did it the hard way. On this stretch right now of rounds they've been able to piece together 5 straight, only one of them was Ika, right? Everything else was with guns, so great job for the Mongols to be able to bring this back. Now, Wonderful and Bit, give it a go, but it's a 2v4. The bomb's down, it's ticking, and you're smoked off.
Hoping that he can draw attention to short, and you'll give it your best go. No reason not to. Easy pickings for 9-10 Zorb. He is finding a lot of impact on that T side. Fair play. Mongols here to play. That playoff spot dead even.
I think Darkmeister, I'm most impressed with his resurgence here. I think he had 1 kill for those opening stages.
Oh, and you were talking about his opening deaths?
Yeah, he was 0-4, and then he bounced back, right? This is very easy for a young man, right? You're giving away, or you're being dictated to with these opening fights, and then you kind of start to become a bit more reserved. So the fact that he's able to get himself 8 kills and impactful ones come the tail end of the half, that's a strong recovery. And 9-10 doing what he has to do if Mongols want to be a relevant team in the top 10 of Counter-Strike. Pistols have been split on every map so far of the series. Mongols would have to win this one, and that would mean they've won 6 straight rounds. It's the back of the close to the first half. Let's see if they can do it to keep the Pistols tied up.
Such good output.
Back underway. Insta window from Wonderful. It's a 1-1-3 for the defense of the Mongols, so they're hedging their bets towards the A site. But they've given Techno some dual Berettas and a smoke towards B as Blitz will perforate that smoke, see what he can find. Nothing on the initial timing, and he'll rotate over to join Techno. They're feeling things out in RV. Wonderful on that P250. Home in B apartments, Bit and Makazi. And they're just turning this into a simple B split.
Techno, a smoke to play around, and dual Berettas that
Wow.
we will not get to see. Nice headshot from Bit. Second as well. Mantles up on the van, and a clothesline from mibr with perfect crosshair placement will just remove Tikawak, trying to lend a hand to that lost B site. Consider this one a Na'Vi pistol, so both on Mirage.
Only a difference in that department.
Yeah, bucking the trend. And after the half they just had, or the last 5 rounds they just had, I think it's going to feel good to kind of shake that off and say this is a new half.
That's one of the differences, right? Obviously, different tournaments with different rule sets with how halftime works. Some of them we have 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But this is only 30 seconds. If you had the momentum taken away from you like that, this pistol becomes even more important because you don't have the time to reset, to kind of take it all in. You're straight back underway.
True.
It's great for the viewers too. They don't have to go anywhere.
True.
That is confirmed. Na'Vi back in the lead ever so slightly. But with 2 players staying alive, keeping the Kev, Darkmeister and 9-10 could both buy into Famises. 9-10, of course, is going to operate with the Scout, but he could sell that back, drop the Famis, and someone could drop him a Scout. They really wanted to min-max here, but Looks like they're more like MP9 guys and 5-7 guys. Na'Vi just double window smoked as well. So both teams showing a little bit of pressure off these spawn calls.
mikaze's already holding util A. It's going to mean nothing if they've got all this ramp space. Trying to sell something. It will force out some block util. Con, Palace, smoked. Blitz, he can peek over the top of that smoke, and that's all about the timing.
They've just re-smoked B apps.
Oh, info. And a headshot. That's the scout. So deadly in 910's hands. Finds 2. Serious output and serious problems for Na'Vi here. Techno's in the smoke. You know he likes to rat around it. They've run straight past him. Into the B. Where is he? He's right behind you. This is a pantomime at EWC. mikaze, no way he's ready for this. Ready to be sideswiped. Techno bides his time. Power position. Short gets the info. Oh,
never mind.
Can't finish it off.
Never mind.
Just enough to maintain Apartment's control, and that might be enough to back on away and have a second bite of this force by Cherry.
It's hard to be critical of Techno because you're thinking he's allowing his teammates to get in position to capitalize off the back of his unknown surprise. But it's no longer a surprise when you're like, they're in the site, and of course they could have pushed underpass and flanked behind us, right? So he just took a little bit too long to activate, and whether mikaze was ready for him that close or not, it doesn't matter. He was still worried about some form of a flank. So Na'Vi, they'll convert against the Force. It'll be 8-6 as Darkmeister seeing if he can grab a gun around this short corner. And grabs it. So this is actually a heist, right? They have 2 Galils. They've got the MP9. There was some 5-7s as well that could be dropped across, so it's a sketchy looking round coming up next. This is not going to be easy, so nice shooting from 910. Zips in, zips out, and gets him 2. But this is a tough round ahead. They haven't shoved fully behind it. They'll still be able to full buy into the next. Na'Vi will have a test.
Ano mo pa? Pabor.
They show the mid presence.
City-sided.
As a pack towards A, bit through apartments. So Wonderful is going to join him. Him is responsible with covering behind. It's close round against the 5-7 and the MP9. The biggest concern for mikaze alongside of Alexi as the util being lined up now.
Yeah, presumably Bit's going to be difficult for Tikuak as well. mikaze goes first. Confirms close. Ooh, nice headshot. Gets them both. Scot-free. Barely a scratch on his knee. mikaze finds and overcomes what could have been a little threatening.
Yeah, this was a much scarier looking round than the previous, and yet it's a whole lot easier. So 9-6. We'll buy into the next. And he may as well hold on to the armor in this situation.
Ooh, okay. You're dead.
Coming blitz. Wonderful will take you down. Get his 12th frag. And Darkmeister. So the boost hoping someone comes his way so we can add another one to the tally. Interesting, everyone else from the Mongols left during the breakdown. This isn't unusual for the Mongols. We see it quite often. A lot of the players just stick around between the breaks. They're pretty short, 10, 15 minutes or so. Blitz stayed there the whole time. And without the coach being here, he's probably going to feel a little bit more responsibility on the man's shoulder. I saw him have a one-to-one conversation with Tikuak. He was showing him something on the screen. I can't see the screen from here, but you wonder what the particulars were.
But out of the gates at the start of this half, Na'Vi find themselves that dream start.
Both snipers with their weapon of choice, 9-10 and Wonderful have that equipped. Yeah, that's something you don't see from the Mongols either, right? With no coach here, they very rarely take a timeout, if ever.
True.
Right, so that's something that Blade usually banks on. The opposing coach taking timeout so he can make adjustments.
He burned 2 in the first half.
Yeah. Oh, this is a pretty direct A-pop.
Okay, just go. Yeah, I mean, it's vulnerable.
All on Tikuak here.
Yeah, Tikuak's got a little bit of 910's help as he finds his counterpart. Wonderful goes down. Tikuak spotted towards the default box. They're aware of the setup. Util in the air. Mikaze 1, Mikaze 2.
They just lost that.
Broken record at this point. Again, out-ramp, double kill. Mikaze, has he done enough? Darkmeister doesn't seem to think so. Heavy chip-ins. Serious contributions now into a 2-on-2 with actually worse for wear on the health department. Bit's gone down,
Nice.
softened up. Easy headshot for the Galil. Him at 8 bullets, 2 targets. And Blitz is so gun on, so
Nice
ready.
one.
He doesn't even get a chance to pull the trigger.
I think that right there is a good example of the constant pressure that the Mongols will keep on you once they know you are there, right? Everybody just swinging through, willing to take the fights, not giving you the moment to play at the mid-round and settle. But we know where you are. We'll just put the bullet between your eyes. And Mikaze does very well here. You think that that should be enough, don't you? But Darkmeister, what a recovery this kid's had in the map. And they just keep on swinging. Like, I've seen him like it before, but it's been consistent. I thought, you know, maybe it'd be a bit more chill. It's all right. We got 2 new boys, but I guess they know they're still right there. Na'Vi will take their 3rd and final tactical timeout. So this is where Blitz actually has the power now. He doesn't have to take any timeouts. Lexi, you're on your own, bud.
Make the most of your last 30 seconds with Coach.
Well, Mongols know if they win this, it's going to be an eco most likely coming up for Na'Vi. So this is the opportunity with a round win here for the Mongols to essentially tie the game up at 9-9. So a very important rifle round of the scheme of the game, and that's why you can see why Blade took the timeout.
Oh, Bit seeing what he can get around that incendiary.
9-10 being boosted early, if he stays, it can free up essentially 4 players to focus more on middle and A, because he can always deal with short. Okay, Darkmaster, never mind, is going to creep close cat, so they're going to keep it with a standard setup. It's a lot of information, though. The fact that Orb's posted up that far, no one's harassing, you're not really worried about that B pressure. Sure, it can go from 0 to 100 from behind that, but right now, I feel like they're well informed. Techno starting towards A, so he's that unexpected loose piece alongside a Tikuak. Window smoke late from Alexi.
Miss. Okay,
Missed it.
that's
Oh,
it's actually
when
pretty
you know where
good.
there is, you just hit him with a grenade.
It's actually pretty good, man. You get smoke.
Bit out. Fight, important fight to be winning.
They didn't
Techno goes
dodge
down with
the
empty.
nade.
Look at their health. They just got a crazy HE right between 3. Doesn't matter if Darkmeister and 910 can't profit off of that because the A site's fallen.
Pull it.
I feel like the round's going Na'Vi's way without any more resistance. Doesn't look like it's in their best interest to throw any more resources into this.
We're in the early stages, and the finances not yet built for the Mongols either. So at this point, hold on to the orb.
They're just gonna back off. Just back
This
off.
one might just be called off.
That's exactly what Blade would have wanted to see.
Oof.
Miss.
I can't believe Darkmaster's even giving this a look, right? They only get a 2,400 loss next round. 9-10 will be able to drop one. You ask the question now, does this force the hand of the Mongols to try something more aggressive? Right? Are they going to try and use 9-10's AWP? Does he get a good spawn for apartments, right? Jump up, take a look into Palace. Does he want to try and be harassing around middle, but that means he's going to need HEs to break these smokes, so he'll have to play ahead of them. Or do they take the save behind the 2 rifles carried over and then full buy into the next? Doesn't mean they're giving Na'Vi 11, but it's just going to be a whole lot harder with only 2 equipped. Right, they are going to shove, which means it's probably going to be a FAMAS or an MP9 in the mix, at least one. Okay, Techno with the MP9, Tikuak with the FAMAS.
10-7.
A 3 smoke start, and look at the pace. Look at this, just gunning it up mid. Just a head-to-head collision. Oh, and Image prevails. M4 v AK. Awkward for Techno. Has to try and play around the smoke. His favorite move. He's done well. Can't get the upgrade. He's getting
low.
Backup from Blitz as well. And oh, Imma, good reaction through the smoke. There's Blitz back onto Alexi short side. Mikaze claws it back. And 9-10, yeah, just put into a very uncomfortable position to go combat AWPing. That FAMAS on Tikuak. Not a chance. Okay, there's some wonderful AWPing for you.
Goodbye.
The gear shift there, right? When you've been doing all these mid plays, you've been smoking off window, smoking top cat, you've been harassing with the defaults. Now you actually follow through with it. Not quite ready. Unable to put up the resistance required.
That came way quicker than Darkmeister was ready for.
And it looks like the Mongols are going to force buy out the game.
All right. As is tradition.
It's not a fun place to find yourself, but that's where we are.
They know how important that one was. You can see it in the celebrations.
Wonderful, ready to punish if someone tries to perforate the top of that smoke. It's going to be quite difficult to get a read on this, so you will just treat this as a buy round if you are Na'Vi, but a buy round where you want to dip your toe in the water first. This assertive play from Blitz is he's given them a safe haven to forget about A. Worst case, he can always pounce in late from Palace. So hedging more towards middle and B for now as Imma continues with the mid util. Deep con smoke, they can start to slowly creep up short.
Soft angle from Darkmeister, though. How good are your pre-aims, Alexi? Not good enough. Caught out by the FAMAS.
And no real trade attempt.
Someone boosted him. It was Tickawak, who is hoping to be overlooked here. Are they really considering ladder room? Yeah, but does. Nails the shot. Darkmeister next victim. Tags up bit heavily. The molly's going to make his life miserable. They know he's trapped. Flames force him straight into the crosshairs of Makaze. There's two on the site. Techno gives him the headshot. That's exactly what you needed.
If they pull the plug, this would be great because look at Blitz. He can't really assist with this. He's going to have to go through the underpass and now completely cut off.
Oh, and now it gets so uncomfortable.
3v3 though, they have to give it a go. Running out of chances, running out of rounds.
Okay, so with no kit available, you have to do this the quick way. Wonderful holding for that murder hole rotation. I don't think 910's interested. Blitz might be.
This could be a kill.
Yeah, overlooking him. Immet dancing with death. Two, double peeking him, and he's managed to stand his ground. Techno next challenge. Blitz reveals himself, but it is only Blitz. No kit, no hope, no head. Na'Vi 1 round away from the playoffs here at EWC. A valiant attempt across 3 maps from Mongols, losing pace here in that last half.
I'm impressed they won it.
One more game. One more win for Na'Vi. Then Mongols will be going to lower bracket.
It was always going to be a tough task. So early on in the season, though, upsets like this can happen. So as mentioned, force buying out the game. At least they all have rifles for this one.
Yeah, we can count their nades on one hand. And look at Beard. No resistance. Alexi with an ambitious crouch commit. Contact, though. He's not ready for this, is he? Yeah, a bit of a jump scare for Tickawak. Still managed to get gun on, find a head. 4 on 4, A-side lost or not? Ooh, 910. Okay, it's the Mongolian special. You think you've got enough. You think you got the kill. There's another 2 right where they were. Wonderful in Immet in the 2 on 3. Bombs going Palace. Slow it down. See what the orb can find.
And investigating elsewhere now. Blitz starting to have to shoot over towards B.
Oh, if they find him, A-side's theirs. And they will. A free frag onto Darkmeister.
And Emma has so much util. Smoke whatever you want, molly whatever you want, and get that bomb down. Very worried about more, but understandably, this is the Mongols after all.
There's always more. Will there be more rounds, though? Techno seems to think so.
Nice.
He's taken down Imma. Wonderful in that clutch. Oh, and info on them both now.
Nice one. Nice one.
Just before he can round the corner, straight through the boards, into the skull. We see play again.
There's still hope, guys.
Can both drop.
There's still hope.
So they'll likely still buy in this situation. Remember, Blades expended all of his timeouts. That's not as bad as Snappies.
It's not.
Not as bad as Snappies, but these things happen. Okay, so they've been able to get out 4 AKs and a Tech 9 for Alexi. They lose this one, though. They are going to have to take the save, and we're back on.
Hard to put away other Mongols.
Missed it again. There's a couple of these in this half.
It's costly, especially when it's such a limited resource. Does look like there's a lot of responsibility on Tikuak's position in this one. He's got 9-10 though as a bit of a backup brigade, tucked sandwich.
And Blitz's side too. This is strong.
Not ready for Palace. That's the first to fall. A second as well. Makazi chips in. It is all onto Tikuak. He's in so much trouble. Tech9 whittles him away. He's gone. One back from Darkmeister, but the writing's on the wall, and so is the blood splattered by the Tech9. That's Na'Vi to the playoffs. Mongols putting up a valiant fight.
They tried their best.
Yeah, Na'Vi
Mike,
making it look real good there in the last
they
map
tried
of the
their
series.
best, so
Otherwise, Mongols leaving a little bit too
Mongols
desired still, but obviously we're going to see
will
those
probably
places.
face,
Still a lot of
it's
foundational work
either
on the side of Mongols. A lot of roster changes leading
whoever
into this matchup
wins
itself
3D
with
Max
Na'Vi.
versus
The victors
Magic,
will be the ones to
or
tell the spoils
Pain
today.
versus
Yeah, we saw
Wild
there's
Card.
plenty of time with Na'Vi.
Whoever wins
Takes,
those
a little bit
matches.
of while,
Right now,
but getting to Mirage as
Pain
the
versus
deciders,
Wild
they
Card,
take care
they
of
have
business. And it's
one
unfortunate
each
for the
map.
Mongols
One
that
win each
was on this
map.
decider that
So,
they were marred with, you know, bad starts.
yeah,
two
it's
lost
either
pistols, 6-1 in
well,
both halves.
it's pretty
Now
much
they started
guaranteed
and they
that
managed to recover well in the
Mongols
first
were
half,
going
but
to go to lower
not so
bracket.
much in the second.
Could you say they were
They're not eliminated yet.
Yeah.
Mocked by Mara.
Yeah, okay.
They still have a
Way
chance.
more for App. Jacob?
Yeah, I guess you could say that, you know. As
To be
Jacob said,
qualified
not going
for
on to
the
winning
playoffs.
crystals, not converting like you did on the other
So,
two maps, you know,
lower
the
bracket,
change was
semifinals.
The reason, I think gun round to gun round, buy round to buy round, there wasn't that big of a difference in the two teams, and as you said, Yanko, they were able to stabilize in the first half. I think 5 or 6 rounds in a row to even it out and make sure that you went into the second half with a chance of perhaps, you know, claiming the favorite to win the map, but then you lose the second pistol, you know, not able to break the economy, not able to do much against Na'Vi, and I think they fell a bit flat here. I don't know what it is with Na'Vi. It kind of annoys me a bit, you know, that there's such a big difference between map 1 to map 2 to map 3 in terms of their level. And was it you and I, you know, during IM Atlanta maybe, we had Blade joining us on the desk, and we asked him about it, and he didn't seem to have the answer either, but it seemingly still is. Not sure if I would label it as a problem, but it's still a thing that's happening in Na'Vi.
I think even at Pro League, they had a game where they 13'd over their opponent on their own map pick, and then
Yes.
they lost their map pick, you know, also convincingly.
Was that IM Rio, yeah?
Yeah, and it went into a third map, so it happens a little bit too often. I think it comes down to sort of inconsistencies with these maps outside of Mirage, where they found their form again. So yeah, let's see. They've had a long boot camp, perhaps moving into the playoffs, which they, with this win, officially qualified for, will be able to find some more consistency.
As long as they win, right? I guess that's the main takeaway. That sure, you can go up and down and level a little bit, and it can look a bit odd in your own map pick from time to time. But as I also said, coming into this map, they do have the habit of then refocusing to the third map and getting the job done. So it's just whether or not it's in a clean fashion, and maybe sometimes, Trace, it takes them a bit longer than it necessarily should be.
Yeah, it's good to see him get tested around sometimes. Speaking of which, Alexi B, Freya standing by.
That is correct, Trace. Yes, Alexi, congratulations. You make it through the playoffs. Before we dive into this, tell me how important it was for you, for the team, to make it through Group D without dropping a series.
Just as important as in any other tournament, but I do think that, especially when the season starts, everything is important, and we had a long boot camp, so it would be pretty disappointing if we, you know, struggled here on the groups. So making it through the playoffs is important for us, yeah, for sure.
When we're looking at Mongols as opponents, when I was chatting to Ime before the game, he was saying he anticipated some differences because they got a couple of different players in the mix versus last time when you played them in Cologne. I guess the biggest difference was that Ancient. You guys closed out last time. They had the edge here. What was going on there today?
Yeah, last 2 times I think our Ancient has been on overtime and 13-11. So both games were super close. Now they ended up winning. We had a 9-9 scoreline with economy on CT. Usually this is a good thing for us, but they managed to crack our defense, and yeah, kudos to them. But we still knew that we have Mirage Decider, and you know, everything is up for grabs still.
100%. I mean, you had a great start to that Mirage. Now, Chad noticed something in the early stages of the game. You're up 3-0, and then Blade took a timeout after that. Why did you decide to take a timeout there?
maybe he understands also that I'm not sure, maybe we miscalculated their money, so maybe we thought that they had a buy round, maybe they had a half buy, I'm not exactly sure, but just maybe something that he heard that was called on freeze time, and he understood that, you know, maybe it's a bad call against them. Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but I'm guessing the timeout was important since we won the round.
We just thought it was a little bit of a quirky one going down there. Final question, of course, EWC. It's not only the trophy for you, but the importance of the club championships as well. Na'Vi, currently in 3rd place. How much extra pressure does that add to you to not only try and get the trophy for Na'Vi CS, but to get the title for your org?
I don't think it necessarily adds any extra pressure, but I do think that it's cool to see your, you know, other Na'Vi members in the tournament, and you know, we had some great success by some of the players, and we don't want to be the guys who, you know, loses the points for Na'Vi, so we're gonna obviously do our best, and yeah, it's a cool concept.
Yeah, of course, you're taking a step closer to gaining that victory. We will be seeing Na'Vi in the playoffs next week.
Yeah, with Na'Vi going on into the playoffs, rest assured that this isn't the end of the Mongolian run here at EWC in 26. Of course, they were waiting on the outcome of Pain and Wildcard, and I can tell you right now that that outcome has given us Pain eliminating.
So Mongols
set up the Mongolians
will
play again.
Painful game.
Play against Pain.
With one eye. Watched a bit of that. That wasn't necessarily too inspiring, to be completely
Pain
honest.
Gaming.
But,
Is
I
it
feel
gonna be
somewhat
tomorrow?
comfortable in the
17?
Mongols,
No,
putting up a good
17.
fight against Pain Gaming. I don't know with you,
Yeah,
Andrew,
RB
but I
guys.
kind of lost faith in that project. So, yeah, losing to Na'Vi obviously not fun in the moment, but they still have a pretty decent chance of making the playoff.
Yeah, without a doubt. It has to be said though, without Mara there are, you know, there's a chance for things to go horribly wrong because they're supposed to win that game. And then if they start losing, if they lose a couple of silly rounds, you know, spiraling out of it, getting tilted really during the game, I think that's the only way they can lose to Pain.
Especially, you know, when you think about a team like Na'Vi today who had Mikaze, who was such a force there and in certain moments, key moments, and that's what they brought him into Na'Vi for.
Yeah, I think it goes a bit under the radar, you know, that he, obviously the first couple of months in Na'Vi, people were labeling him as maybe not good enough, never going to be good enough. Then he had his breakthrough during Pro League, a couple of MVP performances. Since though, it hasn't been that great for Mikaze. It's a little bit inconsistent at the moment, up and down. The major wasn't something to write home about for him. So I think it's super, super important for Mikaze individually, but also for Na'Vi that he finds his form again, because as we spoke about already, they decided not to go for a roster change or couldn't get the roster change they wanted. So in terms of, you know, this whole conversation where they maybe lack a bit of firepower or lack that star player aspect to the name, Mikaze is the best bet they have of doing that as a rifler. So I feel like he has to step it up, and so far he's been looking great here.
Yeah, he initially it was, I think, map dependent. You know, Ancient, Mirage were pretty good, Inferno, Nuke not so much, and over time he improved, and really towards the tail end of the first season, was pretty good. Unfortunately, it was at the major where he flopped and kind of went missing in a lot of these games that Na'Vi just narrowly lost, right? And you're wondering, oh, if he just played closer to his level, would have probably had enough for them to at least make the playoffs. And I think Na'Vi, you know, low-key a pretty dangerous team going into the playoffs here at EWC, because you're looking at its Spirit, Vitality, they're not looking too hot at the moment. Sure, Falcons are, but, you know, they still haven't had Carrigan there for a long time. So Na'Vi, you know, a bit of a dark horse flying under the radar to some extent, because we haven't seen them in a while play officials. Really, they're in a good position to maybe cause a few upsets.
Yeah, this is a win that they needed today, of course, not only to secure their way into the playoffs, but also to find that stature that they are so much looking to put back on the board. For us, we look towards a break, because on the other side of it, Furia will be taking on 9Z in what is a Group D upper semifinal. We're right back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What's next, chat? What's the next match? 3D Max versus Magic and 9Z versus Furia. Which one do we watch? Chat, which one do we watch, huh? Do we watch 3D Max? I haven't seen Furia. So the remaining matches are 3D Max versus Magic, 9Z versus Furia, Big versus Spirit, Jujiha versus Aurora. Yeah, that's it. We have 4 remaining matches, but we can only watch 2 because 2 matches will going to happen at the same time. There you go. So I think we're gonna watch Furia versus 9Z Globan. Globan or Globan? 9Z. Furia versus 9Z.
everyone, Jenny here, and I'm joined with Furia to do a little bit of a who is most likely to, testing your synergy off the server this time around. Concept is pretty simple. I'm gonna give you guys a couple of scenarios. You write the name of who you think that applies to, and we can discuss who pushes everyone to improve the most.
Can I write myself?
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys are the slowest riders in the history, I'm not gonna lie.
I didn't put one only, but two. It's possible to say one. So
It was good.
Sounds good. Why both?
Fallen is captain, so he has his concerns about the game sometimes. So we need to improve for him. And Marix was a second captain, basically.
I'm the root version of Fallen.
Yeah.
Who is most likely to leave you on red?
Oh my God. Okay.
Okay, Yuri, Daniel.
That's it.
What did you write, Yuri?
Everyone.
Everyone,
Good.
that's fair. Why do you think it's you?
Me? I don't know, good question.
That's what I'm saying. It's like everybody wrote a different person because legit everybody can, except me.
Do
Nobody
you guys
wrote
like each other?
No, not really. We're like colleagues more than friends, I think.
Yikes.
No, we're trolling. We're trolling. We're like a family. Like a toxic family, like where you're getting abused and everything, kind of that type of a family.
Do you want to talk about it?
No, I'm joking.
We got the couches. We can turn this into a therapy session.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah.
Who is most likely to arrive to the airport way too late?
Of course, bro.
Of course, bro. You guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Brazilians.
What do you mean, bro? It's him, bro.
No way, bro. You guys are trolling. You guys are trolling.
Why?
Just now?
I never miss a flight, bro.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just now we're late 40 minutes.
Yeah, but it's
you
not
know
an
why?
airport.
Because of Cacerata.
But it's not an airport.
Oh, so specifically
Exactly.
airport, right?
It's
So I don't know about that.
Why
Daniel.
you?
I always late. Not in airport, I always late.
Young guy.
He's always late.
Who is most likely to tilt after one bad round?
Oh, easy, bro.
What's her name or first name, bro?
Okay, yeah. I'm very sorry, guys. I feel when I was saying like this family is like full of trauma and abuse, I think I'm the reason for that.
You know what? We love a self-aware king.
Oh, great.
You're good.
Thank you.
You know,
Appreciate
as long as you can acknowledge it,
You see, guys? Like, is it so hard?
it's my job to be nice.
Nice. Appreciate it.
Who is most likely to forget something in their hotel room after checking out?
Easy.
Easy, yeah.
I put Fallen.
Why?
Fallen.
Yeah, Fallen sometimes forgot the things. Like, so I made Fallen.
I
forgot
where
only
he
passport.
put.
Yeah, sometimes Fallen forgot. Like,
I just
the
forgot one time passport, bro. It's all.
Yeah, but then
So
the passport's passport, bro. What can I do?
things. I see more Fallen forgetting the things, so I put Fallen.
You can hype away for everybody, right?
Yeah, of course.
That's it from us for today. Thank you guys so much
Thank
for
you
joining
so
me. Hope
much.
you guys enjoyed it.
From one stream map affair on stream A to another on stream B, we're going to recap Wildcard versus Pain, which I would argue was a pretty different face to what we saw going down on the A stream. That's because this match started off as an incredibly tight affair. We're talking about that map 1 of Inferno going to overtime, where Wildcard would just about secure it by the skin of their teeth. And then we move on to map number 2, and it felt like they were unfortunately all out of gas. That's because Pain fought back valiantly for a 13-3 win on on Nuke, really led by the charge of Safe in this one with a 2.1 rating. And then we get on to that final decider of Mirage, and once again, Wildcard is out of ideas. Hex was pretty candid with me in the unfortunate elimination interview, saying the emotions and the communications sadly got the better of them. That does mean the end of the road for Wildcard here at EWC, whereas for Pain, they're going to be facing the Mongols in the final game of Group D.
There we go. Group D upper bracket semi-final best of 3. Winners to the playoffs. And what we're looking at here is 2 South American identities built differently. Furious surrounding Fallen's Calling with international firepower. 9Z spreading that responsibility to a long-standing regional core. And of course, I bring you right back in here to the desk at EWC 26. Pimp in the middle. Dupree down on the end. You guys all know the clip, right? They're probably doing it in chat right now.
It's so old by this time, but I'll never get old from this one. You do realize that we lost that round prior to this, yeah?
Oh, I was aware.
Yeah.
Jacob, what do you think about that round of Dupree versus Hiko in 2014?
Speaking of losers, you know,
oh, come on.
To be completely honest, we got to find a loser in this game, and I'm quite excited about this one, Peter. I'm not gonna lie. I think this is game of the day. I think this could be game of the tournament as well. You're talking about 2 teams who, as of recently, have shown good things. Naturally, Furia have been up there, you know, in contention to win trophies. Even in 25, we're winning trophies, and then at the major, all the way into the grand final, where they were slightly disappointing against Falcons in the grand final, was for 9C emerging almost out of nowhere to be a, dare I say it, top 8, top 5. Where the hell are they at right now, team in the world?
Let's start with 9Z, Dupree. Tell me about 9Z. Why are they such a robust, explosive team?
I think just looking back maybe 6 months, you know, it was more like a team that you'd be thinking, these guys are, you know, just this underdog. But since they've just started, you know, to work a thing together, they've just really been, you know, elevating their gameplay. And I think just the addition of Luchev also getting DGT back into the team really has helped them. You know, it's like this really good balance between having DGT, the more passive player, the sort of like Rob's kind of playstyle that makes very few mistakes, doesn't require many resources, but still, you know, gets so much work done. And then just the addition and the cohesion of the trifecta of Max and Luchev, just, you know, the whole idea that they just play so aggressive, and also Guasopi coming in being massive throughout this season so far. You know, it's a team that just has elevated themselves in so many directions. It's just a joy to see that what hard work really gets you.
Yeah, hard work and consistency. I think the way I would summarize that is that every single player that you're mentioning right here have just stepped it up a little bit, right? But if every single player steps up, let's say 5 to 10%, all of a sudden you have a very competitive team. Adding DGT brought some stability to the team. I think he fits perfectly into the role as well. And then, as you said, emerging, coming out of nowhere, almost would be Luchev, who's been very exciting to follow. You described the team as explosive. The explosiveness comes from Luchev. And then I got to give it to Wasopi. You know, as of late, a little bit of a fun fact, we were told by one of the smart brains behind the production as well, currently the highest rated player in the world on LAN ever since the summer break. Yeah, I know, small sample size. We had the tournament in China. We had a couple of games right here, but Wasopi out of nowhere, you know, playing like he's a superstar. That could potentially mean that 9C is here to stay at the very, very top.
Even his name sounds like it's said very fast. Wasopi now.
He's ready to peak, that's for sure.
Like he's cracking the whip. Yeah, for sure. He's now here's the real question though. When you have a player like Max who's in the driver's seat over there, and he happens to probably be very aware of the tendencies that Fallen's able to put on the table, what do you do with these pieces? You might have the good pieces like that, but what do you do with them?
I mean, it goes both ways, you know. I think these 2 teams have naturally also practiced against each other quite some time, and there's a bit of a history, but I mean, it's a rematch from the major quarterfinal, and as much as I want to hype up 9C, that was also the ending to their Cinderella run at the major. You know, they weren't that competitive in that quarterfinal. At least I had the feeling that Furia were the better team throughout and were never really in doubt that they were going to win. Now, there's a difference between playing a quarterfinal at Cologne, you know, where everything is at stake, and now playing in a nice little cozy studio environment like this. So I feel like that evens out the playing field a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. That's actually a point I also want to be making, that, you know, sure, this tournament is also prestigious and it matters a lot, and there's a lot on the line, right? But it's just a little bit different from the major. And, you know, with the whole Cinderella story they pulled off at Cologne, you know, the expectation also just got bigger and bigger, and they also felt like, okay, we're getting close of making something, you know, really crazy. They did that by just getting to the playoffs, right? So I think this matchup now is going to be more close than we saw in Cologne. Just the fact that, you know, the environment and things around them is a little bit more settled. And I also just think, I know that both teams come from South America, right? But I still believe that the last 2 times these 2 teams faced off was in Cologne and then back at the Shanghai Major, right? So it's also, 9C, they're still, in their own region, practicing there. They haven't really moved to Europe to play that much. Now, when they've got inside the T1 environment, they get more experience here, whereas Fury, they've been here ever since, right? So when it comes to practice, it's probably been limited compared to what we've seen with 2 teams coming from the same region.
If you're Fallen, if you're Fury, if you've got Quesarado in your arsenal and he's your closer, looking at the other side of the coin, who is the closer? Who would be that sort of representative?
I mean, you could argue DGT is going to fall into that category, but I think the roles within Furia are so clear defined because we know them as well as we do. Whereas for 9C, it's still developing a little bit. Naturally, if you deep dive into the team and if you deep dive into what they did in China as well, where they ended up winning a trophy just a couple of weeks ago, it's also clear to me that they're continuing to build on the foundation that we saw during the major as well. DGT is a bit of a closer in that sense. I think Wasso Peak and Luchov as well, maybe the more aggressive elements to the team. And then, if I may say it right, as much as I want to praise 9C for everything they put to the table, when you go up against the likes of Yekinda, Quesarado, Yuri, Fallen for that matter as well, a guy like Molodoi, there's one clear weakness within this lineup to me, and that's the AWP role on Mayan. I think he's a smart player. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He's not a liability to some degree, but he's not a difference maker on the server. The output from Mayan, the output from the AWP department within 9C is the one thing that is a bit lacking, because the rifling department, as we spoke about already, in DGT and Wasso Peak and Luchov, Max for that matter, that's working just fine. I just need to see a bit more coming out from Mayan before I can really start to imagine them being a consistent top 5 team.
And that's like the big topic, right? We know. Are you going to be looking to find someone that can have a better firepower output? But then again, when you look at the team, it doesn't really feel like he's not supposed to be the one, that creates all that. He's more like the supportive element in the team.
He's not a liability.
That's what I mean, right? And they already have the pieces to get the space, the aggressiveness to create all the openings where he can have his rounds where he can pop up for being more like supportive element. And I mean, so far it's working, right? Maybe if you go a little bit more that's why I think the next couple of months is going to be very important for 9C when they do get to have more repetitions against the best teams in the world, because they have now gotten themselves as being the 7th ranked best team in the world. The opportunity is going to be there now moving forward. Also about grabbing that opportunity and getting the best out of it. So I think that's going to pay into what the future of the team is going to be looking right. But I still think this is a bit of a wild take, but I do actually think that if we look like pure team play wise, I'm actually prone to say that I think 9C has better team play. They play better off each other, and I think they have the protocols way more set. Whereas if you turn attention to Furia, they will have the firepower, they will have the star players, and they will have the experience to maybe bail them out of situations. So I think this matchup is honestly very, very even.
And I think you're exactly where I want to go there. Furia have Fallen calling, Yekinda creating space. For 9Z, which part of that do they need to attack first? Which part of that should be on the docket?
I think 9C should just continue to play their own brand of Counter-Strike, which has been this super aggressive way, especially on the CT sides. We saw it during the major as well. Luchov always willing to fight, always willing to go for duels, always willing to try to create a bit of chaos. I think the duel between him and Yekinda is going to be tone-setting for the game. Whoever comes out on top, more often than not, will have a pretty good chance of dictating the game in that regard. So, again, I think the way I want to describe this game is that if you look by the 2 teams and the name value, you'd be like, okay, well, 9C should do a couple of gambles, maybe throw out the playbook and see if they can rattle out Furia, because we consider them the favorites. But I agree with you. I think they're much closer right now than people initially would think. No doubt Furia are the favorites. No doubt Furia have more experience. And no doubt that Furia probably arguably have the better players as well. But the gap isn't as big as people may think at home.
No, and that's also what you saw at the major. They did win the first map on Dust 2, They played really well, but it was about making sure that they could prolong that throughout the series, which that was a bit of the issue, right? And now it's not that long ago, obviously, but still the fact that they get to play in another environment, I think that's going to matter. And I just want to see what 9C did against Pain in their first win game on Cash, so good at using the time. They're it's why whenever they go into executes and when they go into the final iterations of the round, they're so good at using time. They don't rush duels. They wait for each other. It's very much jiggle peeking. They're taking their time, finding the right kind of fights, and it's very hard to do. It looks so easy to do, but coordinating things between the players when you're about to hit the bomb sites, that's what they're very good at, and I hope they will continue doing that.
Yeah, that critical thinking right there in those critical moments. Perhaps Molodoi has had plenty of experience in those in the past 2 years' time. Let's hear from him now.
for the side of Furia, ready to take on 9Z. But first of all, Molodoi, I just want to do a little bit of a health check. I know you hurt your eye. Is it better?
Yeah, it's better, but before I play with, I think 2 days with better eyes, but now it's better.
Okay, good. That's a relief. That's a relief. Big picture story for Furia, of course. We're always talking about it. The last season with Fallen, the last season he'll be playing competitively. What do you want to help him achieve in this last season?
I think people already know what we wanted to give him. It's for sure trophies and major, of course, but it's not completely true, but we will try.
In terms of your matchup today, it's going to be versus 9Z. Of course, you played them at the Major. That was a surprisingly competitive game back at the Major as well. What surprised you about 9Z in Cologne?
I think it was a very hard game in Major, but yeah, they play very good. But problem, I think in Major we all start bad, but it's problem how we are starting, how we are enjoy this game. It's always like this, I think.
And in terms of how you've started the season, obviously the big asterisk when we're talking about Bounty, that was online, right? Wasn't the start you wanted, but how do you rate the maybe recovery here at EWC so far?
I hope we'll go far, but who knows? Maybe we'll lose today and we'll lose tomorrow, who knows? But I hope we'll win today and we'll go to playoffs. But we play against good opponents this tournament because it's tier 1 tournament. If you talk about online, it's not same feeling. You know, you're not sitting in the same room with mates, and you're sitting alone, and you just give him emotions in online. It's hard.
After you were eliminated from Bounty, Fallen mentioned that you guys came together for a little bit of time together, or you were separate, right? You and Yakindo were separate, and you had a boot camp?
We'll play full online. I'll go to Kazakhstan. We'll kind of chill, I'll say, but we'll full track hard.
Okay, so it was Brazilians together, you separately. Okay, what was the main focus of that period of time?
I'll say we just enjoy a moment with Fall now, and yeah, for me it's all now.
And in terms of you guys making it to the Major final, how close are Furia right now to that version of Furia that made it to the final of the Major?
Good question. I still know, but when we play against Wildcard, I'll say we was playing good, but we'll see today how we play.
Very excited to see this rematch go down. I'm sure 9Z are going to be out for blood. We're going to have to see how it goes down versus Furia.
Yeah, that being Molodoi, but in the battle, the coach battle that is, of Sid versus Bit, what we have in front of us is a veto and a best of 3. Gentlemen, start your engines.
I don't know about you, Jacob, but I'm getting a sense from the Fury and also the interview we just had with Molodoi that it just feels like a Fury that's not really in sync as you want. I mean, like, I know they made the grand final in Cologne, but then again, you know, they did beat 9C and then Aurora. I mean, like, wasn't really like the toughest bracket to get there. And I don't know, like, I just get sense that something is you know, happening like within the team, and we know that Fallen is playing his last season, right? So what's your take on this one? I'm not feeling the confidence in this one.
I get it. You know, I was looking into Furious results ever since IM Rio when they were announcing that Fallen were going to retire, and since then it's been lackluster outside of the Major. Now, naturally, you can't take away the fact they went into the grand final of a Major, and you're just potentially 3 maps away from winning, you know, a Cologne Major. So that kind of saved them. But apart from that, they weren't looking great in the tournaments after the announcement of Fallen retiring. Got off to a bad start this season as well. But again, online Counter-Strike, you name it. We're not going to deep dive into that one. So I think it's as important for Furia as it is for 9C here to get off to a good start, to win this game, to secure playoff without breaking too much of a sweat. Now, maps being Dust 2, Mirage, no big surprise in that regard. I'm curious about Cash. Are they willing to float it to be the third map? We've seen 9C play it already. I think Furia as well have played the map, so I'd be curious to see if Cash is in the cards here.
Oh, we do actually get it. So we do not get to see it. You know, the data was also very limited from both teams, you know, but we did see how well they played. How well 9C played against Pain yesterday. So that's probably also a case for why they don't want to play Cash in this one when you Furia.
So with Dust 2 Mirage, I mean, what are the odds we need, dude?
I think
Probably
they're
pretty good,
Yeah,
right?
I think they're pretty good. As I said, I think this matchup is closer on paper than people initially would think at home. To me, it comes down to Molodoi as well, because I think that's the one area where I look at these two teams and I feel like the AWPing duel in this game is already touched upon. Mayan versus Molodoi, it's where you can make a big difference. If Molodoi is on his game, you know, especially on Dust 2, Mirage, very open, expressive maps with AWP, you can always go for peaks, you can always rotate around. It's tough for 90 to shut down Molodoi because they don't have the counterpart in Mayan who can do the same thing on the other side.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go bold here and say that I think 90's gonna take it. I think they're scorching hot right now. I think this is just the beginning of them. I think they're doing really well, so I'm just gonna go root for them.
He's buying into the stock, huh?
I am.
I can buy into that. I can also buy into the idea of perhaps you getting out your phone here while we have this opportunity. You're not on camera right now, so you can get out your phone and you can scan this QR code. You can get involved. EWC Play Pick'ems. That's what I'm asking for. And in this moment, I really quickly just want to ask you. You're saying 9Z. I mean, what about the Furia fans?
I mean,
well, it's not about the fans always, Trace. It's also
then who's it about, Dupree?
It's about the players. It's about winning. It's not about the fans.
You're right.
I believe in the quality of Furia. I think it'll be a close game. I think we're going to need all 3 maps, and I think Furia and Molodoi will take it home.
I'm still going for 90. I don't see there's a case where, you know...
In that case, you should take up your phone, scan the QR code, and put your money where your mouth is.
I will do that. Don't worry about it.
It's dangerous. You see what I did there? It's dangerous.
It's good to have the country, right?
Let's just go to the game. I can't deal with you guys anymore. It's Furia 9Z, Group D, upper bracket semi, and we're ready to kick this one off on Dust 2.
We got ourselves a rematch from the major quarter-final. 9Z and Furia here at EWC to round out the upper brackets for all groups here at the CS2 tournament. Last one of the batch to be going down, and it's a bit of an interesting clash. 9Z, they've definitely been on a very meteoric rise to power, vying for control, and with Furia, I don't know. I'm uncertain as to how to read Furia at the moment.
That's fair.
Would you call Cologne disappointing?
I think the final was just because of the way that the tone of the game, right? It was very slow. It felt like they got rolled over, and they were on that easier side of the bracket. So you wanted to see something a little bit more competitive.
Yeah.
But I think the fact that we've got a South American derby going on here, obviously we've got the European flavor of Molodoi and Yakinda. But it has been fun to watch Luchov, Kwasao, right? DGT and Max we've had on our screens for some time. And we'll see if they can replicate the same success as far as Dust 2 is concerned. I think, though, I still have questions about both of these teams. I saw a HLTV thread yesterday that summed up the scene. I think I'll have a look and see if I can find it. So this is what it said. It looks like we got 50 seconds before underway. Falcons still has the curse, but Carrigan changed the curse so Falcons can actually win if they don't bomb out. Spirit has Shiro pretending to be Brokey. Vitality is too fertile. Furia were cooked anyway after Fallen's retirement.
Right.
And the one that I wanted to get to, 9Z haven't faced real competition outside of the major yet. So I know it's a thread and a lot of this is funny, but I think I would like to see more from 9Z. Now, sure, XSE, Kwasao with the MVP, that's all great. And this team can definitely deliver. But what you want as an Argentinian Counter-Strike fan, I know there's more nationalities in here, but guess what? The next major after Singapore, that's in Argentina.
Yeah.
You would love to see this team actually be a top 10 contender.
Oh, that would be huge.
The level of excitement, right, going into that would be out of this world. So let's hope that 9Z aren't the pain of last year.
Yeah, so we've got Max and DGT of Uruguay. We have Mayan and Luchov. And we have Huaso Peak of Chile.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, it's pretty warm in here. So let's get this one started. It's been hot in Paris.
It could be spicy. Let's get into it. Dust 2, the first map, and this is the playground of 9Z, right? They have looked like a team to beat on this map in particular.
Right out the gates, this is going to be straight into what looks like a B play. 2-on-2 split of the defense, and it's not a rush. They're going to hit the brakes, hit the shift key. A smoke for doors, a flash for Max, and in they'll pop. There's a nade at the ready for Quesarado in case this is the move. And jiggling is Yuri. So there's the block. Here comes the HE.
And there's a flashbang. Yuri can unload his dual Beretta, stays composed, stands his ground. They double swing. A great HE that is ringing as they are shredded.
Ooh,
2 back.
Okay. It'll be tough to get the plant.
Yeah, you've even got that Tunnel smoke fading shortly. Opens up and exposes Wasso. He's in a position with a P250. If he can find this shot, it's on, but Molodoi denies, and now overrun is Mayan. Yeah, accidental scroll wheel. It wasn't his anyway.
Team ace, but they do get the plan out of that 9Z, so at least it's going to give them a juicier-looking second-round 4 spot. They handled that. It wasn't on the timing they were expecting, but the nade still does great damage, and the defuse comes through, confirming the first. I think that Furia have some convincing to do if they want to enter the conversation along the lines of Vitality, Falcons, and Spirit.
Yeah.
And the Vitality and Spirit have, well, also got some convincing to do after their performances so far. The Spirit one, I guess we can wash away. It was a best-of-1 loss. But Halley definitely coming under scrutiny from the community. And here's that Force. 3 Galils, Tech 9, Mac 10.
Very, very threatening. See how those SMGs fare.
Opted with the Xbox smoke early. That's going to deny the vision from Molodoi in towards lower tunnels. They're pressed around middle here to try and deny map control our Furia. And they don't want to allow them just to go for an easy mid to B. Molodoi playing anti. Kinder on the jiggle. One has that long control. It's this trio, right? Queserado, Molodoi, and Yakinda will be combined.
That's the jump off. Luchov loses all of those nades. That was the full belt. That was the full belt. You just get the one.
Tough way to go.
Rough opening death for Luchov.
Yeah, it's a map that this kid can take over, right? So they've lost him early, but sure, this is it's the opening exchanges. Wait till these AKs come out. Now quickly up to Cat, though. Yakinda and Molodoi will block.
Round 1.
And so it's a risky choice, right, against an anti-force to be playing close
of
like
map
that.
1, 9Z versus Furia.
Landing, they get out, and now they play the number advantage. So by the book, Furia. All clears out long. Will alleviate a little bit of pressure on that side of the map, and this forces the hand of 9Z to play into a mid to B split. It's just Max lobbing out that for CT spawn. And he's actually going to rotate through upper with the rest of them. So it's going to be very tough to breach. You've only got one.
Asamiri, thank you so much for the follow on Kick. Appreciate it.
Didn't spot him. Throws out his incendiary. Now sees the shoulder. Easy bait and switch for Yuri. Oh, it's casual. Even the MP7 at range finding a target. Frustrating one for Max. Even catching a ding through the door. He just wants one. Queserato's bum. Sticking it out. There you go. Extra $600 for Max.
Yeah, well, that one kill, it doesn't really make up for what was a bit of a whitewashing there, unfortunately.
Yeah, trying the B site twice, and Fury have passed that test.
And they have to the eco, right? Yeah, you haven't really stalled out their build up of the finances. Pops his head up, and it's lit quite quickly does Luchov, and that incendiary perfectly placed, segregates the attack, and they just mow them down. Very well handled from Furia. It's a deagle for the likes of Hwasao and DGT. Luchov in with a Tech 9 and DGT giving it a good go. Molodoi wanting to press the issue. Going to farm some money for his AWP funds. The man up mid. Strikes on Hwasao. That's more where that came from. And this is a nice tone that Furia are setting. We will play on your face.
Ooh.
And, well, that will give you an opportunity. Luchov will find Molodoi. So not too much to worry about in this 4v4, other than Queserado being brought down to 36. So Deagle Bullet will do it. So this one will now simmer in. How much more value can they extrapolate from this one, 9Z? An MP9, right in front of the nose there of DGT, can give it to one of his teammates with the Glock, and at least they get something more. At least that was hoping for Yakinda.
Nice. They're not playing scared at all, are they? They are remaining vigilant.
This is one of the things from that final, though. Yakinda had his moments in Molodoi too. It felt like Queserado and Yuri in that major grand final were fish out of water. They were making some out-of-the-box plays for at least their normal approach to the game. And then it was just overall very, very slow. But you were going up against Falcons who just have firepower coming out of their ears. Furia seem to have fans wherever they go. There's quite the contingent sitting down in front of them here as we got 25. You got to get a move on. Kinder drops the bomb and the final frag down. So Force staying alive again. A very nice start. Only 4 casualties in the first 3 rounds of play. Molodoi's AWP will be equipped. Mayan looks like he'll do the same.
Oh, he's found him on the cross. Serato out of the round.
Yeah, am I crazy or did Max only have a Glock?
I think Max only has a Glock.
All right, well...
the timing of the unscope.
Leaning into the... There we go. Okay.
I was going to say, that was...
he just wanted to make use of his
This is the first gun round.
Yeah.
There should be money.
There should be. Just wanted to prioritize that boost, and understandably so. They assembled it so fast. Serato goes down on the cross. Now it's time to see if Furia can operate at the disadvantage. We've seen opening kill go Furia's way.
You want Molotov to stay in the play. If he gets to back plat or something, it's going to be tough, right? Because if it is a short play, he's out of the picture. So they're staying 2-2 as far as the defense is concerned.
Those smokes popping in unison as well. Lurk smoke, cross smoke, CT.
Fallen still has a smoke over towards A. Yukinda has nothing. Oh, and they're gambling. Noisy on the descent. The pop comes out, and you're in the wrong place.
Very uncomfortable fights for the CTs.
You got to concede this.
Yeah, just back up.
Could just be the save.
Cut your losses. Just take yourself one casualty as opposed to more.
Yeah, playing the long game. Furia.
Are they backing up? Are they gonna
bomb yet to go down?
Are they gonna concede?
I feel like we can call this one done.
Probably.
Who's going to see if he can punish
I mean, they
it all.
have, except for Ekinder,
Easy as you like.
they have
And
money.
Scorpa, who can come under a bit of criticism. Someone who people are like, oh, get try, right? Find that upgrade there. But it's hard to argue the output of 9Z, right? When you have Hwasao and Luchov in good form. DGT can have his moments too, so it starts to become a scary rifling core. They'll keep all five alive as Furia will allow them to easily secure their first round, 3-1.
Skadoosh.
Coach Bit, the Brazilian representation of 9Z. It feels like no harm, no foul if you're Furia. 4 players stayed alive. We have a full buy. We still have the AWP. We're not in hot water with the finances, and that'll have flow-on effects. So we'll see if it can be consecutive. And with a long spawn this time going for the pick. And he's got company.
Yeah, okay. Fallen's got a test on his hands for his long holds. One's already made it out to blue bin. And it's Hwasao.
So where's the response? Is it upper tunnels push? Is it a mid-doors jaunt? Because you've definitely lost this control.
Nerdy mid retake util from Yukinda to flush out anyone tucked to Xbox, and now Fallen is going to confirm, yeah, body's long. Body's long.
The fact he smoked doors told me he didn't have that information. Now he definitely does. And they're quick on this. This is rapid.
Okay, Luchov fancies his chances on that cross smoke and go.
Already across.
Running across, knife out, gets across to the ramp side. Safe passage secure. Oh, he digs another. Nearly 2 from Fallen's good output on the M4A1. Yukinda hiding out the back of sight. Should be set to collect here. Flash connected, vision restored, and mantling up to expose Molodoi. Another one onto Serato available. He slips into the smoke. They've lost him in the source. It's Yukinda back sight. Run down by Luchov. A site seized. Long collapses, and a triple out of Luchov.
Well, Yuri in the clutch. Not to be sneezed at. It's going to give it a little bit of a look in.
That was the fight. Down to 2 HP. Brutal. 1 on DGT.
All right, we'll have a glance. Didn't glean anything, and we'll back off for another save. So he's got money to drop an AWP. It's money for the buy for Molotov. He could get it himself, really, as
he gets away.
Yeah, Yuri will dart out of there. Okay, 3-2. And some conviction from 9Z. Get the long control. They stroll up. They don't allow themselves to be blocked. I think once they see the door smoke land, they go, okay, well, they really don't know that we're all out. I'm happy with that one. All right, well, you have guns again. Molodoi with a good spawn if he wants to operate for a mid-pick or maybe even try and push into lower tunnels. Man's getting boosted by Max again. The AWP starting B from Molodoi. I mean, it's a different looking setup from Furia.
Yeah, Molodoi is actually going for like a eye to the scope clear of upper tons, or getting on a deeper line at least. Flash doors, Luchov clears out the left side. It's safe to mantle up the Xbox.
Nice nade.
Especially now, short cleared out with the flame.
So the expectation from Furia was a late long play. That's why Quesarado, one of the B defenders, started as an unknown piece. Now the round simmered into something a little bit more standard. It's Molodoi aggressive in the upper tunnels, has fallen, presses in, and...
What? He didn't get blinded?
I think must have missed.
Yeah, I think so too.
He didn't get blinded, or
Like was really well coordinated opening gambit, but
was that
instead, you've lost
miss
Fallen.
flash?
He hydrates himself, and Yakinda readies himself for a lot of info. Okay, 2 out. Response from Max is the molly will make life difficult for Yakinda. Where's his options? Where do they lie? It's a perfect spread. Perfect spread from Max.
It's gonna
He can find it. He can find any safe spot.
Very little friction and looking very clean for 9Z. Now you might want to try and hunt. You know the loss bonus is 2,400 into the next. You haven't seen Quesarado, so here's this piece at long. You're wondering where Molodoi is. Well, should be informed if the AWP hasn't rattled off. It has to be sacked towards B, and now it's protect the president. So Molodoi and Yuri looking to just hold on to their guns. Quesarado, he is going to get some company as they exit.
Found him. Oh, he's found you. Nearly 3, 2.5 out of Quesarado on the exit.
Doesn't really mean a lot. Yuri will be able to drop. I think a timeout from Sid. The fact that you've lost 3 straight rifle rounds. While you still have this AWP before it gets removed, take your time, have a chat, and see what you can piece together. If you partial buy behind these, Yuri is in a position where he could drop an M4 and then he'll still have enough money next round. So they can make it slightly more threatening as Yakinda. There's nothing that can be done for him either. Quesarado doesn't have any util to flash behind him for the fight.
Yeah, and an unusual flub on the flash there from Quesarado did result in Fallen not having the fight he was expecting.
This is a great response, right? The pistol round, it looks quite dominant with that and then the conversions. And now it's back the other way. Looks like we were getting a competitive map. Now this is the saved AWP, the saved M4, and some light upgrades around it. 2,900 lost into the next. Have everything they need. So they have every round Fury have played, they are competitive with the buy.
Yes. Now just need to be competitive with the guns.
Yes. And that's where you might want to start forcing your hand. You get the AWP, boost him up. Let's go for a short pick. Let's play into lower tunnels if we can.
Haven't said Molodoi's name too much. He goes
out long again.
Straight out long does DGT. Oh, and Fallen gets pantsed. Quesarado, what have you got? Too many men on his screen. 3 out long. He gets that info, but it costs him his life. Fallen's already gone. You're operating in a 5v3 in the first 20 seconds.
It's a very familiar feeling in a lot of these rounds. This feels like a putter-in moment. So very comprehensive stuff coming out from 9Z in the early stages.
Yakinda departing tunnels.
Molodoi is committed. At least he was. Seen enough. He knows if he wants to win this, he has to play ahead. He has to take a chance. He's about to get flashed.
Oh, didn't quite connect it. Now gets run down, sprayed down. Max will find it on the second pull. Okay, Yuri doing everything he can to try and delay this, but there's just so much time left. They're chilling. Yakinda's going to call for, or rather, Yuri's going to call for the flash. Yakinda's the one to throw it.
Yeah, they're letting Hwas up lurk over towards B and clear that out. I doubt they're going to rotate around the world, but just see if he can pluck off the threat from behind. You've still got time.
Now smoke can fade, and no, Yuri.
Just annoying. They took long and they just waited the whole round, right? And you're going to be more desperate because you don't have all the guns, you don't have all the util to block. So the 4th round secure in consecutive fashion as Hwas out will take down Yakinda, and there you go. 5 staying alive. There's a lot of cash on 3 out of the 5 members right now. They're stacking those piles high. When they got those long spawns, they're taking them.
4 on the trot. Different intentions for the opening. Interesting flash to kind of catch the high-low setup.
Exactly, right? The teams like to run that to play against anti-pop. You want to break these things up. You've got strategies, you've got tactics, you've got moves. That was a move. Rally of Flames up short for the control, and just this pack roll again from 9Z.
Molodoi does get caught by that flashbang. Pressure applied. Max burns down half health.
This time the flash lands. There's no one home. Here they come.
Okay, Molodoi should be set to collect the first onto Max. Down the nades and a burst of the M4 finding Guasso. Mayan one back, removing Yakinda. They know Molodoi's on that ramp, and they are starting to go for this bomb plant. Luchov at least gets across, but the bomb's on Mayan's back. This gets really uncomfortable real quick. Okay, Serato up close. Molodoi as well. You've got to start planting, Mayan. Luchov, nothing. Good find from Fallen, and yeah, the headshots just keep on coming. Boxed in. Well responded to by Furia.
Okay, so if they don't lose territory in the opening kill within the first 15 seconds, they can definitely contest. So 4-4 tied out once again. There's long spawns in the mix. So here's the trade-off. If you're not going to use Mayan's AWP in Suicide, eventually you're going to give an opportunity for them to start to go aggressive. And you love to keep the AWP there to make sure lower tunnels is always yours, right? That the CTs aren't playing aggressive. So they will just operate with something a bit more standard. They go for the boost, he rallies off the shot, but at the ready, Molodoi wants to take the fight.
You've been very good at not giving him too much, keeping him humble.
And this is just the classic default from 9Z. You have the combo of DGT and Luchov through the tunnels. DGT's left Luchov once they've secured it and is rerouting to join the pack.
It could be that late long that we've seen Fury kind of anticipate. This might be that round from 9Z. Fallen's got backup brigade as well in Yakinda. So they've got what? Fallen anti. Yakinda on the line.
Juggling nades outside the doors. And another incendiary. Yakinda's left long now. It's just Fallen.
That's what they were waiting for. They've nailed the timing on this. It's just Fallen in the open, booked by a flash and a swing from Guasso Peak. Molodoi pressured from the short side. He can't focus on long. He's got too much to worry about on that fight with Luchov. Clean headshot. Yakinda running for the hills, and it should be just a putt in here for 9Z. Getting that bomb across, they'll throw it for extra safety. And it will be planted now comfortably. Luchov's in that hunt, in this blind spot. Yakinda exercising some trigger discipline for a moment. Max should trade. Bots him and caught. Just an unfortunate timing for Yakinda there.
I think Molodoi might be a little bit frustrated. I think Yakinda was attempting to help there with that high flash, but it cost him on the timing. So we had the pistol with the conversions for Furia. We had 4 back for 9Z.
I think another man who's frustrated, I've just put myself in Fallen shoes.
Yeah.
How long was he staring at that wall? A good 30, 40 seconds.
And it was the right call.
And he was right.
But this is, notice how they haven't gone aggressive on the CT side at all.
Yeah.
I think that's 9Z with their default and Mayan's AWP have kind of put a leash on those possibilities. This is where you might want to start doing something a little bit more aggro. In that situation again where they go likely the partial buy behind the saves and then the full buy into the next. And that's going to be the second tactical timeout called from Sid. So if you just look at gun rounds, it's domination from 9Z. Furia, because of these saves, have had weapons more often than not. And they have long spawns again. I think at this point it's, well, you haven't stopped us. Let's just keep taking them. A response, this is where Fallen and Sid kind of have to agree. Okay, do we want to start 4 long? Right? Do we want to try and be aggressive in the lower tunnels? Do we want to do a short boost or a short play?
Maybe Fallen does with no nades and an MP9. Oh no, he's just going to start with a 3-2.
But they're already out. So they're just going to do the same thing again. You bring everybody back, park the bus at long, use your util, siphon all their nades. Right, okay, you can have upper tunnels.
Yep.
As long as DGT doesn't get caught, you can just finish the round through long. This is...
The push onto DGT. Ooh, wow. Fallen does well to find some output.
What?
Yuri combines with it to actually remove DGT without a casualty. Action on the Huaso walk. They're fighting for that short control. Max is trying to keep attention drawn, but look how far he's going.
That's a kill.
Wow. Wow, they're so switched on. They have such a good read as to where Fury are playing.
I think it's audacious as well just to do that without any util, just to go dry.
Yeah.
Now they are across, but the response is here. Can Fury tussle for this one?
Not rushing this plant. Luchov hesitant to overcommit. Spams down, Keserato chipping in. There's 2 there in the smoke. He does have to go for the reload, and Max gets caught out. Molodoy's MP9 connects. Awkward now. With Mayan on an AWP, the damage inflicted doesn't really bear too much of an advantage. He's been spotted over the top of the smoke there by Yakinda. Mantle up, quickscope does not connect, and now surrounded. Oh yeah, a couple of missed shots. The AK would have been better. Couldn't get it out in time. Run down
If
by
he could just pick up the AK earlier.
But Furia have managed to kind of...
Probably, there's still possibility.
These all-in longs.
And that is with a compromised buy there, right? So this is a confidence-building round. Let's see if they can make it consecutive. Haven't seen that from the Brazilian core since the pistol. Using the long spawns again. Luchov on the way. Corner smoke in the mix. Auto starting car. They will concede it. What a luxury to have long. I understand they didn't convert it off of last round, but still, to have long at the start of every round like this is beautiful.
And a nightmare fuel for a CT side. You have to adapt.
Just how many long spawns they've had as well. We tend to talk about it.
Oh, missed shot. Awkward for Molodoy. And look at the help. Fallen was trying to lend a hand. It almost jumped through the smoke on his underhand flash. He didn't get numbers.
No, and they still have that long control, but they're rerouting towards B. Keserato will have to link up with Yuri. They're in a bit of a...
Is Luchov making a play on the smoke? He is. Here's the steps of Keserato reacting to that B util. It was a Molotov thrown that he'll try and profit off of.
He's got a smoke as well. A block would be well timed.
If he jump spots, ooh, gets the info. Mayan was not on the double scope.
He's fallen ready for Luchov out. Has to know it's a possibility. This will have been communicated, but a reroute now from 9Z.
He's hearing all of this.
It's not that long presence. So if they can push back short, they really can toy with the rotations right now.
Yeah, it's just the time. 40 seconds for 9Z to try and find this finish, try and post that 6th.
Molodoy still has a lot of util. And Yakinda and Fallen both have something to block with as well over towards A.
Yeah, I think 9Z may have rocked the clock a little too much here.
Drop it.
He's holding on to it, showing such restraint. Mantles up, wants to punish the smoke walk if they dare. Easy pick for Yakinda, catches Max mantling up. DGT, bomb on the radar now. Wasso from long does manage to strike. That's the unity we want to see. Synchronicity on display. T-side pincer in towards the A site. Losing Luchov's awkward, makes it a 2-on-2, and now planting it to lose his life for it.
He's dead.
Gets the bomb down, says Mayan, I need you to clutch. You got Yakinda up close, eye to the scope. Yuri on his way, and wow, tags him. On back, fake dink through the box. Yakinda down low, not opting for the pistol. He somehow has to isolate these two.
Nice.
Just a stray bullet through the smoke to deny it. Smirk on Yuri's face, he knows he's done well.
Oh, they made that one difficult again. Fury up. 6-5, a one-round gap. They'd love to make it 2 before the halftime break. That plant is going to go a long way in facilitating this final round's bye. Just Max and Mayan, who will be on a little bit less. I think Mayan, does he want to come in with a scout here? Oh, he's been able to get the AWP, so enough funds to make it possible. Still, a lot of these rounds coming down to the dying stages. Oh, and there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, Molotov really hasn't had a lot of action with the opening fights. It's his teammates losing territory, and then he's been in uncomfortable positions. Being an AWP at top A and your team losing shore in multiple rounds, that sucks.
Yeah. Here's that util combo. They break the smoke in unison with a Xbox Molotov. Just trying to really limit any early presence. Another smoke break. Coordination from Furia.
Yeah, I like that one.
Has Luchov legs down to 14 HP. Plenty of nades and plenty of time. The Fangs of Furia to hold B here, and they're just going for another one of their signature contact walks, but Yuri was unprepared. He gets absolutely nothing, and now Serato hard-pressed to find the output of 2 men.
Very low on Max and Luchov.
And a retake you know they're going for, so you better set this up, you better have your plan, hold on to that molly as long as you can.
So Molotov is going to be the man to throw the util. It's going to have to be Fallen and Nikinda to breach, then the AWP comes in late. Everything in the kitchen sink being thrown right now.
All the nades. It's just going to be fights now. Here they come through that smoke. Max 1 HP, a straight bullet. Will kill him. So blind. Starts to spam. Wasso one back. It's all into the clutch.
Nice.
There's Molotov, the difference maker. Back and forth we go, to and fro. But Furia keep their head above water. More than that, they'll have the edge as we swap sides.
Yeah, they've got the bookend triples there, right? The pistol with the conversions, and then those 3 on the trot to close out the half. Triumphant music, as they will get 7. The magic number of 13 around the corner, but we're going to swap sides. Oh, we're straight in with some buys here, not taking a moment off Furia. I'll let you know, Serato and Fallen are both chipped in with a lot of util. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. Sorry, 2 smokes, 4 flashes. If this doesn't put you in a good mood, I don't know what will.
It's like a hero returning.
It feels like everyone's winning right now.
It's a hero returning. You know, there's confetti.
The parade down the street.
People are throwing flowers into the street.
Oh, we love you,
Fallen. We love you, Fallen.
We love you. All right, here we go. Back underway. 4-man A start for the defense to 9Z. And into lower tunnels is Luchov. They're ready for this.
They are. They couldn't be more ready. Look at the setup. Here comes the flash. Everyone's anti. And who gets those kills? It's May and a Molotov. Back and forth. Quick one back. DGT connecting. Yuri struggling.
Committed to this now. You're going to fight your way out.
Headshot hit by Serato's Glock. And it's a Goosh that DGT wants to run away from. Vasso's just standing his ground here, playing the headshot angle as DGT. They are stubborn for this long fight. It's going to be determined right here and now in the deathmatch on long. You've got a clutch available, Yuri. You've got the bomb, but you haven't really got health. No teammates. And plenty of time for you to play this game.
Yeah, you can see here the fact that he's clearing these angles. He doesn't know where both players are exactly, and going to beat him on rotation is DGT, but DGT is low.
And he's not so sure either. Not rushing, not as loud or as fast as he could be over there.
Oh, you'd love to be able to get the plant out of this somehow, but with both players cheating over towards the B bomb side, and Yuri's pivot into lower tunnels. Okay, hold up a second. Getting some complication into the mix. He jumps up short. He won't be spotted right now with the current setup. And then the bomb can go down, which will facilitate a much stronger second round. But let's not rule the clutch out just yet. Yuri, 30 seconds. No resistance will be found as he walks into A. To the X's on the radar, all those corpses that litter along. Now it's where does he plant for? You'd assume, did somebody stay around? Did they push?
Oh, so much uncertainty for Yuri.
It's in now. Single box plants, so means he can't play this from long, at least not easily.
And he's going to be exposed to Lucha.
Oh, nice!
He's found it cleanly. That's the hard work done. DGT's low. 2 kills deep from him, sure, but a single bullet either way. Going to be the differentiating factor here. Doesn't want to announce his presence. It's just going to come down to who clicks first. How good is that cross set? It's absolutely bang on. Yuri's turned it around. A massive 3K in the round of 1 versus 2. And Sid's happy with what he's seeing.
The fact that we could see him on a collision course for a rotation, right? Thinking, oh, he's just going to walk in a B, hope that he's outmaneuvered them here.
There's 2 B
tunnels, he's found the gap. Insane work from Yuri, Mr. Clutch, steps up big time. And then you have to question Luchov in this, right? You have the low HP of DGT. It's a 2v1 situation. You send the ward in first, the canary in the coal mine, and then you trade. But no, he's played ahead on his own. And right now we are B rushing. There is a P90 in the mix.
P90 alert. Awooga. We got a P90 B rush. And Fallen's already drawn first blood. Mayan gets caught out on that Mag 10 spam, and you can stick a fork in this one.
That's round. 9-5. Treating this one like a job right now of Furia. Now that's happened damn quick, so we'll back off and try and retain what they're forced in with.
Oh, that's why he threw a nade.
It's one hell of a way from the clutch in the pistol to your second round all-in B rush. That's come on, you're calling Counter-Strike rounds, Chad. You got to be like, that's a pretty gangster call.
It is. It's so risky, right? That you run through, there's a smoke, you've got multiple players stacking there, everyone gets mowed down. Kinder puts the Tech 9 to good use. Takes another one of these upgrades away, so this is making their next round of play an awfully lot easier.
Some Renegade stickers on that Tech 9.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Big fan.
Maybe he thinks they're cool.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Said no one ever. All right, do they rush B again? Obviously not. Actually, why not?
You do have a P90.
Yeah, and he has the good spawn again.
Has he really?
Where's your skins gone, Molodoy?
Yeah, he's doing 0 skin challenge
You're doing the new Elige.
Just gloves.
Looking to clamp down on mid, and... Oh, okay. Look, trying to subvert the expectation. The plan was to play with these flashes that Mayan has on mid,
nice
but
nade.
Maybe a little bit disconnected from the understanding
Good.
was Quasar. This will be a farm fest as...
I just want to see P90 get a kill, man.
Well, maybe he'll keep it for you next round.
Yeah.
It's hard to see Molodo being a fan of Stargate, so...
I did see there's a guy who's dedicated his Counter-Strike life to playing P90 only. He's got 18,000 stat track kills.
Okay.
Pretty good.
What does he do on the pistol round?
Great question. CZ75.
Aha. Likes to finish quick, does this guy. Lots of bullets. All right. Waterfall smoke, CT smoke. Going to send Molodo out. He wants to get a kill on the P90 as well. Flash forward, the SMGs.
This is the scouting party.
The man and his mentor is...
What?
What is that? Luchov's hit it from ramp.
Get it, man. Someone's got to use it.
Something better than nothing.
Max is here with a 5-7.
Yeah. Ooh, just as the smoke faded the time, it couldn't be any worse.
All right, Max, a 1v4. And they're definitely going to clear. 25. Fallen will have a fantastic round 3 for him.
Damn, his Mag 10's looking pretty spicy.
I think he just has some frustrations he wants to get after being bullied over towards long in that first half. So this is a huge gap, 5 rounds. And that's both pistols for Furia. 6 on the trot when you consider the first half ended. And we're going to get a tactical time at the first from Bit, knowing that they need to get going and now if they want to have any say in this map. There's no AWP available for Mayan. Molodo will bring out his. Fallen will retain the Mac 10. And Fallen actually has a very good long spawn if they want to exploit the run and gun.
Well, long's been a real recurring theme.
This is where if you're 9Z going into the first gun and you don't have the AWP, I wouldn't mind if they were to do something a little bit more gambly. A 1-4 setup just to win the long control. All boosted on Molodoy.
Ooh, wow.
Okay. How about that? So Max limping immediately. You get the combination of Kinder, Top Cat with Yuri pressing the lower tunnels in a moment to start working on this mid and short control. TGT's been having a bit of a rough go of things. His death in upper tunnels against that half buy with the saved guns. It's one that I bet he wishes he could put back in the bottle. Both teams on their CT sides, giving their opponents a lot of room. 40 seconds.
Blocked long, blocked mid. DGT, this could be a bit of a redemption arc brewing.
There'll be a flash here, surely.
Yeah, there is. Underhand, turn, reposition, eat the second. Just a dead man. Serato books him. Nice chip in. Luchov stems the bleed onto Yuri, but they've lost long. Yukinda's made that so. Molodoi, he can find this easy onto Mayan. Oh, and he has. Books him. Job done. Bomb down on A. Mission accomplished, and Max just straight clotheslined by the Galil to finish off the job that Molodoi Zorp started at the very start of this round. Luchov going to be trying to hold on to his prized possession in the Kalashnikov.
Oh, you're boxed in, buddy.
Yeah, that lurk smoke is kind of terrifying. How frustrating. He wants to focus his attention towards B doors, but he knows at any moment his attention's elsewhere. He could just be walking on through. But yeah, I mean, this is what, practically flawless from Furia here.
Yeah, that opening kill in middle was onto DGT, who is the A rotating rifler. So that also facilitates the call to go back in towards the A finish, knowing that they're likely split 2-2. So Luchov back a plat. Be just allowed to
that
rotate.
timing.
Saw Molodoi coming.
Yeah. All right. Well, out of chances now, 9Z. Yeah, the underarm essentially was the bait.
Right, right. Because you think you got your timing down, return your aim.
And you cop it in the face.
Genius.
Good to see Fallen smiling.
Oh, it's only an M4 spam in the cross. I guess I could just jump across. Oh, there's some damage, but there's a frag bag. That's the Luchov saved AK put to use. Well, handed off to Huaso with the health.
All right, how can this one get weird?
Kind of already has. You got 2 rifles with armor. You got your opening kill.
You have 2 players quite low on HP, so gambling 3B with that flash, they've been able to cross. The bomb on Fallen looks to join Yuri, and the tail of this is Serato. So the pursuing core in the upper tunnels. Here comes the fight.
He wants to go. Should be an easy one for Yuri here. Yeah, delivered to his front door. DGT just the one. Fallen makes it so, and just Mayan. That early damage inflicted has put him down to 25. He's cowering at the back of bricks. Feels like a guarantee he's about to be cleared. Finding output here would be incredible. Not quite the headshot he needed. I have no idea if there's a lurk in the system, so understandably cautious.
Play through. Why
going
not?
through.
Yeah, you have to.
Go on, lad. Bricks clear. Headshot provided. Takes down Serato. Fallen cowering at the back of the site. Attention drawn. Molodoi's there. It's just Luchov that's so disconnected. It's just Huaso versus the world, and he's doing it. Molodoi missed the shot. They know where he's at. Huaso down. Tech9 can do it. Such low HP. It's the Molodoi clutch.
Nice.
Secure. Oh. It got weird, Chad.
It did. It did. I was about to say, I feel for the Bricks player there, man, because Luchov was still alive. So not only, you know, they're on a bit of a hodgepodge buy, nameplate Counter-Strike dictates, oh, we should check for Luchov. But then it's that Huasao play that makes things interesting. 13 kills for him. Molodoi extending out for that fight with his back open. Gets them 12. Oh, this time it's a headshot.
Consistently finding impact on that opening.
Oh, look at the scaling, Serato.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, just walk out. Why not?
There is a flash. DGT wins out to necessary clawback. Okay, things return to a balance 4-on-4.
You know they're out of position. It's tough to capitalize on it, though, when you're all in the choke.
It's so chaotic already. You can see just uncertainty growing in the 9C ranks. Fight. Whoa, that's quick. Huaso thought he had the advantage. Molodoi using that AWP like a rifle. Wasn't expecting a second. 3-on-2. Fallen ready. Fallen gone. Bomb lost. 9Z showing A little bit of resistance here with match point, or map point, excuse me. Up for debate.
Yeah, it's 8 straight. Unless Yuri can win another clutch, that's where it'll stop.
One clutch in the pistol on this T side from Yuri. This one asking an awful lot.
Especially with Luchov all the way back at ramp, right? He can get the bomb sure with the time. DGT. He knows exactly what's up. See you later, Alligator. We'll confirm it. Finally something back on the board for 9Z.
Yeah, is it too little too late? Bit's going to take the opportunity to use his 30 seconds.
And that's just a tough way to start the rounds, right? The fact that they recover that.
Yeah, fair.
Because they're using the HE, so you go, okay, well, now are we smoking, right? How much are we going to invest in getting cross here? Because Molodoi, he's either tag or a kill frequently so far in this second half of play.
Yeah, I think it's 3 back-to-back rounds with the connection.
Right now, I can see Molodoi has the best long spawn. He is on an island. The next closest is a little bit further back, but he should at least consider the pick.
Just looks ridiculous even with X-Ray on.
Looks to me, based on the way that Max is facing, that they are going to start heavy A, potentially. It looks like, yeah, they're going to start 4-1.
Just Max going to be trying to block long.
Means they might be aggressive short. Yeah, they are aggressive short.
Team Molly got to respect that, and they are. Oh, we can edge it. That's what that smoke is designed to enable this fight onto the suicide player, but not giving it to him.
Flash doesn't connect, but they've seen enough. Worried about the B and mid to B possibilities. They'll rejig the setup. Kinder will smoke out towards the mid doors. That's going to allow that control to be taken.
It's a well-placed nade. Lands at Molodoi's front door.
Well, short is a gift. So this is the type of round that if you can get the control and acknowledge that, with the amount of util, the smokes especially, this is a scenario where Furia can throw the waterfall smokes, they can throw a mid to B. You could try dropping down into CT, turn it into a B split, but that's where 3 players, the 9Z, find themselves. That's the gamble. And the gamble being made when just 1 round is Furia needing. Oh,
love smoke.
What's that about?
I mean, this is pressure.
Back to long.
Okay.
Max and Mayan to defend A.
This angle's always good for 1. Molodoi clearing at half health, so just a single headshot. Can't find it. Good awareness from Molodoi on the rifle, no less. And Mayan's eating that flashbang for breakfast. Should be the end of Dust 2. And this is 9Z's turf. 9Z's pick, and Furia have had their way with them.
Bad cross smoke. Very bad cross smoke from Molodoi there.
Learned valuable lessons in the head-to-head in Cologne. Clearly looking revitalized here. And that's 13. Furia take 9Z's pick cleanly.
And that was casual, that was comfortable, and this is looking like a different result. Let's see if Furia can do it in 2.
An absolute smashing, as I think those Brits would say, but for Furia, you can hear the fan bases out here really basking in the first map victory. As I welcome you back to EWC 26, Counter-Strike in full effect. Dust 2 really not going the way 9Z wanted to, and it leaves that question, does it leave a lot to be desired for 9Z? I feel like we've seen more output from them at different tournaments. So
yeah, that fell a bit flat for 9Z. Naturally, Furia got off to a good start, winning the pistol, converting, and then 9Z kind of took over in the first half, and I thought, when it was stringing rounds together, I believe they won 4 out of 5 rounds in a row, I thought to myself, okay, 9Z, you're here to play, you looked in control. It was a combination of outer spawn calls, you know, fast long takes, and then slowing down the game, and then into the A bomb side. So it felt like the rounds came from different direction, Peter. It wasn't like a one-trick pony. So to me, that bound well for 9Z. I thought to myself, all right, your T side looks good. You know, you got Furia on the ropes, and then after winning 4 of those 5 rounds, they just shut down. Got nothing done whatsoever. You know, good judgment coming in for Furia, and at that point, it looked like, again, 2 teams on completely different levels.
I really feel like 9Z lost himself a little bit along the way. Up until this last round we just witnessed in regulation, then I actually feel like the scoreline lied a little bit. I think the game was way closer than it was supposed to be. And But turning the attention to the T side, I'm a bit disappointed with what 9C managed to get out of that. You know, they had so many good opportunities to get more rounds, and they lost themselves a little bit when it came to like those very important XVX situations and the clutch situation, right? They didn't really get that one going for them, but they also gave them a little bit too much space sometimes. But sure, you're also gonna give credit to Furia for bailing themselves out of those situations. That is what you're gonna have when you have such quality players. But in hindsight, you know, I think 9C will be looking at this game thinking we should have gotten way more out of what we just achieved.
Yeah, and I kind of hate to do it. It's not that I want to, you know, single out a player and be like, it's your fault, you know, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't highlight what I spoke about coming into the game as well. Mayan with the AWP on the side of 9C, a non-factor in this game. There were a couple of rounds where he was left in 1v1s and 1v2s and 3v3s where he had opportunities of hitting the shots and maybe swinging the round in the favor of 9C. Got nothing done in this game, to be completely honest. A bit of a stinker for him, unfortunately for Mayan. On the other side, mibr.los off to a bit of a slow start, but then he picked it up. He went 5 for 5 in opening kills. I think he finished with, what, plus 80 ADR as well, and you could just see the clear difference in the two, right? So I feel like that's where the vast majority of the difference came from. You have one up on one side, mibr.los, who installs a bit of fear in the opponent, who's winning opening kills, and who's actually getting the job done, whereas for Mayan, unfortunately, this time around, couldn't really quite stand the test of time against Furia.
Yeah, and I look at the round timeline and I think, okay, yeah, you don't win the pistol, you don't really give yourself a shot in the game if you're 9Z at a certain point. But I guess as far as the rounds go, Dupree, this is definitely one in the second half.
Yeah, one of those things that also disappoints me a little bit, you know, is the pistol round, how they managed to play this, because, you know, it's 7-5 for Fury, and if 9C gets this pistol, you know, they're definitely back in the game and they can take control. But again, gotta give Yuri, he's a phenomenal clutch, and he really well plays his round super well, you know, spends the entirety of the clock. He has 1 minute, he rotates all the way back into lower tunnels, really utilizing the time and making his opponent guess where they are. And as you can tell right now, your 9C is already committed to the fact that he probably went B, which makes sense, right? But this is the mistake that I really don't like from Luchov. He's playing way too far ahead from GT, and at this point, good shot from Yuri, but he just leaves his teammate in a situation that is almost unsalvageable. And it's sad because the only thing Luchov had to do in this given situation, with the fact that he came up catwalk so fast, was to just play the contain. If he just jumped for information, tried to figure out where Yuri went, he could just have waited for his teammate. Maybe Yuri would probably still have gotten the frag, but then at least GTC had a chance of refragging, right? So it's these type of mistakes that you just can't allow yourself to be making when you play a team like Furia.
It's such a weird round because it started off by being a deathmatch round on long, you know. I think, what, 8 or 9 players were fighting against each other back and forth, and none of them were willing to back down. And then, as you said, Yuri ends up in a 1v2, and I feel like 9C does everything correct up until the point, as you described right here, where Luchov is sticking his head a little bit too far ahead. They were rotating together. They were walking 2 towards B. They were walking 2 back towards A, right? Playing in a pair, playing in a pack, and I like that approach to it. It's just, when you then had to close out the round, when you then found out where Yuri is, that's when you start to make the mistakes. So it felt like 9C, for whatever reason, weren't really playing up to par, weren't playing up to the level that we've seen, you know, the last couple of weeks, especially in China, but also in the opening game against Pain. And Furia, they had the class in order to punish that, and I like that. You know, I like when a good team is coming into a game where whenever a mistake is being offered to you, you make damn sure that you punish it, and so Furia did.
You talk about pairs and packs, and I've got a head-to-head for you guys, Hisuo Peak and Yuri, in terms of what they were providing. I mean, we looked at this and talked about Hisuo Peak before the match. So where did we find this situation after?
Yeah, not his best game. You know, I said coming into it, he was the highest rated player on LAN ever since the summer break. You know, small sample size, sure, but still playing exceptionally well. This game, he didn't get to do much. Didn't have a bad game. It wasn't his fault, I felt, but you could expect a bit more from him. And then Yuri, who, I mean, last year in 25, he was one of the main reasons why Furia was starting to win trophies. He was overperforming to some extent. Then in the beginning of 26, he was tampering a bit off, and it's been a bit up and down. But if there's one thing you know you always get with Yuri, it's the clutch ability. We saw it in the pistol. We saw his stability on the server as well. And I guess in a game like this, you know, you win 1 or 2 clutches, well, you've done your job.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I also just want to praise Furia for, specifically the Brazilians, right? Namely, Kesrado, Yuri. They're just so consistent. Like, you can kind of always rely on them. They will always seem to be having a good game, and even if the games where they drop off a little bit, you know, they still get their frag from time to time. It's not like they just completely disappear. And it must just feel so good to have, like, I can kind of resemble that from when I had Sippets in my team. You know, if Yuri is left in the clutch, you always feel like there's a chance, right? And if he's presented with a situation like we just saw in the pistol, where there's plenty of time on the clock, even though he has 25 hits.
Ads. Gonna be an ad.
Survive the wild. Some species delegate a lookout,
I found the perfect shape. Oh, great. Can you shut the door, please?
which is handy for finding sustenance in crucial moments.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Chomps. Take bigger bites.
Start talking about Mirage. Let's start talking about the second match of the second map of the series, because 9Z currently aren't in the server, and we're going to need them to show up in a better form than they've got currently. I can assure you that much.
Yeah, it's definitely a map where they can play Counter-Strike at a high level as well. We've seen that the track record is somewhat decent for 9Z, so it is for Furia. They had a time, a couple of months ago where the results were kind of swinging for them. It was inconsistent, which is atypical for Furia, but I feel like they found a bit of that consistency. Mirage was a great map for them during Cologne, competitive in all the games on them, despite not winning every single one of them. So I see no reason why I shouldn't expect the same level coming out for Furia. I think Molodor usually plays well on a map like Mirage as well. K-Zerato gets some of his best job done on this specific map as well. I see no weakness in Furia, whereas for 9Z, again, if you play the level you just showed here in Dust 2, sure, the first couple of buy rounds in the first half were great, but again, it tempered out during the series. It tempered out during the map. You need to be playing well for 30 minutes and not just 5.
Yeah, and it's the Furious best map, so it's really all in their own hands, right? And I still think that 9Z has something to prove. Like I don't think they necessarily tactical-wise played like a bad Dust 2. I think they will have a chance of bouncing back, but they need to get off to a better start and winning a pistol from the get-go, and then obviously converting the clutches and allow Furia to have all these situations where the star players can really come in shining. So, it's a little bit disappointing, but I still believe that 9Z has a saying in this.
Yeah, I don't. I just saw the Furia manager walking with 2 bags of Joe and the Juice. It's game over.
It's over.
It's over.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. Yeah, 9Z Furia still going to go toe-to-toe here. We got Mirage in front of us in what is the Group D upper bracket semifinal with playoff contention in the line. Yeah, gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and head to that break. When we come back, we jump into Mirage, Nuke if we need it on the other side of that. You're watching the Esports World Cup 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
the very last of the upper bracket games. Just looking to see if Furia or 9Z are going to be the ones securing that spot in those playoffs here today. Furia took themselves up a very convincing Dust 2, and that was 9Z's turf. So rocking and roll into Mirage. A rematch from Cologne. Is it going to go the same way?
Yeah, this could be a quick 2-0, couldn't it? That was quite dominant from Furia. There was a patch, though, where 9Z, they looked themselves. It was the first half.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can pick that up now into Mirage, where they'll be on the CT side of Furia's map choice. As you mentioned, the last of the upper bracket games, we had G2, Gamer Legion, Falcons, FaZe, Bait, Foot, and Na'Vi already secure their spots. One more to make it 8, and then tomorrow, well, we'll be adding a bunch more. Actually, today there's a couple more games as well. We've got Spirit versus Big later. We've got Aurora as well, taking to the server to see if they can bounce back from their opening loss. They'll be taking on Gigi Hao, which was the team that actually took down Spirit in that best of one. So all eyes there as Aurora start to show us what they've got as far as the international Counter-Strike is concerned. But let's focus back in South American Counter-Strike on display here. Max, the in-game leader, with a lot to say. Sid, coach of Furia. Quickly talk through the positions that you're expecting to see this 9Z defense. You should have Max over towards the B side. You're going to have Luchop playing towards short. Man will be the Orpus, so floating around connector, window short, wherever the hell he really wants, to be honest. That's going to leave DGT playing connector, and then Hwasao playing over towards A. At XSC, they played this map a couple of times. Obviously, different levels of opponents. They won it twice, lost it once, and the loss was to Tai Lu. The wins were over MIBR and Paravision. So that fills you with a little bit of confidence. Paravision win, but at the same time, that's when they had Hobbit and they had new boy Slaxajez.
Just kind of getting himself acclimatized to the environment as well.
Here's the thing, so many teams made roster changes in the offseason, just none of the big names.
Yes.
So there was a lot of musical chairs, just nothing that's really drawing a huge amount of attention. I think BCG took the cake with that Mzinho move, and we saw them playing in the open qualifier, where they were unable to get through that gauntlet of a bracket they got left with. Here we go, underway. Lots of utility brought out for Fury into this, and straight over towards B for what will be an execute, a 3-man stack, and they boosted up.
Mayan's playing for that one and dip. And the crouch from K Serato. He dips under the bullet. And Max unable to track the jump in. K Serato, layer of flashes, does actually manage to connect while blind. And now Luchov's done significant damage to Fallen without the Kevlar. The Kinder's here. Luchov onto Fallen, and Max actually worming through that smoke. He's looking for Yakinda. Good awareness. They both go down. A quick sequence of clicks from Yakinda pulls us back. And now it's awkward. Super uncomfortable. Glock at range, working for Yuri. Wasso, a quick 1-2. Tap to the dome. Puts him dead. They're going to fight together, aren't they? Look at them getting closer and closer. Yuri's going to have a back turn. Yep, easy pickings. Furia start off with the pistol. And rather convincing from Yakinda for a moment there. It looked like it had started dreamily.
Yeah, let's get that from his POV if we can, please, DJ. That was a massive double kill. Really changed the tide of this pistol. Okay, well.
Wow.
Not a whole lot you can do about that one, is there?
Sit down.
Force buy back from 9Z. That's 3 out of 3 pistols for Furia so far.
Ooh, okay. I'm very curious to see. Are we just rushing mid? CTs, SMGs, charging up the guts. Fallen's going to see a little tip of the head. Didn't spot it. Didn't clock it. Jump scare for Fallen. I mean, he was scared and he was jumping.
Oh, they're into B, but it's a 3v5 disadvantage for Furia. Batten down the hatches, boys. This one's going to be tough.
There's still a lurk.
Especially with K Serato on the other side of the map. The bomb's going to get...
He's going to be hard-pressed to kind of contribute if they go quick. That's if. Yuri into apartments, good for the post plant. K Serato got 2 exposed bodies. The backstab, perfect. So that advantage squandered. It's gone. Another fight. Yuri wins out onto Max. This retake's fallen apart. Despite their successes in middle, looking like they've held on to this one. Very composed. The aim on display. The fangs with all 5.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay, didn't think that lurk was going to have too much to say, but held at bay by the util. Well handled from Fury, even though that's sketchy with the skirmish top middle. It'll have to be the eco now from 9Z. We'll see what they want to chip him with. Some Deagles, some P250s, most likely. And this looks very dangerous, doesn't it? 1:39 on the clock. You find yourself immediately in a 3v5. K Serato takes his time, lines him up, knocks him down. And then in combination with that util from Yakinda, Yuri will get the job done.
Ooh. We're
Fallen's in a rush. Does he have a hot date or something?
Very quick. He's got places to be.
I thought he was a
to
married
see.
man.
Yeah. Taking the boys out for a steak dinner to celebrate the playoffs if they pick this one up.
Yeah, it's quite a few days off. We've got Sunday to round out all of those lower bracket matches. And as you turn your attention to Monday and Tuesday, that's some downtime before the games start up on Wednesday. We'll still have A and B streams for the first couple of days of play. But we will be moving to a much bigger space. And then on the Sunday for the grand final, and the third place decider, I believe, we're going to move to the Accor Arena, which is where the Paris Sweat Major was back in 2023, as they continue to sweep this round. Back at the Major, Yakinda absolutely mauled 9Z on this map, but he had 7 multi-kills, 103. We'll round up, we'll give him 104 ADR. mibr also playing a factor of that. It's Max. Can't find any resistance with the Deagle. It's just Luchon over towards Ticket, and he's been noted now.
Yeah, Furia, one of the many discussion points is that they are the best example of a team bringing in these imports, breaking what was pure Brazilian roster into what has been a more successful amalgamation of talent.
Yeah, you wonder, does that say more about the talent or about how much the buyouts are in the region? Maybe a little bit of both?
A bit of column A, column B.
Because there are definitely players out there who you would be excited about if you're Furia. There's an Insani, but we know that over there in Brazil, these buyouts can be extraordinary.
Yeah, anyone got a money tree?
Been planting mine year on year. Okay.
Three smoke start, double window, yikes. And you've got Yakinda humbled with a HE. Quick on this, look at this, no way you're ready for that. DGT's down, K-Serato beat the Incendiary. At least there's a trade, there's Waso, puts him down, but in the meantime, you know the A players were distracted, you start to get Tetris space, and Waso is booked. Hello?
Chief. Thanks for coming.
Can I get more out of this, he asked
surely
himself.
take him.
It's got a little awkward now. Should be fine to tap him in the side of the head, but he wants more.
No way.
He leaves him. He lets him know. He tells Fallen, he says, there is a man on the fight. I'm going to go and get something extra.
Yeah, he's got the rotations covered off at least, but mibr also has a full boat of utility. So this is kind of crazy because if he gets caught off guard and loses all of the belt of nades...
They don't have a flash for this fight.
Yeah, but of course they're going to be worried about the window boost. They don't have mid.
Oh, no. Luchov's taking down mibr, and then the fight comes through.
mibr, that's a classic overcooking of the pooch right there.
Yeah, that leaves you with a Listerine face. Minty, spicy.
Oh, dear.
Luchov gets him.
He kills Huasa. Sure, he's not to know, but once you make it into jungle and there's no resistance, at that point, you got to be wondering, that's where you like to see players play to contain, but it's a T side, so it's a little bit of a different scenario. That one, we'll see if the frustrations have ramifications. K-Serato, 3 of his 6 kills so far have been in the back, so...
Yeah.
Beautiful double, though, from Huasa. And the thing is, 9Z don't even know that unfolded. They have absolutely no idea. They think, oh, okay, mibr got boosted window. Fair enough.
Little do they know.
A-pop.
Okay, Huaso's got a test to pass. Oh, and he does. He's even got a chance at another. There's mibr, though. Takes him down. Exposed on the smoke break, but a missed shot whistles past. Man, low HP. Luchov onto mibr.
Safe plan. Limits post-plant opportunities. Oh, and Yuri's very low now.
What's K-Serato up to in that smoke? Just by burrowing into it, it's going to make things very difficult for this retake. And Mayan's not going further than this.
A couple of smokes, though, on the retake, and there are kits. Remember, it's planted in sight. Yuri is very low.
You're right. Bomb ticking fast. CT, they're going for this. Yuri going to play for one on that low HP. Easy for Luchov. Now they've got to get that kit on the bomb.
Has to be fallen.
Someone's got to hold it. 5-second stick. Just in time. Just in time. Oh my goodness, a heist. Stolen away from Furia. 9Z making a one-round game.
Okay, that's now 2 very frustrating rounds back-to-back. You've got the mibr slip, sure. It felt like they made up for it there. Playing in that post-plant, especially with the pace that they went in that round, you must have some assumption if you're going to be hitting the site with 1:40 on the clock that they are still going to have block utility available. So they've flubbed their lines on this one, Furia. Intensity still in with the buy. Galil's in lieu of 5 AKs. The money's not quite there, but they know that they're still in a good position to humble 9Z, who have a few players with a bit of extra cash. Again, Fallen happy just to take these swings. Dancing in and out of the smoke, back and forth with the flashes.
I think someone just scored.
Yeah, okay.
We've got Rocket League on that main stage right now. Ooh, double up Ram.
Well,
Yuri gets info.
Yeah, good amount of info. Has to stay alive as well, so that goes both ways. Redeploy of a con smoke, just slowing down the pace our Fury up. Got Fallen out towards the top mid box. They've got the bomb down in T-spawn. 2 players still floating towards B. The bomb picked up now. Window smoke from Molodoy. And con smoke from Fallen. So this will force the breakout from Mayan. We'll see if they're trying to link up Cat. That will keep the B defense of Max and Luchov planted.
He fired a shot, so AWP was A.
Yeah, he is rotating now. It's an A fake. It's actually going to pull him back.
It's all by design. They've really manipulated the rotation, and Luchov gets caught out. It's just Max up against the world. Fallen down, tracked nicely. That's a good output out of Max. Keeps it level at least, but the bomb will go... Ooh, I say the bomb will go down. Actually, they'll think twice about it with Mayan being spotted out. He can actually throw the incendiary to disrupt. Chose not to, elected not to. Bomb down. Nikinda, safe pathing. Anticipates it's market-centric on this retake, and he's right. The angle of Molodoy there catches out DGT. Wasso, not to be underestimated, though, on the surge. Oh, just looked away. The timing favors Wasso in a large way. They're both hiding out in the apartments. It's Molodoy on a pre-fire headshot. Nothing for Mayan. Can't win this one. Gotta take that expensive weapon into the next. And you won't. Stuck around for something. Leaves with nothing.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough to cross there, but he gets away with the AWP. He could have dropped multiple guns, so that is going to force Bit to take a timeout. If that was 3 consecutive rounds where Furia had an advantage and let it fumble, you have to think that mental's starting to take a bit of a turn.
Yeah, that's like the first kind of band-aid solution to what was a very, like you said, 2 very, very frustrating rounds. A failed trigger discipline play into a true last-second defuse. Right under the noses of Fallen. And Co.
Yeah, the fake worked perfectly, didn't it? Big control, AU2, catch a player with his back turn.
Good rifle work on Molodoy this round. Made that little work.
We knew that Mayan had cash. They've been able to get out 3 M4s around an AWP. There's 1 kid and Max, the B defender, with an MP9.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world then if you can find yourself an opening, which looks like there's collision course set here in mid. Luchov, down to Yakinda. Quick one back, got to get out of there. No, you don't. Stands his ground onto the Fallen swing. A trade attempt from the captain. Results in an advantage for 9Z, trying to keep this just a 1-round game.
Yeah, they're ready for the Yuri lurk, thinking he was going to try and take some space off of that mid-fight.
Here we go. Ooh, quick again. The headshots keep coming from the Molodoy rifles. Molodoy starts to probe.
AWP's in a good spot, though.
Just in time, yeah. Mayan is the only man here. And that's exactly what he wanted. Catches the tail end of the ramp assault. We'll remove Molodoy, sidelines him, now just up to the fangs of Furia. K-Serato and Yuri, 17 frags each. Or between them, never mind. Bomb cancelled, Mayan gets another one. Should see a clutch here if, yeah, you don't get double swung. DGT and Max standing and banging from Con. You have got that 1-round game after all.
And this is how Dust 2 went in the first half.
Yes.
And then it was the last couple of rounds of the half where Fury were able to piece together 3, and then they really run with that momentum. Very, very good work from Mayan under pressure in a lot of these fights.
Serious output on that AWP right there.
Yeah, that could have been the 7th ace of EWC so far, but just 1 shy.
1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1 shy. 1
Triple smoke towards middle, right? You're worried about the cat crawl. You just saw your Kinder run to great success, but it's in through underpass. And now another one of these A fakes. Do they get baited once more?
DGT is so paranoid around this smoke. He's got such a good read of this. They overlooked the corner completely. They thought they'd sold it. Still though. Oh, Mayan down. Serato through the smoke, perforates and discovers Luchov. Max was next on the naughty list, gets caught out by the Diga. Molodoy.
They just need to cover the rotation now, and Fallen can rotate around the world and putt this in, so Serato has that covered. He already has 3 in the round. Can it be 4?
He's played it really safe as well.
Ooh, maybe. Aha. I was going to say maybe 2 safe, but Fallen's going back to A, so they've juked him here.
Completely sold it perfectly. All it takes, flashbang. Wasso convinced he's in the right place. Little does he know, the A site is lost. Open plant from Fallen, learned his lesson.
Yeah, when you look at that buy that they came into this round with, the fact that Serato gets that triple kill, right? We're talking pistols around just a couple of rifles here. So,
well, that rifle was put to very good use.
Yeah, indeed. But again, they just they throw the mid util. You can see the thought process. All right, we can't see window, we can't see con. We're worried about the short scale because the cat smoke. They blow open smokes, they spam through. Then they go, okay, hold up, they're not here. So then you turn to the extremities. You think, are they ready to pop? And then the A fake comes in, which helps your suspicions, but they just weasel through the smoke. And Serato with some very important trade work.
Yeah, it's a nice way to mitigate risk, that. These rounds, especially when there's damage inflicted.
Some good calling from Fallen.
Yeah, definitely.
I think one of the best facilitators in the game for sure. And, well, it's meant to be his final season.
What round are we?
Allegedly.
This one here. Opens the runway for Molodoy, and then they just pull 9Z around the map.
I'm sure Fallen's job feels a lot easier when you've got Yuri and Serato in form.
Oh, for sure. I think for him, he is always going to have Yakinda and Molodoy call their shots.
Yeah.
So
the rest are kind of what? This is like not the supporting cast. That's not the right way to frame it.
I was going to call it like herding cats, but it's not. It's more like herding sheep.
Right.
They're doing what you want them to do.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, no, it's directing traffic.
Yeah, I see. You got the stop sign, you got the go sign.
Yes. And more often than not, you want to give your players the when Molodoy says, I have this peak, you would like to give it to him. You just need to temper him in certain rounds as they're trying to get tricky over these smokes here on Huasao.
Can't see much.
Now, and again, it's another fakey maneuver. Serato walked out to B, so he should be able to call this clear and they can rotate over.
Forget about the boost, man.
Serato is at bench. Like, what?
Are we leaving?
I don't know. Fallen's put his body on the line so often, and
by cutting noise, they end up going B. This is so bizarre.
But they're all just
like, that 10-second pause was genius, actually, because the entire CT side vacate, and now they're all going to walk into Serato.
How far do they go? Do they keep?
Does he just stay bench?
This is crazy.
I've never seen anything like this. He's going to hear
now they're
this.
noisy.
Here we go, lads. What? Why are we jiggling that?
All right, well, then we'll get themselves an AK.
What the helly? What the heliante is that?
Okay. Well, 6 rounds.
Fallen's having a giggle.
They are outmaneuvering 9Z something cruel right now.
This is the path of least resistance. Oh, he's even taken another out of the equation. DGT, a frustrating death there.
It was actually very important to hold on to that because if you take a look at their cash now, 3.4, 3.4, 3.8.
So someone's on an MP9.
So, right? So it's a suboptimal buy with the loss bonus where it's at, how close some of these rounds have been. You're in the hurt locker right now for your 9Z.
That pause was so bizarre. It was weird for 9Z, I'm sure. He's conditioned them so much that whenever I throw full AX seconds, no one's behind it, or one guy's behind
be real.
it. Yeah, this time Serato's on bench, and they are all there.
And now when you go direct, the rotation's going to be so late. So maybe you want to play forward for info, and that's what they're doing.
Can they keep them dancing? Yes, they can. Dancing to the beat of the Furia fans' drum.
DGT's had a bit of a rough series.
Yeah, there's a couple of mares. The opening deaths. Another one added to the column there.
6 already on the T side. You're happy with this Furia. You'll take every round you can get, so we'll see how many more you can add to the tally, but down the stretch, 90 don't win this.
Hang on, Luchev's blinded off, but the support, that's necessary from Mayan. It stops them and enables Luchov to have vision back as, ooh, bell rung, swung, back and forth. 3 on 3. There's 2 on B here, so Keisarato's got his work cut out for him. Not if Molodoi can lend a hand, and it just disintegrates. Woof. Ooh. No one's saying it's the cleanest close from Yakinda, but gets the job done. And yeah, they're doing some serious convincing on this T side.
Yeah. Let everybody know there's more games coming your way today. We've got Spirit versus Big coming up next on the main stream.
It's hard. It's easy to feel kind of rough for Big, huh?
Yeah, you win your opening game.
You did. It was a big one against, was it Aurora?
It was. It was on Cash, and I think when you're getting you go into G2 next. All right, I think that was pretty winnable.
Yeah.
They were able to take a map there, but then you drop down to the lower bracket, and because Spirit got upset by GG How, it's like, ah.
I mean, the G2 big game, both of them were probably fighting like it's a major, your grand final, because no one wants to be in a lower bracket game up against Team Spirit right now.
Yeah, exactly. And in case you're wondering what happens to the loser of this game, they are not eliminated. They will take on the winner of 3D Max versus Magic, which is currently going down on that secondary stream, so you can whack that on as well. As we just have some Deagles here before Hanzi can pull out the guns for the final round of the half. Just salvaging what you can, and that's quite the shot from Luchov. All right, the pace towards middle does not reward Keisarado, but Fallen will get his second kill. And it's going to be all 4 through middle for the finish. A 3-man stack from 9Z currently over towards A. It's Luchov. Pick up the B site, and they should just go through the motions to finish this. They've taken the vent room control very early, a minute 25 on the clock. And they are investigating A ramp. They've called sector clear. Guns are being juggled. Not in position to do anything right now.
I love that cam. 10 points to camera operator 1.
Probably J-Raz?
I would hope so. Shout out to J-Raz one time.
So back to A, that there's still a chance in this one.
There is. They're in the trap, and oh, he didn't quite hit that headshot you'd have liked, but Yawaso and Mayan's position now noted, and he's cracked the skull of Fallen. Significant damage on that, but it's getting out of hand fast. Molodoi down to 23, a single bullet. Max Bound finds it, and it's all onto Yuri. Can't hack it.
What?
Wasa will close it down. They'll leave with some free rifles and a much-needed 4th round.
I think right there, Fury are thinking they'd done enough with that mid-pressure to make it feel like a B-split, but they didn't really get the info, right? They didn't send out a ward to see if it was a stack. They've just walked into it. There's no question that 9Z can shoot some sharp shots on the digs.
Yeah, I know. It must have been, oof, Luchov's shot. But also Luchov's presence on B. He was there just telling the boys, stay where you are, I'm fine.
Oh, they walk away with a bunch of AKs from that. Final round of the half. Can they make it 7-5?
Be a whole lot more competitive. Ooh, TGT stomachs a double nade combo. Waso has removed Molodoi before the round even started, just catches him. It's an audacious fight to be taken as a CT. Straight all the way deep ramp. You can see the X on the minimap there. Looks like they're going to go through the motions to take some of this space away from Luchov. Window and Con smoked. Action on the push ramp. Is that Huaso? Yeah, he's going through this. No one home.
2 through Palace, 2 through Con.
Okay. Mayan, priority is connector. However, no one's covering this Palace walkout. He could be susceptible to just a quick one tap to the side of the head if they go first. Who moves first? Yuri or Yeki?
Hessero's just smoked jungle. This will
That's
make
enough.
it easier for the Con players.
Yeah, now they know. Informed as well, though. Basso tasked with the Palace walkout. Nice find from him. Removes the head of Yuri. Spot onto Yakinda. Doesn't find it cleanly. And Huaso looking the wrong way, just getting manipulated, overwhelmed. The numbers game. One out by Furia. And the numbers looking to read 8-4.
So Fallen's just patrolling the rotation. You think he should have Max dead to right here. This is so tough for Max. He's worried about vent room. Clearing that out with the util.
He's not
even
convinced.
more of a tell. Boys, you're going to run out of time.
Oh, Fallen's mad about that one for sure. Max has made a little bit of a case that they can still do this, and sitting in the opener, sitting duck is Yakinda. Serato manages the angle as well. They haven't got the info they needed, and so now all he needs to do is just stop them from touching that bomb. He's covering it nicely. Time check.
It's going to be damn close. It's going to be down to the wire.
Big difference between
What?
8-4 and 7-5. 9Z pull it
Oh
off.
no, what
Couple of
the?
nail-biters in that first half.
What?
You had the heist in the early stages, and now at the end, they pull off that retake, and you're thinking to yourself, with the bomb planted, with Fallen covering the rotations, that should be Furia's 8th round every day of the week. They've let that one slip through the fingers.
Could you help me out understanding why Yakinda is in the open like that? I'm sure there is a logical explanation for his positioning. I guess just misinfo perhaps would be the
I think
explanation.
there's a level of confidence coming into play there as well, because the time's ticking so far, and you think you have everything covered off. It's
I think probably because for a moment ago, Fallen's had the mid-rotate.
And it's the second time that they've planted in a safe position. That means you can't play the bomb from con. So there were some very frustrating rounds lost in that first half of Furia. They're probably feeling like they could have had a 9-3 half, that they should just be waltzing into the second and getting the job done.
How many riflers are going for that opening gambit? Huaso onto the AWP. And they did such good work, did Furia. You know, breaching that site, it felt like the writing was on the wall. It should have been over, and I mean milliseconds in it. They pull it off just in time. Serato just couldn't hang on for that extra second.
Looks like a fast B split. They've already smoked top con and window.
Flash top mid.
Oh, maybe they go through the con smoke. They've got this late piece of Huasao.
They will. A flash
P250
go.
through Palace.
One more of where that came from. And in they breach. Molodoi taps one out from the ticket. They've got good positions for this now. Yakinda versus the P250 of Huaso. Too much to ask for.
Oh,
nice work.
crispy.
Good aim, yeah. It's on display. So we can add a frustrating pistol round where you got nothing.
So what we can add the first pistol for 9Z.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. About time.
Serrano's got some company. How many can he take with him? One and done. Good trade work from Huasao.
He's deadly, isn't he? He's really just on one at the moment.
Right, well, 1 round gap. What was feeling very comfortable. The Furia is starting to get a little bit sweaty. And if they force by now, and they drop this, the ramifications of that will have flow-on effects. Yeah, it's starting to take shape. Molodoi, he's not going to fully invest with the fort. Oh, I should say that. He has back and forth with his decisions on the buys. They want to make sure they have smokes to corral. 4 Deagles out of 5-7.
It's rare to see a team prioritize the Deagle to such an extent. You know, typically 1 or 2, but 4. Back in their aim. Backing that B site read, Fallen started with extra troops on that side of the map.
Cole looks very good.
Kinder doesn't connect anything on the short walk, but here comes the pincer maneuver. Fallen. The 5-7 gets nothing. The Deagles are keeping us level. Molodoi humbled. Yuri gives himself a smoke to play around. Less susceptible to May on the short side. There is another body there. The smoke makes it weird. Yuri can play around it. There's Yakinda on the edge of the smoke. Easy pick for May and over the top. Yeah, a bit of damage, but not enough. May and 3 kills. Oh, he didn't have the bullets. That force buy's gone down the Swanee.
So 18 frags deep right now. This man doesn't want it to be done in 2. We're tied up 7 apiece, and as mentioned, if that force falls flat, it now is the eco, and 9Z will be taking the lead, or should be taking the lead, I should say.
Just smiling ear to ear as Huaso. When the game feels like this, when every decision you make, every bullet you fire feels like it's going in the right place.
Well, they're just going to turn this into an A play. There's a bunch of smokes being juggled by Max to set this up.
Yeah, there should be nothing to be said about this one.
So off of a lot of these rounds early, they've constantly been denying middle and connector. On the pistol was deep con that they ran through for the A split, but in the last 2, it's just been the shallow con smoke as the EU2 is in the air. It's a barrage utility that Yuri's going to try and punch through.
Diligence on Luchov, making sure he jumped across the Palace angle. Couple of Deagles unloading through that smoke. Really lovely layering of the util as well there.
Only point of interest is this Fallen flash, and then just a flood of Furia.
How many Mac 10 frags can you get, Luchov? Get some extra cash going. The flash turns, and nothing. Absolutely nothing on the mag. It's stressful now for Huaso. He's been brought down very low and does still take just the 1. Are these retrievable is the question.
And if they are you even getting away with them?
Not looking good now. The frags have come through. Oi! Gets himself a little extra as Yakindo on the low HP player. Finishes off onto Max.
Well, the score at the major was 13-9 in favor of Furia. Both teams looking to show improvements. The last tussle, and the third and deciding map of that series was Overpass. Well, that's not in the pool this time round. We'll find ourselves on Nuke if we need to get there, and 9Z making me question why the hell not. Holiday in with the AWP, starting ticket. So feigning mid presence, a quick reroute back to A to group up for the A execute. So have a lot of nades for this. They were very diligent just there against the eco. And it looks to be more of the same right now up against the guns.
Copy paste. Different Molotov variation. And Holodoy just nails it. Didn't panic on the flash. Pulls the trigger onto Luchov. First blood for Furia, but the site now lost. Smoke break does expose Wasso and Palace. Yuri and Keserato are side by side behind these jungle smokes.
They'll be fading now.
Any moment now. Trying to see some coast plant control in CT. The deep smoke will facilitate that. It's a 5-on-4, but with the bomb now down. How long? Yeah, fading now on the CT. Flash from Molodoy's got to be good. They're going to double swing this. Oh, and the delay from the Molotov. They're going to have to go through it, and he's going to get him while blind. DGT finds the follow-up. Now an equal, even keel flowing nicely for 9Z. Huaso makes these multis look so
Holodoy, just save it.
Up to 21 as 9Z find themselves their 9th.
Yeah, okay, well, putting himself in pole position to take this map now. So we'll add his 6th multi to the tally at the top of the table. And continuing as Max is very happy with how this is unfolding. Well, to get you the opener, but that's about all you get. Had that second phase. They're handling business right now.
First time out we've seen from Furia. And Sid's making full use of it.
Well, yet to get a round going in this second half of play. It's 6 straight, so the momentum has swung. It's max loss bonus, so there can be some level of investment coming through. As you can see, taking shape on your heads-up display. I suspect 9Z to take a bit of pace out of this one. I say that as they all gravitate towards A. Juggle the smokes again for Maximilian.
Furia do have to demonstrate that they can handle it.
2 MP9s on the balcony. Somewhat threatening. They'll swing.
Yeah, they will, but Luchov looks so ready for this. Yo, doesn't matter. Oh, they nearly get both without a casualty. DGT just the last bullet before he goes down onto Yuri.
They're following through with this.
Yeah, Molodoy is playing a very active AWPing position. Forward position does find Wasso on the edge of the Tetris smoke. Very uncomfortable for May, and he's got the bomb. Does slink back. Doesn't want to overcommit with that bomb and lose the round right there and then. You're in a 2-on-4. As far as the information goes, you know where Keserato and Molodoy were.
So Fallen, if he had all the info that both players there, you could have seen him just charge through and really close the door on this. He stayed over towards the B apartments. He's playing to contain and playing for info, so it's a very tough shot to hit. Now you can get that info and then get away, and they can rejig the CT setup. Furia looking to get their first round on the CT side with a partial investment. Let's see, you want to get double digits. So Fallen on this line.
This is just for that info.
Turn the X-ray off, you'll see just how difficult it is. Ooh.
That's all it takes.
Rotation's coming. The great migration of Furia players are on their way, and that nade. That's a no. Yeah, we know you're here.
Yeah, let's go. Let's party. Rotation through, 2 in the market side. Fallen even managing to do it on his own. Doesn't need the help. Moral support, I suppose.
Fallen just say, I got it. I got it.
He's been
stay back.
quiet.
Yeah.
but has been taking a lot of space and was calling up a storm in that first half. A lot of fakes, but yeah, that's got to be a little prep move, right? Because they've swung off the util into the A execute. They've caught the players in Palace with nades in their hands. And now they've put the money of 9Z into question if they lose this one. You've even got DGT with an AK, but Kevlar, no head armor.
I guess less of a problem versus 3 CTs.
They're running
with
out
the AK. That's a nice start, but there's still the A side's been such a problem. Ooh, opportunity for Yakinda cut short. Max and Luchov combine. Now Palace successful. Wasso on the low HP. What? He just takes heads. Time after time, he's just guaranteed to fight. What is that? Stray bullet finds Yuri. K-Serato, can you be the hero? Do something to get Fallen closer to that bomb site. They've got a smoke and a kit.
You got to save.
Oh, man.
This is a treacherous pass. I think you just got to hold on to this, concede the fact that 9Z continue.
I don't understand where these frags keep coming from. Huasso is so deadly.
All right, just with the money about to be put into question for 9Z, they bounce back. They get to 10 first. Fury, because they won on the lighter buy, there is extra cash. So a gun can be dropped across to Yuri. And they will have a full gun round. Thank you very much to the loss bonus. So this is going to start to force you to play heavier towards A like you did on that partial buy, right? Are you going to want to just challenge A ramp early, right? At this point, then other parts of that become weaker. Do they channel through mid? Do they just go for a knockout blow, execute over towards B? Where do you sacrifice the defense? As Yanko says, you can't be strong everywhere. So you're going to have to pick your poison right now if you're Furia, and his A site has felt very susceptible.
Yeah, they tried that double Palace MP9 push.
That's it. You're not going to go for the same move in a gun round, right? So you're going to have to go for something a little bit more. Although it looks like he's taking the AWP towards A again. This could be the pair up towards ramp with Yuri just to get that control. But I also think at the pace a lot of this is happening. Take a look. The round is feeling like it's over at a minute 25.
Yeah, full blind.
9Z are essentially calling out this A side defense.
Yeah, they are. Even when they find the opening kill, like your AWPA ticket gets the first and then the retake's impossible still. Must feel really funky for Furia right now.
DG2 will report they've just blocked B immediately, right? And this is actually going to have Fallen press up behind it. But they've already expended that smoke immediately, right? It wasn't a jump spot and then we drop the util and play it defensively. That makes you feel like, okay, if they want to block so early, are they trying to make a move elsewhere? As we can see with the radar, it's relatively passive hold from the CTs. Two burrowed in the back of the B site. It's Yakinda who's going to be on the jump spot. They're foregoing window control. They're going to let them jump up if they'd like. So the pressure point for me at the moment is likely Yuri, who's trying to play in tandem with this Molodoi triple box setup. Fallen's going to get flashed into this.
EGT starting his swing. Fight trade immediate. And you're blocked. 45 seconds. You don't really want to be running through a grey screen.
Well, keep your eyes on this from Max.
It's everything right now. Is he going to catch Molodoi? Molodoi. Oh, down. Long range from Max. Yes, he did. Got the whole pack.
They're going to pivot through underpass. They've got the rotation covered off. Yeah, heaps of time.
Come on.
Yeah, don't you worry about that. This is 11 on a silver platter, and you have to save right now, Yakinda and K-Serato.
That kill from Max is everything. Worms through the back line, cognizant that there will be a reaction or a rotation. And you would think, I mean, Molodoi is also definitely going on and considering that possibility, but I think the first bullet was the start of the end for Molodoi. Just nails it, does Max. They are playing this game where they get to keep the AKs continually, but
sure,
you've got to use them at some point.
When your only round on the CT side is a partial investment,
yeah, sure.
So you're not replicating this through strong means. You're going, okay, the CT side looks sick. It's like, nah. There's nothing that's really given us that indication. As add another one to the Tally 9Z. And at one point, this was at 7-3 scoreline. Those frustrating rounds, which felt like they were Furia can get past is no more. This is 9Z just 2 rounds away from taking Furia's map and pushing us to nuke the third and decider. Will there be resistance from the Brazilians' defense? Max is getting to do some rhythm calling at the moment. So if he went back to doing more of that A play or throw that same util, he gets to be the one to orchestrate the fakes now. Missed the window smoke.
It means Molodot's got the sight line. They're going to try and jump out and punish this. Smoke break, a boost erect. It's Yakinda that's going to be bouncing around. There's surely an opportunity for him here. Luchov's so aware, though.
So quiet.
The whole squad not looking at him. Oh, that's awareness on display from DGT. Nearly 3. Serato quick on the double. And look at Wasso. They were spotting on the pixel, anticipated the Orb's reaction and gets away with his life.
And look where the bomb's heading. Max over towards B. He's going to call man to come and join him, and that means that Hwasa just gets to be a nuisance.
Yuri, we had the advantage. Wasso's taking him down.
Ball's going to run into this. How far does he press the issue?
Does he tug? No, he's going to swing. He is going to swing, and Max is ready for this. So ready.
Oh!
2 HP.
But the Orb's here. Do they pivot back? Hwasa saying nobody home over towards A.
You got plenty of time. The pivot is in. Mayan's going to commit in. It's all bad info for Molodot. At least he's able to find the first of the 1v3 for free.
Max is coming back.
Max is coming back. This trigger discipline, this could be the redemption from Molodot letting Mayan go. He's called his teammate.
Oh, what the?
I'm never going to do it again. I've decided
That's
for him.
Twice in one map.
Nah.
Okay. Well.
That little double take. That moment for him to process the information, like, did I just see someone staring at me in my peripheral vision?
This one's gotten away from Furia.
It's going to have to be on Nuke, I think.
Yeah. 4 straight rounds just to draw us to overtime. And it's great from 9Z to keep it so quiet. They're not spamming the smoke. They're not throwing a lot of nades. They're making it, okay, we've thrown the mid util. Furia want answers. They're fed up of being executed on, so they go forward and they walk into the trap. Round 21 could be the final round of this one.
Could be.
They were taking the A site whenever they wanted to. See if they can finish
give it a go again.
One more time. Yuri, Serato present. The 4 members of the Furia squad are in position. With Mayan gone, smoke spam. Yuri finds Wasso out Palace. They're starting to read this. They know what the flowchart looks like, and they are just tearing it up in front of 9Z. Couple back, DGT. Would have to go for all of them. Molodot racks up the double.
Good.
A sign of life from Furia.
Yeah, well, the Fangs are putting in a shift, right? Serato 23, Yuri 18. If there's activation from Molodot and Yakinda late, they can win 3 straight. DGT is the only one that'll be... Never mind, he can get a drop here. Money's gone after this one for 9Z. It'll be then Eco into final round of regulation to try and get this done before overtime.
Hide your barrel. DGT none the wiser as to Serato's forward position.
How long does he hang around for, though? The smoke is fading, that flash premature, and he's just going to dart away. So they've foregone any mid-control fall, and we've seen him in this position a couple of times to limited success. Molodot is going to try and flick between all these fights. Window boost established. EGT has no idea, but there's nobody on the other side, and Fallen continues to push. So info for him, stack towards A.
And it's going to be Serato onto DGT. Molodot's orb revealed and trapped up close. He goes in for the little dip, finds Max. More where that came from, and actually damage inflicted onto Luchov, saved by the concrete.
Just buy time for Fallen. He should come and sweep this under the rug from underpass.
Yeah, he's got Yakinda window as well. So the door is locked. Forward the only direction you can go. Safe pathing as well, sandwich centric. Wasso's found Yuri, so now that opens up the avenue for a potential 3-on-3 with Serato's ticket and Fallen. Ooh, nice. Just a reaction headshot. He was looking the wrong way. Fury are fighting for their lives for that 2-0 into a 1-on-2. Luchov doesn't have the health doesn't have the help or the bomb.
All the time.
Then again, Fallen is low. The Glock can finish him off with one single bullet. Fallen holds on. Well,
You think
said
it's gonna be
from someone. It's
overtime
Fallen
10?
that goes from 6 frags to 8.
I think we're gonna
in
go
a
for
must-win
overtime.
round.
Still got dicey there, didn't
Yep,
it?
yes,
So
yes,
trying to
yep.
fight their way out of that 9Z. They are going to have to take the eco now. Big catch from K Serato. Good info play from Fallen. The kills are nice, but definitely securing the fact that it was going to be a finish towards that A site helped out a lot. And now it's just a couple of Deagles. But don't forget that first half where the Deagles came in and 9Z won a big one. So we should be seeing every round of regulation. Just a question mark about that overtime. And do you, if you're 9Z, next round, just go back to that A execute?
It would be tempting, wouldn't it? The one time it really didn't work was just those 2 frags from Yuri and K Serato through smokes. So it's just the one flash and go. Fallen's got one of those too. Eats theirs. Yakinda, full belt, gun out, just tracking these unarmored Ts. Luchov does find a little bit of output on a Glock headshot. Ooh, and a nice one from Fallen, talking about
Nice flick.
headshots. Single bullet midair.
Bit of clay pigeon shooting right there from Fallen. Okay. Well, I'll take your time out. You may as well, Bit, on the mic. They're still sweating right now. It's double Orps looking to be a response right now from Furia. One
Haven't
for
seen
Fallen,
it
one for
all
Molodoy.
game.
Yeah. Been limited in that regard. It's so tempting just to go back to that A execute with how much success you've had from it. But then you've got Furia as well, who know that they've been hemorrhaging rounds. So they want to try and give that a go. Having Fallen on a secondary AWP, if he gets boosted towards B apartments, they can post him up and then leave him. Just depends on the pace of the rounds out of 9Z. Well, we're into the freeze time.
Olé.
And it won't be the A play. Full smoke mid. Con, window, top cap.
What is this? You haven't done this all game. Last round of regulation, a 2-man lower push that Max is responsible for. Just started walking forward. He was unprepared for that jump scare, but info flows. You know, 2 CTs preoccupied on the B side of the map. No reaction through that Palace smoke. They were tempted.
You're too disconnected. Your mid players aren't close enough to contour up through.
Right, it's Luchov in mid.
You have to reset.
Are you anticipating K Serato? Underneath his crosshair. Slinks in undetected towards ladder.
It's good space for Luchov.
It is.
Be able to call the rotations if they're too cumbersome with the sound cues. Yuri now noted towards ramp.
Knows Wasso's got a bit of a penchant for the Palace position.
He's putting in a shift as well. 25 kills deep. How many more can he get? The hurry up and wait right now from 9Z. Well, they just allowed Luchov to search. AUtil lobbed in.
And Quasso's gone. Empty hands. Yuri makes it so. DGT for that trade attempt in the flames. Down to K Serato. Couldn't transfer to Mayan, but advantage Furia extended. Just Luchov. Now they know where he is. It looks like overtime's a certainty. Fallen does get the shot baited out. Nice movement from Luchov. It's just the time against him. It's almost impossible. No reason not to give it a go. Molodoy ticket. Bomb under the boots of Yakinda towards the ramp, and Furia fighting back into this Mirage. 10 takes 5 to plant in the air. And
We go to
secure.
overtime.
Some resilience there from Furia.
Yeah, it's been a pretty frustrating map overall for Furia, I'd say, especially with the rounds lost in that first half. They get to continue now on this CT side. 12.5K to spend. And I think, regardless of result on this map, if you're Fury, you're going to think you should have put him away a whole lot cleaner than this. But they've held on. And we're back in play. That double AWPs will continue into overtime. Fury making the same move, jumping out window. This time not pushing the underpass. It looks hefty towards B. That's going to put pressure on Fallen. Soloing the site with the AWP.
Yeah, he's got to hit some. Roll back the years on that Gabriel Toledo AWP, but the flick's not connected, and that bomb site's gone. Quick exploitation, a quick adaptation. The double open. Let's rush B. First round of OT, very cut and dry.
Those saves just securing that if they want to continue to run double AWPs, that they'll have the money down the stretch. But it looks like falling straight back in with the M4. Hits that shot, maybe he can start having a conversation about the rotation getting there in time. But otherwise, the setup from Furia is a misread. And Max calls them into a winning position, 13-12. Magic number of 16. 15-15, we do it all again. Straight across top mid, has this rapidly. Playing ahead, making sure they're not just executed on A. There's another flash, and there'll be another swing.
Oh.
Nice.
That's a lasso peek if ever I saw one.
Read that situation well, and now you need somebody from Furia to draw you back into this. An equalizer, will it be a multi? Kesrod playing around the smokes. Kinder wants to have a bit of a look. Vision will be denied. Window smoke, then a palace exchange.
Esports is going to eat this flashbang if he's not careful. Completely booked. Nice shooting. Oh! DGT double. He's not ready for Yakinda walking out of smoke. Jumping out the window, but the A site is lost.
Yeah, that's more like the DGT we know and love.
Yeah. In fact, she found a good moment.
Oh, you got to give this a look.
And he will. Fallen does catch a back turn and finds a freebie onto Luchon. Full blind.
Fallen's caught up to Yakinda in the fragging department now.
It's just the two of them. Trying to find that way back in. And there's Spahan sticking around on site. He is that insurance policy. I guess Yakinda's going to try as hard as he can to bring that AK through to the next. Accepts defeat on this one. Two rather convincing 9Z rounds to start us off in overtime.
Indeed. Yeah, they've got the money, right? But can't buy that AK. So Yakinda will retain it.
A fast B. Methodical A.
Furia need one here before the swap of sides.
Oh. So nice. We saw it twice.
Yeah, Wasa's been great. 4-1 in openers, 7 multis. On the other side, it's Caserado, 6-1 in openers and 8 multis. So
yeah, fair. He is putting in a hell of a shift, and it might be all for naught here on Mirage. Like you said, one round though. Keeps the conversation flowing. Has been very side-centric. There's not that usual kind of focus on mid as the focal point.
now going for more of a 4-man alien again, but this time it's going to be Molodoy tasked with AWPing over towards B. Fallen operating as a rifler in this one. A little bit of damage done there from the HE. And works his way in through Palace with the AWP. If he can get trained on jungle, a chance for a couple of fights.
Oh, Yakinda times that well. Impacted him with the incendiary. Kwasso's on his warpath. It's chaotic. There's money more where that came from. He ain't got any bullets. Hasn't got any life as Mayan tracks him nicely. We need to be able to get an unconditional plant, though. Looking like it's free. Bomb down. 3-on-4. Yakinda put on the floor by Nayan's AWP. That's Fallen and Caserado back in, and Max disconnected from ramp side. And 1 versus 3, they have no info on Max.
I'm worried about the lurk.
He slinks out. Will play the Tetris angle, looking for that one tap onto Fallen.
I'm sticking.
He's getting a bit sketchy now. Doesn't find the lethality he would have hoped for. Now that defuse, he can just hold it, just sit on it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got a round for Furia.
Okay. Hard fought. Really liking what I'm seeing from 9Z. Swap the sides. And just a reminder, if you missed the first half of play, Furia were calling a lot of fakes. Right? They were outmaneuvering 9Z. The type of rounds that they were losing were frustrating post plants. Lost around to some sharp deagles. And what was a 7-5 first half felt like it could have been a 9-3. Found herself in overtime. And well, once we get into these overtimes, both teams will get an extra timeout, right? Every time we make it OT2, OT3, you get a timeout per OT. They don't carry over. You got to use them, and you may as well. And that's what Bit's thinking.
Especially when your boys are in it to take it to the third map here. It's sort of, you know, real golden opportunity. Dust 2 lackluster, Mirage the opposite.
It's a lot of flash, man.
Dodgy smoke mid.
What a rally of flashes from both teams to try and contest this mid control. There's been multiple waves of this.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get multiple head-to-heads. That's a great find. And the swing from DGT for that clawback retreat. Successful. Molodoi couldn't find it.
All this A finish, a couple of smokes.
Yeah, and a couple of CTs that are going to be rats in the system here.
Yeah, you got to get past this first, don't you?
It's Wasso. Goes across the sightline. Is he going to subvert the expectation? Oh, walk clear from Keserato doesn't cost him.
EGT's coming, though. He's going to give it a go. Util's just been...
Looks like Mayan's been summoned.
But here's the thing, right? Because it was so fakey in the first half, DGT knows it's not going to be A, but they've still gravitated away from this, so... You're certain it's not.
It's gonna time
the
this.
fact that nobody's close and the Utils there, you know it's a fake.
Yeah, Max has been warned. DGT reveals it.
And maybe you go contra A now, right? Because of that position. No, up short into B. Time 20 seconds.
It's not going to be easy. Max is in such a good position. Only the one. Trade necessary from Yuri. Oh, and Molodoi's caught DGT, but it comes down to this. With 13 seconds left, he's got his nades out. Mayan sits him down in the AWP rivalry.
Molodoi.
That one feels good for 9Z. It was up for debate the whole time.
Yeah, Man's had a couple of nice moments, hasn't he, on the AWP? There's another one to add to that tally. Okay, just one more round to break through to take us to Nuke. That one's for free. Great clawback from DGT, starting to come alive. Important from Keserato, but the fact that DGT was here as well, they knew it was the fake, they knew what was up. Max gets his. Celebrations, they're all let out. Still alive and kicking. Sid's turn. 2 rounds, that's all you need. Tried to be fakey with it, just like regulation. And you got caught off guard this time.
How many map points is it now? 2 more opportunities for 9Z to take us to the third.
It's tough to see what the call's going to be, right? Because they've been so fakey, you go, oh, we do want to play direct, but I wouldn't really want to play heads-up Counter-Strike against 9Z, especially if you're going into the A side against Hwasao.
Yeah, and the fact that Mayan's waking up in a very, very big way here on Mirage. He just put the 15th on the board in the 1v1. That's going to leave a mark on the Akinda. HE down the gullet. Unnecessary flash! It doesn't stop him from pulling the trigger, though.
Well, that's fallen. Dead man walking, and there's another.
Oh, surely that's curtains. We'll see you on Nukes as 9Z, because Furia completely flatline.
Yeah, going to be a lot of rounds in review when they get to the demo portion of the day. We'll find out if they're winners or losers in that one, as it's K-Serato and Molodoi in a 2v5 situation. It's just Max on the side on his own for now. The rotation point will be made in through window, and he'll be quickly followed by DGT, but Max could win this on his own right here.
Looks like he intends to. It's a perfect angle for it. He's playing it safe. Doesn't have to be the hero. He knows the backup isn't too far away. Mayan arrives just in time. K-Serato looking the wrong way.
Hard fought. Well done, 9Z. This is grit. This is determination. Your map, it might not have gone your way, but you've battled back. You never gave up, and you're still pushing this one to the third and decider with playoffs on the line.
Yeah, bring on Nuke.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see what it has in store.
Nuke him.
Map.
Yeah, Nuke right in front of us. Seems like 9Z want to keep the fight going, and we're okay with that here at the Esports World Cup Club Championships in 2026. Well, that turned out a lot better for Mirage for 9Z. Isn't that right, Dupree?
I feel like the script was sort of similar. What really changed the thing for me here was just the fact that, you know, that 9Z won some of those 50-50 duels and also made some of those clutches going in their favor, right? And they, you know, they fought for it. And throughout their T side, they were just being very stubborn, you know, like they kept going back to the A bomb side and like all these splits that seemed to be working for them, right? But a game that went very back and forth, but in hindsight, you know, looking at what 9Z also tactically proved on those two, they brought that into Mirage, looked very solid, and just made things work. And now we're going to Nuke, so I'm still a believer, man. You know, we're going a distance here, and I love what 9Z's bringing.
Yeah, I think we got the game that we expected coming into it. You know, two very even teams, two teams with the history, what happened at the Major, now coming in again, you know, two South American teams who, you know, Fury have been established for quite some time, and 9Z are the new kids on the block, so to speak, and we labeled it, Peter, as probably closer than people at home would anticipate, and I think we got an answer on Mirage exactly why that is. Now, I agree, I think 9Z played well. I think they kept ahead of the game almost, you know, as Chad said, you know, it was a bit of a grind and a grueling matchup for them. I will, however, say I'm disappointed in Fury. You're up 8-3 against 9Z, second map, your own map pick, and then you completely check out of the game. You lose 9 out of the following 10 rounds, and you invite 9Z back into it. And as much as there were great things coming out from 9Z, it was also a Fury who seemingly had forgotten how to retake and how to play together at any given moment in this game. The amount of times 9Z walk into a bomb site and they're down 3v4 or 2v4 or even, you know, in a 4v4 scenario, but running out of grenades, running out of utility, Fury just found ways to lose rounds that they shouldn't be losing. So I think it's lopsided. It's a bit two-sided in that regard. 9Z playing well, sure, capitalizing on the mistakes, but Fury, that's not a team that were in the major final just a couple of months ago. At least not the level they showcased here.
Yeah, it seems like at a certain point, Fury were actually going to make 9Z really try to commit to that A bomb site every single time. But it did work for 9Z a little bit later in that second half. Obviously, that only goes so far, but then you have to get into overtime. Then things reset. What does it look like when you get to overtime? Can we paint the viewer at home a picture?
I think once they turn their attention to the overtime, I think that's where 9Z really had to like try and like dig deep into what actually worked for us in regulation, right? Instead of, you know, trying to create something out of the ordinary or something new, they just have to go back to what actually worked for them, and that again was that A split. So I think also one of the last rounds we asked a little bit more of Mayan, right? I feel like Mayan also found a couple of openings. He also got that very important round 28 where, you know, we saw DGT push into ramp, trying to find that information and puzzle things together, you know, kept it proactive instead of just relying on stacking out of without any type of information. And once they got that, you know, Mayan really came into an important situation where he nailed that shot in a head-to-head against Molodoi, and that kind of carried them over. You know, the confidence kind of came back to them, and you can see how much that mattered to Mayan as well. He was being very vocal when he won the round, and I think, you know, it has to be a little bit on his own mind, right? That the team also wants him to be stepping up.
So chat, we're moving to Nuke.
Once you turn into overtime, it's
game
about, you know,
3.
It's a mind game at that point. You know, you've battled out for 24 rounds. You're also trying to, you know,
this is a decider map.
Go back to what actually worked for you. Maybe have a couple of, you know, small changes to maybe, you know, cause your opponent to overthink situation. And I think that's one of the reasons to why 9Z proved out to be.
I think it's only fair we give Mayan credit. You know, very calm, composed display by.
So whoever
him, you know,
loses this match will be facing Magic.
He even found himself in some close combat scenarios.
Tomorrow.
Well,
Is it tomorrow?
This time around, unlike Dust 2, actually hit the shot and had an impact in the game.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Again, Wasso Peak, you know, we've been speaking a bit about
3D Max versus Magic. Magic won for two matches. 2-0.
Against Fury.
3D Max.
Again, we said it. It was the highest
He got eliminated.
coming into this tournament on land so far in the second
They
portion
got
of the season.
eliminated.
Again, I gotta label it small sample size, but no one, as in absolutely no one out there can hand in their heart say that, yeah, I thought Wasso Peak was going to be the highest rated player, coming into the second portion of the season. And I can also tell you, that's not going to stay that case, There's going to be a guy called Dong, a guy called Saivu, and maybe a few other players who's going to overtake him. But I think he's slowly but surely, ever since what we saw at the Major, now coming into the second portion of the season, we have to look at Wasso Peak as a potential star player, not only within his own region, but also internationally.
Yeah, he's making a very, very strong case for us. Obviously, there are situations like round 11 where there were big Deagle plays from the sign at 9Z where they're able to kind of lasso it back in to a degree. Obviously, there's a good fight there put on from the 9Z side. I think when we start to look towards those later rounds, there was some second guessing going on. I'm looking towards like a round 17 almost, where there was second guessing going on towards that A ramp. You've pushed out all the way. You've given all this effort, maximum effort. You're still behind the smoke, and then you've elected to kind of back off. What's going on there?
I mean, it was one of those rounds that I'm sure we'll go back to and look at, because I agree with you, Trace, in the second half. There were many instances and many rounds where Furia had a good opportunity. The problem for Furia is their answer on the CT side, Peter, was constantly to push for information. It felt like every single player, whether that was Fallen in B-Apps, Yakinda on A-Ramp, Yuri for that matter, in Apartment from time to time as well, every single player from Furia felt uncomfortable, dare I say it, on the CT side, that they felt they needed to push for information. At no point was the answer to just sit back, wait, and trust in the retake, because that retake weren't really doable for them. That didn't really work out, so it was kind of laid out for them to some degree that it wasn't necessarily a good CT side. We see it right here again, the aggressiveness coming in from Yuri, catching a nice timing. Two players go down, trading back and forth. They're winning it out. Molodoi coming in with the AWP as well. You find yourself in a 4v2 scenario, and that's very winnable for Furia. Look at the economy as well, right? There was a 5-7 on Fallen. He's over here on B by himself with a bit of backup over in Kitchen. Gets a nice double kill, picks up an AK-47. It's 9-8. You think to yourself, all right, that's going to kickstart Furia. Now we're going to go for it again. Yakinda pushing up towards middle, aggressive, finds the first kill. You think to yourself, nice, now you can fall back, and then they lose control over the A bomb side, and they're not able to retake it. I'm not sure what the player doing right here by himself. That's Yakinda again. No need to do that. You could have waited for your team. You have plenty of utility. You had good positioning, and then they just get picked off one by one by one. This, to me, Peter, was the round where they lost the game. Had they won this, they would have forced 90 into another eco. They would have established a bit of economy themselves on the CT side. But retaking that A-bomb site was out of the question for Furia. They felt forced to constantly go for another duel, constantly try to find information, and I think there was a clear-cut evidence of them not feeling comfortable on the map.
Well, the evidence is pretty much laying itself out in real time. Last map of the series, Nuke. How are we looking at this now that we've gotten to the very, what could be bitter end here of the road for 9Z?
Has anything changed for you, Peter?
No, I'm still on 9C. Why would I back out now? They just won Mirage, so there's no way I'm going to be backing out right now. It's always like this with the third map, and also with how this series has evolved, I feel like it's very even, It really just comes down to who gets the opening kills, because I feel like from Dust 2, where 9C got a lot of good openings and they managed to get a lot of good situations, they just didn't salvage them. They turned that around. That worked for them in Mirage. And now we move into Nuke, where both teams are still relatively comfortable. I mean, it's not a map that both teams wants to be picking and playing the most, but it's still like a sort of even ground, and that's the perfect kind of battleground for a series that has been very even to me as well. So I'm not going to be backing off 9C. I still think it's possible, and I still think they're going to catch it.
Been a very streaky game. We saw it on the first map as well. Furia winning 6-7 rounds in a row, then tampering off a little bit, coming back into it. Same could be said for 9C here as well. Won 9 out of 10 rounds all of a sudden on Mirage. All I'm saying is whoever gets to that streak first on Nuke, a map where it's very tough to fight your way out of an economical situation not going your way. If you lack utility on the T side, if you're not getting the job done over on that T side, it's going to be tough. I agree with you. I think it's a close matchup. Again, people at home would be thinking to themselves, well, that's Furia. It's written all over it, right? It's Nuke. They're supposed to win this game. I see it very much as a maybe 55% in advantage for Furia, but I won't rule out the fact that 9C can most definitely put up a game here.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. You might need a string of 6-7 rounds, something like that. I'd even almost go to say 67% chance that we have a pretty awesome final map here of this series. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to come back and settle the score here on Nuke with 9Z and Furia. You're watching the Esports World Cup Club Championships. We'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We book Esports World Cup up.
Hi everyone, Jenny here, and I'm joined with Furia to do a little bit of a who is most likely to, testing your synergy off the server this time around. Concept is pretty simple. I'm gonna give you guys a couple of scenarios. You write the name of who you think that applies to, and we can discuss. Who has the messiest hotel room?
Damn.
Oh, easy. I already saw the room, bro. It's crazy.
What's wrong with the room?
Oh, but there's everything in the room. Like
I don't know, bro. There's
I
many
can't
peoples.
explain. Like it's ugly, bro.
Yeah, take your time, bro. It's okay.
Okay.
Hey, let's go.
Me, Messi. You're crazy.
I pick myself because I know me.
Bro,
I don't like.
once he forgot his passport in the hotel, so I need to go back to take to him. For him.
True.
And I saw
I
the
need
room, bro.
to.
It's like
True.
mad room, bro. Like I never seen anything like.
I feel like in our team there's always like pairs that live together most of the time. I think Caserato and Yuri's most of them. Then Daniel usually lives alone, and me and Fallen sometimes share or whatever. I've never really seen anybody being so messy, but I just wrote Caserato because I've never lived with him. So I just assumed.
Shots fired.
I'm not this type of guy. I'm
Yeah,
the only
true.
one.
He's
I've heard bad stories about you though, Yuri.
sometimes.
All right, who's most likely to survive a zombie apocalypse?
Bro.
That's funny, actually.
Bro, it's definitely not you, bro.
That's actually funny.
It's definitely not you,
It's definitely
Me? Yeah, bro.
Bro,
Can
I
say whatever you
love
want,
the
bro, but-
movies, bro. Everything.
Watch is the different, bro. Watch is different.
Yeah, bro. Nice, Maddox. You're right, bro. You're right.
You know why I wrote you? Because you're playing 1.6 zombie servers.
True, bro. Since
How
since
it
I
help you,
was
bro?
kid, I love like
How it help you in
apocalypse. Huh?
How it help in life?
Bro, because there's things that you saw that in the real world that's gonna work.
You know that I had to shoot the head.
Yeah, that's
No, there's more things, but I love this kind of maybe me, yeah.
Who did you put?
Well, no one, bro.
None of us.
None of us, of course.
Maybe.
Yeah, depends how is the zombies. The Walking Dead zombies, easy to
Oh.
survive. But if it's a fucking World War Z, impossible, bro. Impossible, bro.
Yeah,
Let's be honest.
I guess it depends.
Yeah,
it does
depends.
depend
That's
on
up
many
to
things.
none of us.
If it's 1.6 zombies, Yuri is the king.
Yeah,
Yuri
Yuri's
is the
the
winner.
admin, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't have power, so maybe.
Who is most likely to sleep through their alarm?
Yeah, all of them is him.
Always
Jay-Z,
late, you know.
TikTok,
Always
all
late.
the night.
How many hours do you have on TikTok per day?
It's not many hours.
Not many.
Yeah,
Every
yeah,
time
yeah.
I see you in the phone on TikTok, bro.
I think 4 hours per day.
4 hours on.
4 hours, but the speed he scrolls is insane. He's just like not even looking at them, just scrolling. Scrolling for what?
Yeah,
Do you watch in like 1.5 speed?
No.
No.
If he's not on TikTok, he's on Twitch. Watch some streamer.
Twitch, yeah.
True.
I think 10 hours it's Twitch, 1 hour it's TikTok, and all
When do you
time.
prac?
He doesn't.
Watching Twitch.
Yeah.
That's it from us for today. Thank you guys so much
Thank
for
you
joining
so
me. Hope
much.
you guys enjoyed.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
It will be playoffs for the winner of Nuke. We've gone to the third here between 9Z and Furia here at EWC. The last of the upper bracket games coming to a conclusion on the third. Didn't think we would require it after the first map. Furia taking 9Z's pick at Dust 2 rather convincingly, and then a bit of a brawl on Mirage, heading all the way to OT. Chad, throughout Mirage, you were highlighting that there was multiple rounds that felt like near misses or frustrating rounds for Furia to lose. Is that the kind of thing that follows you into a map 3?
I think with Fallen at the helm here, this is the type of thing that they can just wipe away. It's not going to concern them too much. I'll let everybody know the knife front has gone down. It looks like we'll have 9Z starting on the CT side of Nuke. Means Furia will be on the attack. And, well, 9Z in the second half of that map, they finally posted their first pistol. We're 3-1 in that department as we get ready to get this one underway. So headsets are going in. Oh, we've got a tournament management individual supporting Mayan right here, who had some fantastic moments on the AWP alongside of Hwasao's output.
Hwasao's had an MVP this year.
Yeah, at XSE. I think just the rundown of the positions to expect these players to be holding on the CT side. You are going to have DGT as your outside rifler, Mayan as the AWPer. You're going to have Luchov as the doorman, Man is the top anchor, and it's a little bit strange, but Max is the ramp player. And the reason it's a little bit strange is because he's the in-game leader.
Yeah.
It's one of the positions you can read the map from the least, so you need to put a lot of reliance in your rotation players, which is going to be Mayan, which is going to be Luchov, and of course DGT, who up until the dying stages of Mirage was relatively quiet for his standards. He had 7 kills on Dust 2. They lost that map, they got owned, but 14 kills on Mirage. He really started to have some impact as the game went into those dying stages, so he's going to need to be able to deliver in big time, because outside he's going to have to tussle with players like Yakinda and Molodor, who are going to be looking for space. You'll have Yuri outside as well, supporting from top silo. K-Serrato over towards lobby, supporting the pressure and lurks, and then Fallen throwing a lot of nades. And I guess usually with the in-game leader, it's a nice player to look at on the T side to see, okay, what smoke balls are being thrown, and then where does he find himself, what type of rounds they're looking to unfold with.
I mean, so frequently, over the course of these first 2 maps, you've seen the places Fallen, puts himself. It's CT side, I'll play long, Mirage, I'll play B, and I'll jump spot, and I'll try and block. It's Fallen has definitely took a step out of the limelight to try and set up these talented individuals that he's surrounded by.
Well, I said it's unusual for your in-game leader to play ramp. Once we get to the side, Fallen does the same thing.
He does?
Right, so that's when you have a player like Yakinda, who he's done a little in-game leading stint before, right? He obviously understands the macro very well, and he's an aggressive rifler. You want to put a player in a position like that, because if Yakinda is filling the game, he's the type of guy that can win it for you, whether or not it's the frag distribution, but it can be the calls and understanding the flow of the game. Yakinda is a gem. The way that certain players talk about the game, you can hear it in interviews. They have a high-level understanding of how things unfold. It looks like everything is sorted now, so we are just making sure everyone is comfortable and ready for this final map of the series. The loser will not be eliminated. They will go down to the lower bracket tomorrow, and they'll play against Magic. Winner of that will take one of the final spots at the table. And we are about to get this one started, so T-side pistol buy has multiple HEs in the mix. At least it did. It looks like one's either been dropped or sold back. They're juggling this around, just making sure everything is how they'd hope. Okay. Just the one HE. I was curious what they were going to do with the second. First to be to blow off door.
Quickly followed by the lurk smoke. Top pop would be deadly. The CT's going for the fight. That is ambitious. Mayan's able to bring the fight to the T side.
4 players in A.
Yakinda's gone. He's watching from the sidelines here as they walk into a rather stacked and deadly looking hold.
Pivoting into Max now.
It's the right call. Less defense here. Max is just forced to turn tail, and K-Serrato to hold these rotates. DGT's so aware of the possibility, and he deletes him. Not comfortable for Furia. 9Z for their second pistol in the series if they can convert here. Looking good to do so.
Yeah, heavy rotation down. They can even deny the plan if they want.
That's the fight they were looking for. Single door being open means DGT's got that sight line, just trying to pepper, find a head. Luchov reveals his position on the double doors, and yeah, this is brutal.
Might get the plan into topside right now. Up the vent is going to be the quickest way to try and cut Fallen off, and if he plants backside, yeah, it'll go down. So Fallen just going to punch these in.
Get something out of it.
Yeah, it is going to make next round a whole lot more interesting unless Fallen wins a 1v5.
Yeah, watch this. Whoa, 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 wee-wah.
Yeah,
good try. NT's in the chat for that one, I reckon.
Swarm of CTs coming his way.
But from what would have been a straight shutout, useless, nothing like silver lining pistol into 2 kills and a plant, you'll be happy with that.
Yeah, and they've held off on the defuse. Giving this one to DGT because he's got the most kills in the round. So we'll see what they're hoping to facilitate with the extra cash he's going to get off of this. I think it's just a bit more money, so their outside rifler. Well, he could technically drop an AWP for Mayan. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Okay, so he can go head armor rifle and get out some extra nades. There will not be a kit going into this round for 9Z. Fury, of course, they force bought. Fallen's going to throw out the squeaky door lurk. Smoke Yakinda's going to blow that off. Oh, nice top swing.
Yeah,
this is
going
fast.
straight out. Yakinda wants to fight through the smoke. Pathing, they're actually obscured on top of Hut. That smoke has enabled them to get the opening cleanly. Fallen does well, finds him. Luchov's fallen, and 9Z's defense crumbles. Not perfect on the smoke break. There was another smoke there, so still masked on the smoke break. Fallen, another kill. That's 3 on the Tech 9 from Captain Toledo.
Beautiful work. Okay. Throwing the nades and getting the kills. The boss man still got it. And it's a good tit for tat to tie things up 1-1. It's going to feel pretty hollow if you're 9Z.
Yeah.
These pistols they've been hard to come by, and the fact that you've grabbed that one and can't get the conversion, now you're going to have a 1400 force buy back the other way. Max strikes me as a selfless man who'll probably drop this to one of his stars. And with Bit out of his chair, does that tell he wants to come forward and signal a timeout? Let me turn around and see. No.
He's going to let him have it.
Some coaches like to stand, some like to sit, some like to pace.
I would be the paciest of the coaches.
Some like to pull some faces.
That's true.
Okay, so Max has dropped that across immediately to DGT. 5.7s, MP9s, more than workable. If you're Fury, do you want to take outside space, get warehouse control, work around towards heaven and hell? Always a good way when you know that they don't have the best of guns.
This is quick on first timing yard cross. Smoke. Not quite perfect.
Bit deep on that. Well, Luchov's rotated down already. And he's got an awful lot of company.
He also does have a 5.7, so it's the kind of range you could get that instant headshot if you nail this. Just like that. Just like that. Yakinda down to the 5.7, and he slinks away. Opening frag provided in this force buy. And no over-rotation from 9Z either. They're not falling into any traps. Going back into that top site, Keserato searching. He's been spotted by Luchov, relaying the information. It's Yuri with the bomb that is anticipating the reaggress. DGT, the only M4 revealed.
Max is in dark.
Ooh, do you overlook this completely, Yuri? Yes, you do! You're caught lining up nades! Positionally sound Counter-Strike out of Max. Oh, and Molodoy's bell rung by Wasso. Keserato, the double kill necessary. Both of them here, gets the info, but now a very uncomfortable clutch for Keserato. How does he choose to play this?
If he wants, he could run heaven. He's
a deep single smoke with 20 seconds left. He's kind of in trouble. Cognizant that it's unlikely they'll push that smoke, but it's not impossible. Wants to close the door and go for the plant. No risking it. Risking it. It's the right call. They partner up, both double doors side. Keserato got to try and swing to win. Onto Wasso and Mayan. He's pulling it off. This would be one hell of a clutch. Keep Furia in their winning ways. He steps up. Leaves with 4. Massive save of the day there. It looked like it was going one way fast. Keserato, the bailout.
I think that's another one for 9Z. It's gotten away from you there. You could have had the force by wars going back and forth, especially after this opener. Luchov, he was the man on that Deagle round. Back on Mirage, gets the opening kill. This was great. Max got there just in time. And then dipped in, did make a sound cue, but they weren't close enough to hear him. And that one's good. Oh,
standing ovation from Fallen.
Yeah.
He knows how important that one was.
Well, Keserato was putting on a masterclass in the last map as well. 2 digs, a P250, a 5.7 and a USP for Mayan, who wants to bring out the AWP into the next round. I think it's going to be possible with the 2400 loss. Yes, he's happy to go the glass cannon.
Smoke into the lockers themselves. Limits their angles for these long-range fights. AKs versus pistols at this range should be casual.
And this was the approach that I thought they were going to go with last round, but either way, I'm going to stick the landing. Just DGT. The ladder he pops, fallen. The secret of his position, as DGT would love this, but there's a flash. He was looking the wrong... Oh,
okay. Baited him with the shot, still gets it blind. Can he yoink this?
Well, they're not picking up the bomb and looking for the finish, are they? They are tasked with trying to track down DGT. Safety first for Furia. DGT knows he'll be safe on the lower deck with the new changes to the bomb, so he's just going to hide out and hope that they come looking to do a bit more damage. 3-1. As I just peer down the other end of the hall, we can see that Gigi Hao and Aurora on that secondary stream are just starting to get into action. Map pool over there, and if you're interested, Mirage, Anubis, and Inferno. Winner of that will progress to the playoffs. Loser will be eliminated.
Someone's key's getting crushed.
Terrorists win. Okay, so AK retained for DGT, the yard player. Does Mayan go glass cannon? That's my question, as Pick gets on the mic with the tactical timeout early. Mayan is yet to buy. Waiting out the instructions or conversation with the coach. He won the pistol, he lost the force. You had a good opportunity on the force back. Quesarado clutched up. And the eco, you get waltzed over. Understandably so. Man will not be going glass cannon.
Restarting with a very clear intention towards the lobby.
Yeah, I'll try and pressure in-game leader at max here. Outside's a full fake. Nobody home to do anything with this. Just hoping it forces a rotation. Leaves Max high and dry.
He's playing for that crouch peek. He still can't connect a bullet. Yakindo takes him cleanly. Be open for business. Just Luchov down the vents in time. Quick fight. They've got their nades out, so claw back from Luchov. Trade out of Molodoy. Site taken, bomb planted. Yuri making that so. Vaso dips down the vents as well, though, so they might not be anticipating this. As I take it all back, he's out of there.
Some real conviction there with Luchov. As soon as that ramp kill comes in, because it was Yakindo who got the frag, I don't think he was even worrying about the idea of the outside to secret play. He just went straight down the vent and tried to rectify the situation. That means that they had a decent-ish understanding. TGT was still worried about someone floating outside. The nameplate Counter-Strike coming into play, and that'll be the fourth round. I think for Furia, the objective should be just avoiding some of those more prickly rounds that they experienced in the first half of Mirage.
Terrorists win.
Bomb goes off. 3 rifles retained. 4 straight. Looks like they will be buying back in, so some drops available. Just watching the juggling of guns coming together. Luchov is going to operate with the MP9. Max is going to get it at 4 for ramp. And Quasar still with that Famus.
Whoa, that's a very intimidating molly thrown out towards the Tetris boxes from K-Serato. A smoke on main would have DGT panicking as well. Quasso just threw a block smoke hut, though. That might slow things down, slow their roll as Util outside will land with no info behind them. Some info behind them. A smoke break from DGT and Mayan throwing out number 2.
And he's a bit deep. He's been a bit deep on a couple of these. Our booster back up into the rafters.
Got to watch some of those Zywoo demos. He can just freestyle it from wherever. It seems to be perfect breaks. Let's see what we do into this minute mark. Mayan on the floor committed to a sweep of lobby. Such a deep line. Luchov hut. Held by Yakinda. Don't get much info. It was inevitable. Molodoy will stray foul. Ouch! That one leaves a mark. Okay. Fair play. Molodoy's pre-aim bang on.
Max is the ramp defender. Down B was worried about the secret cross. Now he's going to hear some steps.
Yeah. Oh, more than steps. He's got multiple bodies and the trade potential was there.
Quasau's down.
He is. FAMAS, and they are channeled into this for the burst, so damage inflicted onto Yuri. Luchov low. DGT swings over the doors, and Crosshair was not far off of the mark. Molodoy, a little bit of light damage, and Fallen quick to the double.
Okay, this is crazy now. 4 of these 5 rounds, they've only conceded 1 player, Furia. So feeling dominant, but again, with how Mirage was feeling, you have to hold on and just see if they're able to continue the landslide. 5 rounds T-side already. Fallen will be happy with that. But if you give 9Z a way back in, if you give them any hope, this isn't a team who's going to give up. Well, they had that Mayan orb, no success. They have guns again, sure. Just winning the pistol and losing the follow-up, you can see they're just in a tail spin. These full buys aren't to come by as second tactical timeout has subsided. 2 FAMASes. Like FAMAS on your yard defender and your dorm, and it's like, ooh, those are 2 of your key rotating positions, 2 key positions that we fighting yard, main, outside. That was good. That one, not so much. So they're taking turns. And really no surprise. Furia take their time. Slow crawl. Marcus smoke. Main smoke. Telling them they want to wrap heaven and hell.
Crazy molly as well. Look at the freedom that gives Yakinda to just stride into that warehouse. Yuri up close will have heard the heaven climb from Mayan. Supported by Yakinda's angle. They can close the gap.
This is tough. They've rotated 2 players down B, so top side needs to hold strong on its own.
I think Fallen's calling a bit of a masterclass here on T-side nuke. He has such a good idea as to the likely reactions out of 9Z.
35 seconds, time starting to become a bit of an issue.
Looking at this setup, though, it's all kind of contingent on Mayan getting something. Then the rest can fall into place. Unable to do so. There's Luchov, though. Yakinda not looking the right way, and the frag keep flowing for 9Z. Double out of Luchov's FAMAS. And no time for the looser at pieces in K-Serato and Molodoy to really make a case for this round. So
they just totaled up. Right, that's it's an oldie but a goldie. On a game when you lose space, you're seeing teams who want to try and push in and take something back. They've just comped it as K-Serato is going to do damage. Oof. Chance for another frag was available there as well. So he's going to limit the finances of 9Z still. Space was there.
Yeah.
But 9Z just stuck to their guns.
can see the logic in their setup as well, with Mayan drawing attention as they exit Heaven. It's going to set him up for those side swipes from the hut position. We got top util fast. K-Serato trying to keep him on notice. Force out an incendiary. Extinguish front vent, so that opens up the avenue for a vent dive. You can see them unloading their mag. Are they going to try it? Ooh, what? Wasso catches Yakinda easy. Peekins just managed to find vision on the top of the door. In case Serato's down too. Wasso, huge impact to start. The only MP9, and it finds 2. Molodoy, down to Max. 9Z are stabilizing. Out on Yard, out on our solo adventure is fallen.
DGT should have him here. Oh, there you go. Spotted and removed. It's just Yuri low on HP. Now, it was a good patch of rounds from Furia, right? The force by win, they're able to run with 5 shutouts, talking about how dominant those rounds were. And throughout that, it meant they were able to build a lot of cash, but you can still squander it before the half is over. Really be careful. Molodoy with 10k. At the high end, Yakinda is going to need a drop. What's going on here with Yakinda down the end? Maybe just in a bit of deep thought. This will be the 3rd round for 9Z now. And yeah, big stuff from Hwasao. They've continuously denied that top heart molly, right? We've seen that extinguished several times. They really want to keep that real estate.
It's good to enforce that it's not a given, that you don't need to be clearing it.
Slow into this round as 5 staying alive will fill 9Z with a bit of confidence. Not only can they recover this half, they can still take the lead going into the break, right? This is 7-5 half on the table. You just need to go flawless from here on out, and that would make up for the force by loss in the second. You are content if you're Furia, but momentum plays a big role. You don't want to allow them just to string consecutive rounds. It would have to be 6 straight into the half.
Nice little bit of movement from Hwasao and awareness as to K-Serato's tendencies.
I think they need to start taking this outside space, Furia. They've been very lobby-centric, hoping that they're forcing rotations, but they've been given the good graces to actually play off of the yard space. It's just being given to them.
Yeah, it is. A couple of half-hearted grenades, and that's about it.
And no man AWP to try and make things a little bit more difficult.
Yakinda pulls the ripcord just for a moment to avoid that spray. Luchov tasked with acknowledging the potential down secret. Orp spots Mayan towards the vent. And Luchov does depart. They're not sold on this. This is good. This is a crunch on lobby. Good work from Yuri. A nice trade back. So 4-on-4, but about the minute mark, it's Luchov versus K-Serato up next. Clean headshot. Mayan's rotation pre-aimed perfectly. Don't you dare. You peek at your own peril. Does so. DGT able to trade, though. Max and DGT. Both on this A site. Peeking in, an instant deletion of the orb. Oh, it just the 1-2. Attention drawn. DGT profits. Yakinda arrives to the scene of the crime. And they might just do it again. Same play. Playing off of each other so well. Down the vents, the play. You're right, Chad.
If he mollies behind him, he can just run in and plant, but they don't know he's down here. They're going to start understanding in a second. So molly vent, they can smoke it out and run at him.
And that's exactly what they'll do. Extinguish and charge. Yakinda, what can you do? Slam the door shut. You've got about 5 to 10 seconds to make your decision. Never mind, they swing it open. Needed that from Max. There's only 3 HP in it. He's going to be really upset when he sees just how low Max was. Brutal. A huge clutch. Makes it just a 1-round game. And you talk about momentum, Chad. Rounds like that is what builds it.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit like Mirage with some of the rounds. They have advantages. They walk into these stacks or setups, and you can tell that they're not expecting with the reactions when they go down.
Some unique mid-rounding out of the CT side of 9Z.
Yeah, they're not dancing to the beat of the drum right now. It was very fakey on the Mirage T side from Furia. Again, I was discussing the fact that the money will get whittled down quite quickly, and that has already started to unfold. Fortunately, that means the loss bonus is also ticking up with 3 consecutive rounds. felt like K-Shot had done enough there. Man does have his orb now. Molotov the same. Oh, aggression.
Okay.
He's fighting.
We got the red. Ooh,
First time.
First time, and Molotov was not prepared for that whatsoever, and it's spiraling now. Yikinda picked up by Mayan. Trying to work, problem solve, and oh, Yuri's giving him a gift. That is a golden gift. Missed shot from the Orpad on top of that. Can compound now. Ramp territory lost. What's the reaction?
That's the Brazilians, the switch to Portuguese, I'm sure.
Immediately. Let's see if they can pull this one off.
That's a huge smoke from Luchov.
Yeah, he can play around it. So many different angles of approach. It gives him this angle right here. K-Serato's ready for it. DGT spotted out, not overcommitting is Yuri. Knows to play his life. He got the info. Mayan's on his way loudly. Got Wasso peek, single door. Fallen partners up with K-Serato, playing this clock position.
Got kids, they got to smoke.
Yuri the contingency from ramp.
Got to break in somehow.
Smoke on Mayan, Kit on Mayan. Wasso 2. Running that clock down. Don't you get lulled into a false sense of security because this last second attempt on the retake's coming on through. Wasso able to chip in. It's a clutch from K-Serato. 3 kills deep. Again, all 5 from the Fangs. High impact from K-Serato, keeping Furia in it when they need him.
All right, well, they have 6 as a minimum before the time break, and I think Nines are just going to contest these next 2. First time they've gone for anything really aggressive outside, and it was a great call. Look at this.
5v3.
That's, I was talking to Poi the other day, and that's almost exactly what happened to Poi, but he was literally in the middle. He wasn't even
Makes no sense.
Right, and Mzinho just bopped him.
I could justify it or understand it easier with the tucked in the corner.
What a rally of you two. Yikinda ready to dive off of main.
Okay, it's got DGT to trifle with. Will he catch him with his nade out? As he throws that incendiary, that's the cue. Yikinda takes it. First blood, no trade attempt. Or no trade potential, I should say. Bit funky around those smokes. They've got their advantage, and Yikinda will take some territory.
But we've seen them with advantages like this before,
Yes.
and they just get sat down. They tend to let the clock simmer a bit, and then by the time they activate, there's 30 seconds, and it's like nothing can go wrong, or you will lose the round. So
yeah,
they let that happen again. Maybe, just maybe, 9Z can pluck away another.
Audacious from Max. He plays it forward.
This is what I'm talking about. Again, 45 seconds, nothing's happened. They're waiting for the CTs to move.
Top util. Luchov burnt out. That's awkward. Perfect from Fallen. Finds it from the T roof. Wasso's got the angle though. Put down. Mayan back sight. It's a 2-on-2. Here we go again. All to play for now. 9Z stabilizing. On plan B.
Come on down.
Vents. That's a death sentence. Yikinda makes it clear. You can't rotate down the vent. That's audacious.
You'd have to say 8-4 seems very likely because that was only 2,400 loss coming into this final round for 9Z. Suffering from their own successes as part of this comeback trail. Nowhere to go. And good output when they're on the screen, but you see immediately once they straight down the vent. All right, we don't want any of this. Let's not take the fight on their terms. Ramp rush?
It could be. Max, are you ready for this one? MP9, primed and ready. Would have loved that burst to Yikinda. Still manages to come up good. Gets himself output. Oh! Ooh, but Mayan does better. The 2-for-1 special. And Wasso's here. Yuri gone. AK in his hands. Never mind. What was that sequence? Max does well to find something. Mayan gets a little bit of lady luck on his side.
Okay, Schroeder, you're having a game. You're feeling it.
He is.
Let's see if you truly are in the flow state. 1v4, heaps of time to work with. And a smoke in your face. There's more where that came from as well.
Anticipates with all that yard space that there could be that flank, but They're playing this one by the book. They've got the bomb and just one to worry about.
Now they know where he is. Free smoke. Gonna have to play through.
Just a hope and a prayer. A couple of bullets through the smoke. A 5-round CT half for 9Z. Found him. Still finds a little output, but pretty respectable half after all of things considered. It started like a flyer for Furia.
Yeah, you're going to feel that they're less likely to let their foot off the gas as opposed to what happened on Mirage there. Still some rounds that they will be regretting. But 9Z still have some fight left in them. Pistol rounds were 3-1 coming into this map. 9Z picked up their second, but the conversion's costing them, and the half that could have been those financial woes in the early stages before they really started to get the guns going. You can avoid the extra day of play tomorrow, why not?
More time to optimize and review. Whoa, crazy. Fallen and Molodoy's heads lining up. Yeah. I mean, if you don't laugh, you'll cry when you go down like that.
Another on CT side Fury. They're easier, in theory, of the halves.
In theory.
Well, in practice too.
The form that we've seen from 9Z, though, I wouldn't want to write them out of anything.
Up Molly.
Yakinda's got a lot of answers there.
Yuri just got gooshed.
Yuri in trouble. Just run down by Max. Finishes off. And, oh, Keserato, a nice one. Quick back. Luchov and Mayan have seized the site. They get away with the plant, and the door is closed on Yakinda. DGT ready to greet. Good find from Yakinda. Pulls us back at even. Going to put pressure onto Luchov and actually tap away another head. He's done so much work here, has Yakinda, but still onto the shoulders of Mayan in the clutch. Fallen runs him down. A 10-second defuse, not planted for him. Still, they're off it. Hoping to see Mayan overextend, and that's exactly what they get.
Very well done from Yakinda there. Those are two very tough fights. Obviously, swinging the door open and winning that first, that's where he really should have been stuffed in the choke, but it's the second. It's making sure that he slows it down and doesn't commit to the fight too haphazardly. So double there for the Latvian. Draws them up to 8. But with the bomb going down, we will see a force. Yeah, this one, he's just taking his time. At that point, swarm the bomb and get themselves a 4th pistol of the series. 2 Tech 9s, Mac 10 for Hwasao, and 2 Galils. See that door blown off, but is it lobby-centric? Is it outside wall smokes? Top go.
Flash and go, and the self-flash converts. Keserato ran out of ammo, bought enough time. Molodoy arrives, as does Yeki. And they're sent back to spawn.
Nico now.
Well, you can see a bit of a pop-off there from Fallen. I mean, just converting upon that, knowing that they invested. When you start saying, oh yeah, they had Kevlar, a little wave of relief washes over Furia's ranks.
Especially when you consider the force buy from Furia in the first half was that. Racing straight down into that A site, and Fallen got a triple kill on a Tech 9. So reflections of the first half, but Furia should be set for 10. Yeah, it's a great series from Keserato, isn't it? I know in that last map, they were unable to convert off of his brilliance, but right now, he's continuing to put in a shift, and that is quick, that is spotless, that is clean and easy. Just 3 more rounds, securing the playoffs. Let's see if they can get there with ease, or if 9Z have another win. I wouldn't call it their second win, might be 3rd or 4th at this point.
At this point, I think you're right. Is it a windy day?
No messing about. No carrying through MP9s. Just straight into the ult for Molodoy. Everyone's got head armor. There's 4 kits. This is a very strong CT buy. Want me to start secret immediately. Okay.
Just Luchov in yard, and he'll be tugged.
Biggest concern with these smokes is the leak into main. You can see how that's bled over.
Gonna pull Keisarato's attention for sure. Oh, here's a go. What's the play?
Cool, re-smoke.
Flash. DGT. Oh, caught him as well. You can see he makes his pathing while blind. Luchov needs the double. There's Molodoi to save his teammate. They have got the A site though. It's that number advantage, just the extra body for Furia on the way back in.
Another molly for Max. He could use that heaven after this plant. Ooh.
Buys off the shot. There is that late lobby arrival. They're coming in from every angle. This is not going to be easy. You need someone to provide that equalizing frag safely. Basso does so onto Yakinda. Messi from Fallen gets it done. Mayan's gone. It's just Max. A 1 versus 3, tapping the head onto Yuri. Pressure, they're amplifying it, just running at him, not letting him breathe, not letting him catch a breath. As a Furia 11th now posted, things are flowing, and it's still spotless on this defense.
Bomb going down, and with the loss bonus, there can be another buy that Max will be able to call with. There'll be the AKs galore. They'll have all the U2 you're hoping for. Great under pressure there in the final moments. Molodoi not overstepping, being a nuisance, making sure he's there with his teammates to be able to trade out on that. Go on top again.
Ace, yeah. Name of the game right now. Can you get past Yuri and Keisarato? The answer's a resounding no for the double of Yuri. He'll drop in. Nade got DGT's name all over it. Gets ahead of it. Keisarato confirms. Gap is closed. Pressure now with the molly back sight. How do they handle this? Not well. Keisarato and Yuri collapse to the spray of DGT. One back from Molodoi is a big one.
2v2. Fallen's out.
Cheeky. Underneath him. Trades easy. Luchov in the clutch in the 1v1. Molodoi last seen main, and he's actually anticipated this exact move. Read him like a book. Too easy, just booked, and a nice start to their campaign.
Good poise from 9Z, right? They lose 2 players to Yuri up on the rafters, but then once they get out that door and have the space, that moment of poise to throw the molly back sight does make things a lot easier for DGT. Just here, there's no real room for them to stand. And Molodoi trying to keep up the intensity, just assumes the plant's going to come through. There's still money for Furia as well. They lose this one. 9Z can start working on a comeback. Into aggressive yard. Support a Molodoi who does have a HE to help outside if there is a smoke wall. It's in the air right now.
He's got the nade break. Does completely book Luchov on that one, even putting bullets into Wasso. Peak puts him onto 49 as they will scarper across. Oh, more damage onto Wasso. Last bullet as he rounded the corner, so it's 3.5 men.
Well, they're much quicker than Molodoi anticipates.
Yeah, you're right.
Much quicker.
Yeah, he's already in the blind spot. It's an easy pickup for DGT. A bit of a misplay from Molodoi. Fallen. Spotted. Drops in. Oh my god, a kamikaze from Fallen. Yeki loses his head. It's Wasso on it. Now a really uncomfortable retake for the two Fangs. Yuri and Keisarato, 30 frags between them, and it's Keisarato that's doing the heavy lifting. Can Yuri find an important one? He can. With Max gone, DGT's position now noted on the taps. Double swing. There's Yuri again. It's just so up low to Wasso. He's been tagged up by Yakinda. Is 6 HP, 1v2, really realistic. They have overlooked the possibility. Keisarato's looking elsewhere, and that was the healthy member. Wasso's got one step.
Backside plant, just sit it.
Oh, he wouldn't dare.
No kit.
He wouldn't dare. No kit. Oh, and just enough time.
He's going to pick it up. This is going to be
sure.
close.
I'm not sure. Is it a comeback for 9Z? Or is it 12 for Furia? That is huge.
Well, had a couple of those throughout this series. Go back to Mirage. It was 9Z, the ones coming out on the nail biter defuse. There's a buzzer beater, a 6th round gap, a 12th round secure, and one more away from those playoffs.
Oh, that's a massive round to actually convert there. We were talking about Keisarato's performances, but Yuri with 3 on the way back in. Massive work.
GT's crosshair was in the right place. Oh, looks to make a bit of a move. Flash behind him. He's going to push.
On the fade, a flash behind him. Smoke walls are up as it stands. There's a couple of HE breaks. You can hear him on yard. No one's made it across, though.
No, and they're util very limited now. Punish of the squeaky door smoke. It's extremely difficult to see how they meant to whir into this. Limited space.
Molodoi susceptible to the pre-aim of Max here. Ooh, does very well. Finds himself the headshot. Keserato overlooked. A wide swing from Luchov. 9Z. Counting on these three. They want to see another round of play. Yuri, a bit of a contingency here. You can see him hiding up towards Mustang. This is powerful. Yeki back sight. Gets the jump spot onto Mayan as well, so now that's going to bait them in perfectly. You're not clearing Yuri. 2 more to go. And Fury are off to the playoffs. Huaso and DGT disagree. Wait, Heaven Plant. No cover. Huaso's a free frag. Molodoi will pluck it from the pack. Now DGT. Oh, he can hit it. 1 bullet would do it. Molodoi's in trouble. What do you do? Respect the flames. Strafes away. 1 HP versus 14. Playoffs at stake. Relocation from Molodoi. DGT just looks away. Timing, the name of the game. That's game. Playoffs secured.
65 kills over the series for Keserato. A standout performance in the last 2 maps, but that'll secure it for Furia.
Yeah, Fury, go ahead and lock it in right there, and that is the step forward that they were looking to take against 9Z when they loaded into the server. I can assure you that much. The Group D upper bracket semifinal has been decided. It is Furia going into the playoffs. And Jacob, how about those apples, buddy?
How about those apples? There was a good performance coming out for Furia here. Nuke again spoke about the game so far, had been very streaky on both the first 2 maps. 9C on the second map, Furia on the first map. You know, we talk about these rounds where you win 7, 8 rounds out of 10, and Furia were able to do that as the first team in this game. With a very strong T-side, Peter, they laid the foundation for what ended up being a clear-cut victory on Nuke. I was a little bit surprised that the game wasn't closer, but gotta give it to Furia. They played well here.
Yeah, it's a pistol round, so again, comes down haunting. 9C a little bit here, and just there's still stuff that needs to be ironed out before you can make it like even more competitive against these type of teams, you know. And it's again also the clutch situation that just seems to be playing better on the side of Furia. And Keserato had a massive game again, and you know, he's always one you want to be turning to when you play these massive tournaments. Like if he can show up in the fashion he's doing in this specific game, then you're definitely set.
And it's not even just Keserato showing up statistically, right? Like we're talking about impact.
Yeah.
He's felt in the server when he gets in there, and he's able to activate and be a tool for the team.
From a team perspective as well for Furia, it's a great way of winning Nuke, because one of the biggest issues I saw on Mirage was the lack of cohesion, the lack of synergy between the players, especially in the retake scenarios involving the A-bomb side. I feel here Nuke, all players were gelled well together. Very good trading, very good spacing. In general, they made the playing field very tough for 9C. In order for them to win rounds, individuals from 9C would have to, you know, do more than was expected from them. They would have to get 2 kills in a scenario where it was not likely to get 2 kills. And that's down to Furia making the playing field and really using the spacing and using the bodies in the game to their own advantage. So, as much as I disliked what I saw from Furia at stages on Mirage, I gotta give it to them. They turned it around here in Nuke and looked like the team that we know they can be.
Yeah, they looked in control throughout Nuke, and that's good sign right moving forward. Now they've locked in playoffs as well, and let's just be honest, it would have been quite the disaster to have yet another of the elite teams dropping into the lower qualifier, so the lower bracket right with you. With the facts of Mouse being there now, you also have Vitality, and you also have Spirit, right? So, you know, it would have been pretty ridiculous.
And we have Yakinder. I say we. I mean, Freya does. What's up?
I do indeed, yes. Congratulations, Yakinder. Furia now through to the playoffs. Took a little bit more time than maybe we anticipated after what was a pretty fast map 1. What are your initial emotions after knowing you've made top 16 at least?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the basic minimum is done, and it feels, of course, nice. It feels also nice that this was, in our eyes, like a confident run. Mirage was a little bit unlucky in some moments. I feel like in key situations, we kind of forgot some
some things we agreed on, and that's why it was kind of couldn't close it in a way. But Nuke was very comfortable, super performance from Caserato, and everybody looking sharp, and that's the main good thing.
Yeah, let me, if you don't mind, dive into that, Mirage, just a little bit more, because it was the opposite way around from last time we saw you at the Cologne Major as well. Was it just down to you guys, in your opinion, you guys making mistakes, or did 9Z switch up anything to catch you off guard?
Well, last time against them we lost this too, and I feel like we've done a big amount of work on the map, and we had an opportunity to maybe ban this to kind of leave Ancient open and whatever to for this game, but we decided that the only way to become better on a map is to actually play it a lot, and we gave ourselves this opportunity to play this 2 today, and I'm glad we won it.
Final question, just looking forward to that top 16. We obviously have seen Falcons, Mouse, G2, today Na'Vi making it to top 16. We've got Vitality and Spirit still battling it out in their lower bracket games respectively. How do you rank Furia amongst the teams that have already made it? Where are you placing yourselves?
I feel like the season is so young that you can't really tell form of the teams, and for example, before Cologne Major, I wouldn't say that we were like contenders or like finalists in theory. So I feel like any team can surprise, and any team is strong enough nowadays in CS to beat anybody, and I feel like the team who's gonna have a better day is just gonna take it all.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Once again, congratulations to Furia. That is top 16 at the bare minimum here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, the 2026 King of Content, that's him, Yakinder. If you should go check out his Instagram. He's doing some pretty wild stuff over there, and by that I mean just a lot of effort. Jacob, you look perturbed, man. What did the guy say?
I mean, nothing.
We did say something.
Kind of the issue. Now, I get where Yakinder is coming from. You know, Counter-Strike these days is a lot about the day-to-day form, as you like
I forgot about that one.
to call it. But I think it's fair that Yakinder is being honest with himself and honest with Furia. They are one of the favorites still. They're not the favorite to win the tournament, but they're still in contention to be, making it to the semifinals, to maybe even make the final like they did in Cologne. And as he said, this season is young, but it's not like you forget how to play Counter-Strike over the course of a 2-week break. So they're still one of the teams we expect a lot from. And, I get it. From Yakinder, you just want to put away the pressure. There's no need to talk yourself up or say something that you may regret later on, so I'll do it for you. Yes, Furia should be super disappointed if they're not making top 8 or maybe even top 4.
Well, that's happened before. I recall this is not the first time that Furia have this kind of idea that they downplay themselves a little bit. I don't know if it's like a mental aspect they want to be throwing out that, hey, we're not really feeling that great, we're still we're just playing, just like with Molotov I said in the opening interview, we're just feeling it out right now with the whole idea of Fallen retiring soon. So I don't know, maybe it's just maybe they should be smarter than their opponents.
Yeah, maybe they're more of a vibes team. Maybe we're just unaware of what they're doing over there. Clearly, Furia having found success there. So did Caserato. Good clutch and lower really early on in the first half.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, again, we got to jump back to one of the reasons to why Fury also saw this one coming their way, and it is just, again, Caserato showing again that he can be such a massive player. We talked about Yuri, how good he can be in clutching, but the beauty of it is that Caserato can do the exact same. It was actually a 2v4 turning into a 1v1, and just the way that he isolates the duels here is just very important. Also, the fact that this is the third round, if they would have won this one, there's a chance that 9Z can run away with the economy, the momentum. So a very important clutch to get in their favor already.
Great way of crowning a great series overall for Caserato. Played well on Dust 2, played well on Mirage, came in here on Nuke, as you said, Peter, found even more impact. Yeah. He's up there in the conversations to be, when he one day retires, I think the way you evaluate his career is that he's just been Mr. Consistent for all these years. Yeah. It doesn't matter whether Furia is in a good period or in a bad period. He even had 3 years where they didn't do anything.
He was still good.
And he was still good, still playing at the same level. So he's almost unaffected by his surroundings, and having a player like that in your team is so vital and so important for Furia, not only to find consistency, but also to be one of the teams that we speak about that could potentially win trophies for the remaining of the season.
Now, interestingly enough, that wasn't the end of the road for 9Z. Clearly one of the teams that we've put on a radar here that is making waves, if not ruptures, if that. But we can take a look at the brackets, or the bracket.
Are we going to look at Group D now?
Wow, you've nailed that right on the head.
Yeah.
Speaking of D, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's my favorite group and arguably my favorite letter in the alphabet. Now, Pain Gaming, not really looking too sharp in their game against Wildcard, but they got the job done, which means they're facing the Mongols in that lower bracket game for a spot in the playoff, and then 9C versus Magic. Maybe a bit of a surprise that Magic were able to beat 3D Max, maybe not too big of a surprise, but doing it in a 2-0 fashion. I thought 3D Max was going to come in here at home turf and do a little bit more.
It's like, the thing with Magic, in all honesty, I haven't been paying too much attention about it, but if you ask about people that like watch a lot of their games, they actually play some very solid Counter-Strike, so not surprising. I mean, I think 9C should get the better of them. I think 9C has proven and shown that they can be good enough to make top 16 here, so I would be very surprised if they don't win that one. And then, Mongols Pain, I don't know where to put that one. It seems to be a bit of a confusing matchup in my
I'll try that again for you, Peter. I'm not going to sugarcoat it whatsoever. 9C, they have to beat Magic. We're talking about a team that is currently, 4 in VIS, Cologne quarterfinalist, won a trophy in China a couple of weeks ago. If 9C is not winning that game, not making the playoff at a 16-team playoff, that would be disappointing. The Mongols have to beat Pain Gaming as well. You and I probably agree with that, Peter. I don't think I've ever seen Pain Gaming being this uninspiring, to be completely honest. It's not a good time right now to be a Pain Gaming fan. It's quite painful, to be quite honest. So I see two clear-cut favorites in that game. Trace.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, you did.
He's good. And you don't give him a lot of credit, Free, but I'm just going to say it. We can go ahead and switch to Group A. I think it's about that time. Also, really close game going on the B stream. But here is Group A, and this is in context of what we're about to look at. That's because Big will be taking on Spirit as our last game of the day for this side of things. And that's right, Spirit down there in the lower bracket after having taken an L earlier on at GG How in the best-of-1 format.
It is quite surprising, right, to see them there. But then again, with what we saw against GG How, I don't think Spirit has literally showed up at this tournament yet. I even feel like the game against Luminati was pretty lackluster. I mean, like, Donk is doing what he can, right? But the rest of the team that doesn't really been showing, and specifically Shiro, which is usually his sidekick to be, pulling him over the finishing line. So coming into this game now that we do get to talk more about Big and Spirit, I'm not worried for Spirit. But then again, if Big shows up and plays like their absolute A game, I think there's also a possibility.
I just feel for Big. It's GG How ruining their night.
Everyone's night. Just the fact that you put Spirit in a low up, right? That ruins for everyone that drops the map, right?
I mean, potentially. Guys, there's that, and there's actually so much more to talk about. But obviously, we have to do our due diligence. We have to figure out where that break timeline is. So I appreciate you guys. I really do. I love where you're going.
Really want to get at it.
Just really think that we need to go to a break. That's the only way that we can get the game started here. Thank you so much, Jacob Pimp Winesh. We're ready to jump into that break, which means Big and Spirit are on the other side, and Jacob Pimp Winicki.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
It might be all she wrote here on Mirage.
I pointed out that they dropped the bomb, but yeah, you literally said to me like, they don't need it.
But you're right. You are firmly right. They took 1 point of damage in that whole execute. 1 point. Donnie, that is an impressive showing if you're Aurora. A 13-6 on GG How's map pick.
So impressive, I had to sprint my way right back here. I started walking, I was taking a nice leisurely time, and those last couple of rounds caught me off guard. Look, taking care...
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Group A lower bracket semifinal. Spirit are the overwhelming favorite on paper, but both teams arrive with reasons to question the simple ranking story itself. Let me welcome you back to the Esports World Cup Club Championships. We're about to witness big take on Spirit for a playoff qualification or bust.
Yeah, mega important game for both teams. There's eight for Big. This is a golden opportunity of not only securing a spot in the playoff, but also gaining some very heavy VIS points and really a good standing in that whole system. Whereas for Team Spirit, Peter, if they were to lose this game, I feel like we aren't ringing the alarm bells just yet, but we're slowly but surely starting to. If they lose too big here, don't make the playoff, don't make top 16, we're talking about a team that really could be in danger.
Both yes and no. I mean, they did make grand finals at Bounty. They did start off the season pretty well, right?
Sure.
I know they looked flat against Mouse, and yeah, they lost to GG How, right? But this should still, in theory, be a game that Spirit should not be able to lose, regardless of how things turn out. I mean, like, I know that I'm usually positive talking about the teams that go up against, the elite teams, and that they will always have a chance. But I don't see anyone inside Big that can go toe-to-toe with Donk. And I think that Spirit will just also have a lot of opportunities to go in a lot of directions within the map pool to where they can get an advantage.
See, that's the luxury, because I agree with you to some degree. To me, it's not the results necessarily for Team Spirit, because as you said, like a grand final to begin the season, not too shabby. The major wasn't too bad either, that was a very close game against Falcons. They could have made it further at that major. It's the way they've been playing. It's the way they lost to GG How. It's the way they won against Luminosity, and people may think, well, they won 2-0. Yeah, watch that game. That was not a good game of Counter-Strike for
Not
Team Spirit.
on those two, at least.
Not on those two, at least, And then you move in against Big now, who I very much agree with you. This should be a landslide. This should be an easy game. This should be 9 out of 10 times you run all over Big, and 1 out of 10 times you have a close game. So I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Spirit right now. Yanko posed a pretty good question earlier this morning as well, with Helly, Softic, the coaching behind them as well. I feel like we're starting to see a Spirit that is either going to make it or break it. And I think this game could be very telling in what kind of direction they're going.
It could very well be an indicator, without a doubt. I mean, just to focus on the Big side a little bit more exclusively here, since Blame F has joined this lineup, and I know you guys as Danes probably okay with talking about this.
We're fine.
Talk to me about him and joining this lineup and then its evolution. Where are we right now?
I think when you look at Blame F, let's just be honest. Most people, they don't like how he plays, right? Because he is a guy that, sometimes seems to be putting himself in front of the team to make himself look great. But there is no doubt that since Blame F have taken over the incoming range of Tapson, they have just looked better. Let's be honest. Like, he brings firepower, he probably brings structure, and he brings, dedication. He's a guy that's very dedicated to his work ethic. Is definitely up there. And I'm sure that has spread throughout the team. And it's also a team, he came into the major saying that they look very good. They seem to be very happy with all the roles. Like, the roles are very set, and everyone in the team knows exactly what to be expected of them. And I think that's a very good sign for you as a team. But then again, is it going to be enough once you make it into the top invites of becoming into the tier 1 events? Is it going to be enough when you don't have the star players, all the people that's going to carry you over the finish line? Or is it going to be, that's still where I'm left with if Blame F contribution is enough for the team. Is it going to be enough in the long run? Or is they just going to be, stagnating at this level where they are right now?
There's only so much you can do, though, right? I truly feel like with the state of Danish Counter-Strike right now, which has never been worse off, Peter. You should come back and you'd be instantly be a top 3 player in Denmark because there's no good players around anymore, to be completely honest. blamF is one of those few players who's still keeping it real. He's still trying his absolute best. You look at who he's playing with. He joined a big project who were nowhere to be found.
That's what I mean.
They were on the way to be completely irrelevant, and now he's slowly but surely built them up. Remember them during the major in Cologne as well. They did way better than people thought would have been possible. The comeback as well, and Mirage being down 12-0 and all of a sudden coming back into that game. I feel like there's more positives coming out of Big than there's negatives.
Sure.
But there's only so much you can do if you're blamF, if you're playing with the players he's playing with. And that's not to say that the likes of Tapson, JDC, you name it, are bad players, or Fabian for that matter, but they're not players, they're not a team where I expect them to be top 10. I think where they're at right now is pretty admirable. That's a decent place to be at, getting invites to some of the decent tournaments, you name it. As you can see on the trending as well, it is going in the right direction. It's not like Bitcoin, it's not like the oil prices at the moment, Trace. It's actually looking quite decent for Big.
Well, hold on, what did BTC do to get a little straight in there?
Come on.
It's been a tough relationship in that regard. All I'm saying is, blamF in Big so far, he's made them better. If he gets better players around him, I'm sure blamF can do more.
But then, okay, do you realistically think that Big would be able to attract players that is better than what they have right now?
No,
or is
absolutely not.
Or is it more of a case that if Big continues the upwarding trend that they have right now, then their players will start getting poached?
No.
Don't you think that's going to be the case? Then, what are they left at?
Well, Tapson's been around for forever. Fabian has been around for forever. JDC has been around for forever. Griggs is maybe the only one where we don't know the true potential. I'll be honest, Big is doing a good job at what they're doing right now. But if you look at the roster, where's the player that all of a sudden is going to elevate himself? Where's the player that all of a sudden is going to put a 0.1 to his rating on average and elevate that team? I feel like we get the most out of what they have to work with right now. And I'll be honest, unless some German talent comes up, maybe they have to start look elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, just as a reminder, this is a playoff qualification match, not a theoretical mismatch. This is where these two teams are stature-wise. For the side of Spirit is where we flip it to. I know that we'd love to talk about Big, but truthfully, Spirit aren't necessarily in the most prettiest of situations we've seen them in either.
No, and I hate it for the sake of Big. I actually like them a lot. I think Big have done a great job. I think blamF have done a great job as well already, highlighted. But this matchup, Peter, against Team Spirit, even as we described it, right? They're not looking necessarily too great in their games, but it's not that bad either. And even if Spirit is showing up with a B game or C game, that should still be enough to beat Big. So I almost feel sorry for the Big clan right now. They're up against a team that there should be no way to beat in a best of 3.
It's not fun, going out against Spirit in the lower bracket, knowing that if you lose this, then you're out, right? And ever since Spirit lost to GG How, everyone's just been thinking, I mean, obviously the result is bad, but then they're still gonna make it, right? Not having Spirit in a top 16, that would be a pretty bad result for them. And I think my big question and what I actually just want to see from this specific game is that I know what Donk brings and I know what Shiro can bring, but I'm still left in a question mark regarding the last 3 players. I want to see either Suntix or Tenir having one of those games where you're thinking, okay, that's the third star. That's the guy that you want to be relying on when the 2 others are either having a mediocre game or when something is missing. And I think that sometimes seems to be the issue. And then, sure, you also have a little bit with the coaches and everything, with Toffee coming in and Halley now taking more like an overview. He's want to give his players more freedom. Like, where's the system at for Spirit right now? That's my big question. They seem to be going a little bit in multiple directions right now.
It's the fact that the Donk show hasn't been enough. It's the fact that we've seen Donk play well so far this tournament. I think Freya
always plays well.
Always plays well. Freya asked him, how do you find your personal form at the moment? And Donk is satisfied, but he would rather win with his team, etc. And it goes back to this old conversation that we always had. How much do they rely on Donk's individual level to be a good team? Well, seemingly at this tournament so far, again, small sample size, don't want to make any sensations just yet, but he's playing well, and they're still looking to be struggling a little bit. So I agree with you, Peter. There's more than one issue at hand right now for Team Spirit, and against an opponent like Big, I mean, if you're Tenir, if you're Suntix, you should be able to establish a bit of dominance. You should be able to farm some confidence, Trace.
How about the Shiro side of things? In terms of an elite firepower with an AWP, as it's been prescribed, he's had some woeful experiences here. Hasn't necessarily gone the most fun of routes for him. But in terms of input in the server, what does he need?
I'm not worried at Shiro at all. I took the liberty of going and looking at some of his stats, and he has, I wouldn't say periods, that's wrong, but he had maybe a series or 2 back-to-back where he just seemed to be not present, and I think that's what we're seeing. So I don't think this is untraditional for the likes of Shiro, but sure, against Yao, he looked completely out of it, right?
Yeah.
Sort of dropped the ball a little bit, And he also had a couple of instances when they played Luminosity where he would just miss uncharacteristic shots and just not really being the shooter that we know. But I know, and I've played against him, I've watched him play so much that I know what he brings to Spirit. And he is a very stable operator, and he can be one of the reasons to why he has also elevated the team. So I'm not worried at all for Shiro.
It's funny how recency bias works in Counter-Strike. A month and a half ago, Peter, you and I were talking about Shiro, playing well at the major, now also stepping up in playoff games, and that's the new look of the new Shiro, taking it a step further, and then he has 1.5 bad games here, and we're talking about, is there potential crisis with Shiro? I'm with you. I think Shiro is a fantastic AWP player. I think he's a fantastic Counter-Strike player, and he's, at the very least, the GG How game, that was the anomaly, right? Making the amount of mistakes and being caught off guard. Even if he's having a game where he's not hitting his shots, he's never really making too glaring mistakes, and I expect that to be the old Shiro showing up today.
Yeah, the old Shiro show. Perhaps that's what we're looking for, because, left a lot to be desired at some points. Of course, this lineup does a little bit as well, and I'm only saying that in terms of what we've already broached on a little bit in the coaching department for Spirit. Why is that being circulated? Why is that an idea right now about Holly potentially not hanging around?
Well, it's because they were doing so well when Softic came in, right? And he seemingly changed a bit of the approach within Team Spirit. One thing was the utility usage that he got a lot of credit for. Another one was Tenir, arguably playing a little bit better under the leadership of Softic. Again, could that be random? Could that be just the period where he was feeling comfortable, or did he specifically work with Tenir? It's tough to say for certain, but I think Peter was onto something when you described that we need the third star of this lineup to step it up and establish himself as being that player. And I think if Tenir is not up for that, if he's not going to find any more consistency, if he's not going to elevate his level of gameplay, I think the talent pool within the CIS region of Counter-Strike is so strong that at some point they'll start to wonder, should we give another guy a try?
And, it's also just like when you look at Falcons or look at Vitality, they have those 3 guys that shows up pretty much every single series and bring it, bring up the firepower and bring all the qualities that we sometimes might be lacking.
Well, Peter, I think it's time we bring the ruckus in the form of a veto. There are a couple things here that might overlap, but at least I'm thinking it's an ancient.
Yeah, potentially. I think both teams are willing to float, potentially play cash as well. If I'm Big Peter, why not go for it? Why not try to bring out a map where, Spirit have played it a little bit, but it's a new, uncommon ground and maybe a bit inconsistent.
Yeah, and with you actually get to see the fact that Big does go with cash, and it's a map that they have been willing to play, and it's fun to look at because it's one of those single teams that actually plays all 7 maps. So they actually turn their attention and spread out the resources to have a hopefully wider map pool, but maybe not as narrowed down to be as good. So cash in there, and the fact that then not notoriously we do get to see Dust 2 from Spirit. That has just always been like the map they always feel like going back to when they turn their attention to Vito. So not a big surprise.
No big surprise in that regard. I think the Dust 2 pick makes sense for Spirit. I like the fact that Big are picking cash. If anything, as an underdog team, Spirit have played the map a little bit, but you're not going to be consistently playing well at cash in the beginning every single time. There's always going to be new ways of countering each other, new metas, you name it, and that's how it develops when a new map is coming in.
And it also, but it just speaks into maybe that Big find themselves a little bit of an underdog in this. Well, rightfully so, right? They need to try and challenge and test if Spirit can actually play cash.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, we have one map left here. Obviously, with Mirage still in there, I mean, the conversation around Ancient, we've begun that a little bit. So let's see, what is that third map?
I think we're left with, I actually was going to say we're left with Ancient, but that's not the case.
Mirage,
but we got cash
coming in
that's
there.
nice.
We get cash, we get Dust 2, and then I guess we'll have to wait with Mirage until tomorrow.
That is just a strong prediction right there. You thought you were going to play it off like that, but speaking of play, let me tell you about our EWC play match pick'ems. That's right. At some point, I'm going to have to tell you and remind you, and that's going to be right. It's going to be right now. Check out this QR code. I've asked you a couple times. I might as well ask you one more time. You might even hear me say it again tomorrow. But in this moment, just scan the QR code. Let us know who you think is going to win. Because it's about the time where we get the game on itself. I'd ask these guys, but really, I think you've heard them yap enough. So let's do this thing. Let's get this game on. Let's see if Spirit can push Big around.
It's that big Spirit game that everyone's been talking about. There are playoffs on the line right now as Team Spirit and Big get ready to clash on cash in this best of 3. Lower bracket indeed. Saw a shaky Spirit on day one, lost to GG How in a best of one. And to be honest, Harry, I'd like to say that they came back stronger and they looked better in that BO3, but they barely limped over Luminosity on Dust 2, and that is their pick in the series today. I don't know what to expect from Spirit, but you know that Big are feeling fancy for an upset.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's this inescapable feeling that for Spirit, it's kind of time to lock the hell in and show the level that you've come to expect from this team, right? I think they've been very underwhelming across this EWC, and I feel like they know it too. See, before this game, Donksel smiles at least, which might give you a bit of a positive sign. But yeah, they're up against a Big that have been grinding, a Big that have been getting better, and slowly but surely gaining more and more attention. A Big that are making moves in the right direction. Thinking back to some of their games at the Major even, hell, they had some ludicrous matches. And you know the one I'm talking about more than any other. The big old comeback. But this is a resilient team, a team that's on the rise, a team that's trending upwards, one that you can't underestimate if you're Team Spirit, especially in the form they've been in here in EWC.
Yeah, and continuing off of the Open Qualifier, where these other Open Qualifier teams have kind of fallen flat on their face to a degree. You look at 100 Thieves, obviously eliminated as well. And GG How, who are not far away from that fate. K27 also lost to MIBR pretty clean. So by the end of this game, Big maybe the only one surviving, or will they join the fate of the three other Open Qualifier squads as Team Spirit, heavy favorites, rank 1 VRS team in the world right now? Absolutely have to show up. It's really hard to know what we're going to get, but with Cash in our not-so-distant future, that's
cool.
A lot of fun.
Like, the fact that we're going to Cash first.
Yeah, 2 games logged for Spirit, right? 1 online, 1 on LAN. 50-50. Too early to know, but a loss to FaZe, who have clearly tried to put it in their map pool. And of course, Big, 3 out of 4 wins. We saw them against Aurora in that opener. Really well-called game, to be honest, from Blame F. And 1 loss to G2 just the other day here at EWC. So still a good track record for Big. Let's see if they can take on the big boys of Spirit.
All right, we got a T-side start for Big.
Ooh, didn't catch Faven up close, but it's fine.
Well, you remember my big prediction for Spirit day 1 of the tournament? I said I think Tania is going to have a good tournament. They would love to have access to him today. Donk, there's a lot of guys coming his way out towards middle, and it's Tabson ripping his head off. So Donk gone from this pistol. Tania followed up on 2, and Tabson's getting cheeky with it. Put this man back on Cash, and he's loving it.
You're joking. That's a ridiculous jump shot from the back of the side.
You know, this is an old boys map, Hugo.
That's true. Spirit don't have that experience necessarily, right? It's certainly on most of these players would not have been playing professionally, or just weren't back in 2019. Shiro was kind of on the come up. Donk was nowhere to be seen.
A child, I think, is the...
It's a better way of putting it. But, you know, on paper, a lot of reasons that Spirit should like this map. And with their Instaban being so clear, they were never going to avoid it. Full execute here for Big. Triple smoke comes down. Spirit do block main, but Big is still coming through.
Oh, rough for Tania. Haven't able to get past him and into this stack, sure, but you need these deagles to hit something. Shiro.
So a 5-7 would have been better there.
And so that's Magix and Zontic saving, you imagine.
We see a lot of different type of executes, right, on this map, with it being re-added with the skyboxes, you know, allowing anything over A. But that's a cool one for Big. You know, 2 backside smokes, isolate those players, no support, because that's the thing about Cash. You're going to get really quick rotates, and one thing that we've seen a lot of these Cash games here at EWC is teams aren't really playing for middle on the CT side. They're getting their util in. Occasionally they'll go for a counter boost, they'll do something up close with SMGs, but for the most part it's one guy mid, get the nades in, get out, reinforce your bomb sites. Use mid for information only. And so with those smokes from Big, that rotate completely cut off. Clean entries, finds a 5 alive round.
I'd certainly argue that that kind of mirrors, you know, what we used to see from Cash back in the day, right? Like mid kind of an access point, but you don't really want to end your round in this, like through this position. You go there, you take a bit of space, but then you have your eyes set on an exec or something of the sort.
In the words of Henry G,
you can't plant in mid.
That's true. Many have tried. But we've had a Spirit player drop from the server.
I see admins over Shiro's shoulder.
He's back in. We're back live. Big believing at the start of this game, getting a little 3-0 run before the guns come out. Just an overwhelming hit there. Spirit have a good bit of utility.
All right, little run boost, do like that. Get you up for a mid-peak that much faster. This has kind of been Tabson's game thus far, and he's got pistols out in front of him over here towards B.
Well, he saw Magics there for a second, but holding vent with a bit of cover.
Hugo, you know me, I'm not our B lurker, but there's this little spam spot right over here. Would it get Zontix, or does he have to be further back by the barrel?
Yeah, further
right?
left.
Okay, yeah. So you do just have to go and clear that. He's got Molly, he's got util, and Big are in no rush. Tabson just holding the extremities for a push, gonna lob in a bit of util over here towards B. And this will keep the attention of Team Spirit on the wrong side of the map.
No Big are going to have some good grenades in their repertoire here. Spirit are certainly hedging their bets, though, and they seem to be onto something. Triple B, staying in place. Heaven Smoke, or CT, still figuring that out. It looks like a Heaven Smoke. CT's already down.
All right, they're going into the stack, but they got this vent split, and that is going to blindside the hold. Oof. Nothing done for Team Spirit.
All right. There's smoke, not a problem.
Tabson, he's loving it.
Dude, they are looking
absolutely loving it.
These two or three hits really we've seen. There's no space for any of these CTs, right? Big are all side by side on this hit. They timed that very well. Just overwhelming numbers on their bomb sites.
There's a
I
reason.
feel like Spirit are going to have to make some kind of play here coming into gun rounds.
There's a reason they call him Big Cash Money Tabson. 6-0, right off the rip.
We get a kill? No. Big have not lost a player in 3 rounds. 0 kills for Team Spirit coming into their first bye. That's got to feel good. Orbs out for Shiro. What's happening in mid? Donk gets a smoke in and quickly departs. No one on that highway box nade. Donk comes back in from car side. Big with their second HE, and Donk will eat that. Ouch. Well, hey, if you know Donk's going to be here, not a bad place to throw your nades. Vent boost denied with that. Zontix eats one as well. This is excellent utility. 4 HEs thrown by Big, 2 players at half.
They are learning to hate the big utility very, very quickly. You said it yourself, you know, when you got Big in the server, they're going to have some creative ideas. There's a third nade onto the highway, and Donk decides, I'm done playing this position.
All HEs now used for Big. I'd say very worth it. But now they've got to group and go for this hit, and they're doing the same thing as the last round. Coming out middle, going for event split. No support from Donk. He's got to guess the right site here.
He is making his way over. Looking to end up in the right place. Still, Zontix in this forward position.
Hello.
Double cleared. They weren't ready for Donk. He just gets a shooting gallery. 3 players out in the open. Sure, he's going to burn. But it's given Team Spirit a fighting chance in the round. You're looking at Blame F and Grix. And with Blame holding on for this vent rotation, he gets the kill he's waiting for.
And if you're Donk, you're just wondering, what more do I need to do, really? No one gets a single kill in their position. Donk comes out with 3 frags. Sure is showing us angles we've never seen before, but none of them will let him back in the round. In fact, they're hunting this AWP as well, so got to be very, very careful here. Luckily, Blame's got backup highway, so Shura looks like he'll survive. But I think they know where he is. Oh, oh God. Not a reassuring start. Well, Big clearly looking well prepped to start this game. Just the fact that their whole first gun round is just, we're going to use 5 HEs and nobody's going to die before we've done that. And sure, they kind of overlooked Donk, surprisingly, considering mid was empty. Where is that 3rd player? Where is that rotation player? But even a triple kill in B doesn't stop Big. All right, Spirit, it's time for someone else to get a kill.
Yeah.
Full block, 4 CTs here, 5th on the way.
All right, surely someone else from Spirit gets on the board now. Donk again bullied by Util. Oh, Donk with a multi-kill, doing everything.
That's got to be enough, man.
Zontix, are they going to clear him?
Oh,
yes,
God.
they do. Now, look, some people say that Spirit can feel like a bit of a one-man army at times. Never show them this scoreboard.
This is crazy.
Make sure no
isn't
one
it?
ever sees this.
Dude, I mean...
And we're 5 rounds in, but...
No, it is too good to be...
Everyone's like had a chance, let's say.
Yeah, you could say that. That was into a full stack with HE on the main smoke. Donk's on 30 health before he sees someone. How the hell? Like, you can laugh at the other players having trouble, but how does he get 3 kills again? How does he do it? Built different, man. Donk 6 and 5. Everyone else 0. And Big, they're going into stacks and they are getting out easily.
And dude, you can see like the comfortability, right? These executes have been brutal. The idea that you're bringing players down to 30 HP, 40 HP in your exec before you even have to fire a bullet is just massive for Big.
Grix's AWP is out now. We're seeing an attempt at mid-control here for Spirit. Donk boosting Magics up over Sandbags. He's going to play close to the vent. Bit of spam for Big. I'm aware there could be an AWP pre-flashing the B side.
This is a bit more of a standard CT setup too. You go for the double mid control, get a player in the vent, so you got that faster B rotation, and then it kind of frees Donk up to roam over towards A. Now you almost get to play 2-3 on each of these bomb sites, and you still have eyes on mid to react.
Yeah. Big, just look how... Okay, Blame looks into the flash, but the fact that they're flashing
exactly,
that,
it's good.
They're so methodical. Not as pretty as maybe you would have hoped, but no punish here. Late highway nades again. Donk is a little further back, but he still takes 30. One more. It does miss. Donk gets out for now. Molly pushes Magics back to B. They can't catch him on his reroutes. Grix has the line. The Spirit smoke it out. 30 seconds, Big. You're going to have to go back into this B split.
Magic's here. Problem is, like, Zontix has been in that position every single time they've gone B, and so they check for it.
All right, Zontix needs a multi-kill here.
Someone else is on the board. Zontix with the first. Now they know where he is. They start to give chase, and Grix has got the cover. Donk dead in rotation. Blame F backstab. Bomb crossing in with 10 seconds left. And there's just enough time to get it down. Grix holding on for this wrap round. And Big still flawless at 6-0.
It's a beautiful game out of Big. You've got to be loving everything you're seeing if you're a Big fan right now. They are playing these rounds down to the final 30, doing some really nice executes. The util is great. The trading is fine. There's nothing going wrong now for Big. Grix hitting his shots as well. Just an excellent beginning. Spirit are going to start making plays. They've been very passive in this CT side, right? But I think Big have proven that if you give them the room, they're going to abuse it.
Yeah, not only that, like, eventually you need a kind of out-of-the-box idea here. If you just play these standard rounds, as we've now seen 6 times over, Big are more than ready to deal with it. Right, we said going into that last one, it's a bit of a standard mid-take. You get a player in the vent. Big have all the util to deal with that. They're not worried about the standard plays. You kind of have to try and catch them off balance here.
And I mean, Big are aware of this as well. Look, their Blame is holding the boost in middle.
They brought more people over to get naded.
Good one. Nice molly, man. Magix has to move. They try and bail him out with smoke, but Blame's over the top and the call's been made. Magix has nowhere to hide. They can come through this mid smoke as well if Big want to get randy. Donk looking to clean up here in middle, but Blame just smokes his escape. All right. One man home.
Oh, well. That doesn't bode well for winning this one, does it? You have dealt with one guy on the backstab, and there's a second coming in. Shiro. Okay, he gets it. That's what matters. Not the cleanest, but still past Tabson. And the follow-up on a Grix. All right, Shiro. Let's see if him and Donk can pull this one off. 2 kills from this backstab. The other 2 trapped in at the bomb site. So there's no post plants to worry about here. You're battling forward. Donk dead. Big 7-0.
Wow, I mean, great try from Shiro. The HE to put the smoke up in Grix's face does get him the kill that opens the round, but not going to win this one as Big just sit back in the bomb site. That's the first time they've really been tested in this game. And they come out absolutely fine with 2 players standing. 7-0 indeed. A disastrous start for Team Spirit. If you were expecting a stomp today, I don't think you were expecting it this way. They're going out mid this time. Going quick as well. Magix has no help.
Oh, the util's so good. Like every time we say that, we cut to Blame F getting full flash, but it still is really, really good here for Big. They're just setting such a lethal precedent around middle.
Okay.
Nice shot there from the AWP, and so Tania are able to cut one out of the round.
These
nades. The nades will bully him, bring him down low.
Great. Tania needs to run. He is a dead man walking. Magic's still here the whole time. It's 1 HE molly left, but it's gone back towards B on Tabson and Grix. Spirit look like they want to bring more men over to fight middle. Zontic's util could go a long way here, so deep nade, molly to follow, good kill on Fathom. Can Blame F fight his way out of this position? No, he burns alive as well. B has been lost in the downtime, so Big still have a chance.
Yeah, 4v2, best position Team Spirit have been in this entire game. Are Big gonna keep it flawless, or does Spirit finally get on the board? You're telling yourself this has got to be enough. This is a really out there position from Grix. He's landed a tag. Cross for Tabson to try and hold on to the vent.
I'm scared.
Timing could get the better of him here because that vent player is coming very, very late. Tania not the first to play. Line held by Grix, swing and a miss. Tabson's got his back. Shiro low. Tabson finished off as the pincer comes in. Ooh. And so it takes them 8 rounds, but Spirit will get on the board.
Yeah, they come from enough positions there that it's just too overwhelming. You can't predict the order in which they come out. So nice trade, Heaven to Near. Very important he doesn't die early. And that is a buzzer beater defuse. Barely got it through. But if Tania plays any earlier, I think they might just lose that round. Nice nades in middle. Spirit returned the favor finally with mollies and HEs all over the shop. We have 2 spawn cloud smokes. One for the front of B. Oh, it's very nice indeed. It's going to get Big a bit more space, but Spirit still play aggressive. Molly locks out Griggs. He just misses that timing. Now Shiro owns the angle. Not for long. Tries to peek from high. Griggs hits the flick. Zontix holds B strong. So 4v4 and Big are regrouping back on this site. Curiosity costs you.
I mean, if JDC just keeps walking with this in, like, that's the round. Spirit on the wrong side of the map. They're going to add all the little bells and whistles, but this is overkill. They've got the site. Taking a little while to get here, and the rotates are arriving.
Never be sure. Where is Donk is the question for Big right now, but he's back in spawn. That Molly. Oh, there's an angle here for Magix. Maybe he can kill this cross. JDC giving the bomb and just makes it in. So crisis averted. I think Spirit know this one is too far gone. I would say, do you agree with me here? B-side Cash is very hard retake. Like, got to be one of the hardest in the game. So it feels. It's not quite Dust 2B, but
I think it depends. Like in some, like if you have util, yes, it's like if the T's have util, yes, because then they're able to lock off a bunch of the choke points. But
even just coming out vent though, like you say a 3v3, you know, you got sight, you got checkers. It can be really hard to get out vent. Flank not that strong unless you play super late. I've just seen teams struggle a lot getting back into B in even scenarios. Okay, another full buy here off the save. Shira gets his AWP. It's a shame. Shira had the line last round. If he stayed on it, he's going to win that fight. But he goes
jumps
back
up,
out
like
to jump up.
Towards the Shroud boost. Ooh.
Shroud would not be proud now.
I mean, look, considering we started this series saying, like, this is the time for Spirit to try and level in and lock in a little bit from their weak performances, safe to say they're not doing that. This is an all-or-nothing game.
I'm just shocked the Spirit is still playing highway box, right? It's been so clear this whole game from round one. Big are like abusing this position. They just need 2 more players with nades.
It's one of the kind of cool ideas that Big have, or like one of the big problems, I guess, Big are trying to cause, right, with this punishing util in middle. They're trying to make it feel like you can't play anywhere, but you can't give up mid. Especially not because Big have been using it, right, in these B splits. And what do you actually do if you don't play the highway box? You don't feel like you can play close either because the molly's wrecking you.
Third HE on highway. Big better be checking their UD on the scoreboard every round because they know they're nailing it.
I mean, they're probably feeling it. When you go into bomb sites and everyone's just dying in one bullet, you know your util is effective.
Okay, it's an A stack, but Spirit have lost this before. Donk is here, so is the AWP at quad. Watch Donk somehow multi-kill his way out of this position.
Full exec, all the util streaming in. Donk burning. Shiro provides a bit of cover. That's let Donk slip back, but they're scaling up over the top. And Donk dead with nothing done. The stack gets dissolved. Zontix does have a bit of a forward position here. No one's ready for this, so Zontix might have something up his sleeve. There's the first. Reaction for Blame F is punished, but he's got it down to a 1v1. Now, Magix doesn't have a kill yet, and it's not changing now because Favon deletes him.
Despicable shot from Favon, locked in, but that 4th kill, there's no way he's ready for Magix that far away. Absolutely rips his face off. 4 frags for Favon, and you feel it there for Spirit again, because what happens? They have a stack in the right place, they get double smoked, Donk gets repositioned with Molly, he goes to help Shiro backside, Shiro gets mollied, then he gets flashed, then Donk, he's holding the right angle and Favon jumps over the top. Spirit just can't get a read on any of these site hits. They've had stacks in the right place numerous times, and they've got nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
These are excellent executes from Big.
I kind of hope we see Spirit go back to aggression over towards A. It's like the only time they've had any semblance of map control was on the back of that A push. and they kind of threw it away themselves, right? It's not like Big did anything crazy to go and retake that space.
Look at that.
Right now, the map feels so small for Team Spirit. They can't hold mid. The Utel's wrecking them. If they sit back, they're at the full mercy of these execs, which are just way too strong. And this B site and any of the pushes have always gotten punished. So it kind of feels like A's your only option.
Shiro on highway now. Luckily, he's pushed forward with Donk. And so, yeah, close mid. Still gets naded. Can't catch a break, can you?
I couldn't even tell you how they knew to do that one.
I like this angle, though. It's a good way of putting Yorp in play, but Blame is, of course, for some reason, holding that. It's a perfect line. That's a frustrating death to give up for Shiro. I think it's a good play, given how much has gone down in this game, but Big just punish. And look at this. One flash pop in. Full blind is Magic's. And I mean, Spirit, again, caught out of position, right? That's a silent B-pop, something Big haven't even done. They just walk close main with a flash and a molly on the same time.
And dude, don't you just feel how claustrophobic that B site is? Like, it's a very tight setup to run, having two players, especially when you're up against a team that have just been running execs, right? You were at the full mercy of Util. You saw Zontix and Magic kind of tripping over each other in the bomb site as they try and separate. That's actually where Big find the first kill. Spirit just look a little lost right now. Like, you're seeing Big with all these ideas. The game's just flowing. Everyone's hitting their shots. They feel like they can't do anything wrong.
I mean,
Spirit don't really have from this look, you know, don't have any degree of comfortability.
It's also nice because it's showing that Cash can, you know, a lot of people would expect this to be kind of a brainless aim map, but Big is showing how much thought can go into these rounds. It's not just the calling, like doing good rounds at good times, but it's how much setup these rounds are getting, how much damage they're doing early, how scared they're making Spirit. They're making them play double B bomb side out of spawn. Just a brutal round on B again. And Magic's 0-9. How are you meant to get a read right now? It's 10-1 down. I think we all can feel this game is kind of over. But Spirit must play on. Try and find this one last round of the half. Deep main smoke. A lot of teams been using this, but Big don't care. They just cross through.
It's very brazen. Maybe that's what lets them down. Finally, a trade kill back, but the advantage still with Spirit. Rotates arriving.
What? You're just running and shooting. It works.
Griggs over the top of this smoke, but as he's lost the rest of his team, they're in the sight, they're in the heavens. Team Spirit will scrape by with 2 rounds on this CT campaign.
Yeah, 2 kills for Magic's there just at the end of the half to avoid a killless half of Counter-Strike. Still not pretty for Spirit, but you do feel like that one is just Big kind of cooling from the score. They go through the smoke. They could have cancelled a couple of times. They still commit. Maybe a bit cocky there. I'm going to forgive them at a 10-2 half. It's a beautiful half of CS from Big on this T side. And Spirit, you know, if they have anything, is now even the time to show it. Dust 2 is Spirit's pick in this series. And while you want to hold a lot of faith for that, it's a map that even Vitality lost to Bait. Spirit struggled against Luminosity. So I'm going to say today of all days, there's no guarantees in this game.
Donk's smiling away like he's been told he's won the lottery or something.
Don't laugh, you'll cry.
I mean...
Shiro uncrouched at the worst time, but it's fine. It's fine. They have numbers over boost. Big. Spirit seemed very ready for that for some reason. They just walk close middle. Maybe they've done that round before. Spirit full punish. 3v2. Julies are alive.
We say also ending rounds through mid can get real scary. There's a reason why a lot of squads don't do it.
They're going into the stack. Blame. Oh, sorry. Griggs is checking Z. Spirit jump in.
All right. Cool Berettas. They've done some early damage, but Donk quick to silence them.
It's relieving.
And you'd like to think no more worries here in a 3v1. Bomb planted. Magic's with a clean kill to close. say this about Spirit. They sometimes, you know, they'll get themselves kind of amped up or pumped up using whatever they can. And I think when Magix gets dealt a straight up disrespectful A hit in the final round of the half, and that's where they get to. If he was ever going to turn to the guys and say like, okay, now we reckon, it would be after a round like that.
I mean,
now they've got the pistol. Let's see.
It's times like these
Jury's out.
where you say like, okay, guys, they're overconfident. Watch out for it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? They are going to try ego us here.
Like, getting beaten up by a team that's playing super tactically just seems to be more comfortable, have a bigger depth. That's one thing. But the moment they get overconfident, now you want to beat them.
You're buying in very early. Let's see if you're onto something. Big with a force buy. And they can kind of stem any bleeding here by just winning this round straight up. B stack in play, though. Spirit destined for A. Unless this is a fake out from Tanir, but heavy in middle and heavy up highway. As this smoke fades, the exec comes in. Interesting round here for Spirit, but it's just nobody home to stop it.
Oh, it's top performer Tabson.
How has he gotten... Oh my... What is going on?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, imagine though, imagine, dude. He got so much room there. That's a cool way of clearing A from Spirit. You know they've been working on this map as well, so let's see your audition tape on this T side. Zontix has a Molotov. That would go kind of hard right now. 3 players in Sunroom. It's hot here in Paris. Not worth dying for that. And so nobody does. Big no comebacks of any magnitude are possible. They know better than most. Gonna need to lock in come this first gun round.
Really hope that's not the thought they're having. All right, that's nice for Blame F. Saved SMG, put to work.
Oh, we saw bomb A.
Tabs.
Saw bomb A.
Oh, Tabs.
Everybody's moving.
He was so excited when Cash came back. It's just, you know, it's like putting on an old pair of shoes. You just love it. You slip right in. You've already broken them in. You know the map so well.
Oh, no.
Look at this for Tabson.
Oh,
He's
okay.
done it.
Got it.
Double kill on the backstab.
Well, it's Berlin International Gaming. They don't take card there. It's only cash for Tabson.
And when one squeaky door opens, another closes. Team Spirit, this comeback they were hoping for, maybe out the window. On the back of this 2K from Tabson.
Tabson holding the door. The donk. Still not done with this round.
All right. Donk's clawed it back. 2v2. Bomb still down over here in main. Problem is, Big kind of lent pretty heavy into the defense of this bomb early on, and so now they're paranoid because they've given up a lot of the map elsewhere. So they've only left one guy on the bomb. Donk dead, it's on to Zontix, but he does drag them through into this 1v1.
Don't have time to rotate out. He's checking his flank, but 20 seconds here. What's the play for Zontix? Really? I mean, what do you think?
Through the vent.
Oh,
the full way around.
I don't know about this.
It's going to be close. Stopwatch out.
I think he's got it.
All right. He knows his timings.
That is close. Well played.
Oh, even goes for the ideal plant spot and everything.
No, respect.
All right.
Respect.
He knows. And now he's got a 1v1. Fabin can't quite believe that the bomb's gone down on B. Zontix gets aggressive. That's the clutch. Spirit are building in the right direction.
Look, it's only anti-ecos, but they're very confident now after that. Look at that clutch. That's
Dude,
a 2v4.
I'm telling you lose a round. Sorry, you win a round when Big get too big for their boots. And like that's the team you want to be. Think about how many times you've been there yourself, Hugo, or anyone watching at home. You're playing a game, you're getting wrecked, you're kind of just on autopilot. But then they do something that's like, oh, they're really disrespecting us now. They're really trying to rub salt in the wound. Now you really want to beat them. You refocus.
Man, what a call for Zontix to make that rotation. And also, you know, Donk, massive 3K. Ooh, cancel. Okay, the wheels are not yet falling off, but they're shaky. Squeaky. And this feels far more tense than a game of this scoreline should. Slow and steady here for Spirit. I mean, utility fans, just download this demo, please, because about every nade in the world has been thrown. And our observers are catching all of it. B hit for Spirit, here we go.
There are 3 players here for the big squad. Flame F waiting on the sidelines up there in heaven, still tries to spam Desfaven, and Donk teaches him that's a horrible idea. A clean sweep for Team Spirit, bomb planted, round secured, and this gap is closing.
All right, we got a game on our hands. That was hard for Spirit. You know, the execute is nice, but it's not like they're going in off of a molly or a flash. There actually is a big gap in between when the util lands and when they play. So Big still have chances to win fights there. They do some damage on Donk, but Spirit get out very clean. Up to 6 now. Big having the same trouble Spirit did in that first half. Even when they're in the right place, they can't stop these hits.
I think you kind of had to credit for Big in that first half was the depth of the ideas they had. They had a lot of thoughts, a lot of tricks up their sleeve. You're going to want to showcase something like that soon on this CT side.
Well, yeah, because our problem with Spirit CT is they didn't do anything, right? They just kind of sat highway, they let themselves get naded.
The most tense round we have was the squeaky door push from tabseN. Now, sure, that's on like an eco, and he feels a bit of a degree of freedom to go for something like that. You don't really want to risk these limited gun rounds on a timing squeaky door push, per se. But something aggressive, just to own a portion of the map, would be a great place to start. So let's see if Big are feeling that too. They call a tack timeout here. Because this is not the team Spirit that were red in the face, 10-1 down with only Donk getting any kills.
They were laughing at halftime. Now I'm starting to see why.
Like I can imagine the exact phrasing of Magic's turning to the gang. Okay, now we
win. Oh,
well,
sick for Magix.
He would use the worse language, I think. But yeah, Magic's in with an opening. JDC gone.
That was cool. That's a boost over. Luckily for Big, that molly misses. Are they going to boost up? Bigger counter boosting. Oh, Flame in this position. He's not like going for the flank, but he is in a very strong spot. They're still mollying over boost as well. Will miss. But I like that Big have done this. Very cheeky. Could this be the position that catches them free kills? Magic's out middle. You'll clear low. You won't clear high. Flame swings out. Magix does decent damage, but he's going to try and escape here. It's nade, but it's fine because he gets the fight he wants. Just Faven home. Not for long. The play was there for Big. The Spirit react quickly. The same 2 save again.
closer you get to a tie game as well, the less freedom you feel like you have, right? Risking on like a three-man hyper-aggressive setup where you're trying to get in their face, or a little gimmick like the boost. That's all well and good while you're leading and you've got rounds to play with, but those rounds are gone. And if this ends up getting more passive and kind of more standard for Big, you do get nervous.
Round by round.
Now this was a potential 11-1 half for Big Clan.
Oh, nice shots. JDC got stuck on the wall there, I think. Stopped in the open. Blinded. And yeah, nice catch. Right into that lip. Blame's through this smoke, and Magic's almost cleared it, but almost doesn't cut it. Blame gets out of there. Can he live this time? Equalizing in a 4v4.
I mean, this here is almost the detail that was missing, right? He didn't have a smoke or any way of escaping. Griggs on a very forward line, one that they're not ready for. You got to be quick to pounce here. You don't want him taking too many shots on this orb. Griggs trying to evade, ends up getting shut down. And so every edge that Big have been able to find, Spirit instantly respond to. It's a 3v3, and you still don't really have a clear picture as to where this is ending up.
Griggs had to fight his way out there. He couldn't escape. That smoke fell way too short. Even without the nade, they were going to catch him. So definitely feeling the pressure now are Big. Blame still spotting middle, but I think at this point you've got to just make the gamble. There's 40 seconds on the clock. Spirit are grouping together. Haven't going for an info flash. Spirit don't bite. And so he's actually going to rotate out. That might be round if he just gives this up. Sees players crossing. Faven commits to the fight. 1-for-1 is not bad here, but Big still have a tough call to make. 2 nades. Donk is at half health.
Targeting the bomb planter, looking for Shiro. That Molly had actually fallen shy. Might have loved an extra smoke for CT. Still, Donk plays around it, and Shiro's scoped up on this line. It's the late arrival of Tabson, but he's given away his position with the nade, so they know he's closing in. Shiro brought down to 1 health, and as Donk goes forward, it's handed off to Shiro. 1 HP, and Tabson, ring around the roses, finally breaks the silent streak. Big back on the board.
Better late than never, hey. They can still close this game right now. They got a few more chances to do so for Spirit are right there. That was a scary, scary round. So important that Faven gets his one when he gives up that bomb site. I think 3 players in a post plant there would have made that too difficult. They just about squeeze it out with a clutch from Tabson, top performer from that T side. Still going. Breaking the 5-round streak in the second half.
Saw Shiro talking a lot before this round. And so maybe something centered around him looking for an opener on that AWP again. He's over towards B, lobbing in a lurk smoke right now, so nothing super aggressive from him out of the gate. I'll say this, considering we've seen kind of vast quantities of util burned early, both teams are really holding on to it here. You know, we're under the minute mark now. Still have a lot of blocking util for Big. I think you're expecting them to have burnt a little bit more with how this game's gone. Okay, don't love that. They've also got a triple A lean, and with players still outside of this B site, not impossible that you see this turn into a mid to be. 30 seconds as the bomb takes middle alongside Magic's.
Vent Pop coming in. Faven in a very strong position. They might overlook him if they go too quick. JDC is drawing the attention with that smoke. Faven peeks out with a flash and double kill before the trade comes in. JDC can't do much here, but he is buying time. 10 seconds on that clock as the bomb crosses in.
Oh, Shiro's got to go
as
sight.
well. This is a mess right now, but Spirit might be able to sneak it in until that shot connects. Griggs has won the round by dropping the bomb, and that is map point now for Big. Oh, ho, ho. None of that matters. That is a round on the clock from Big. Faven has had some massive multi-kills in this game. Not the highest fragger, but at 4K on the T side, early in that string of rounds for Big, and now getting a double kill here. Absolutely slowed the roll of Team Spirit. 5-round gap. The Big just need one.
Big certainly owe Faven a great deal of thanks, right? Just a number of high-impact kills over here towards B. Even the one that kind of led into that 2v2 that Tabson was able to close on.
Oh, high flash.
You hear Blame F? He's jump spotting. You know you've got this timing, and so Donk just goes early. Mid control taken for Team Spirit.
Can you? Oh, don't get spotted. Doesn't want to see the AWP again. Smoke comes down. Shiro picks him, and even though that smoke misses, Spirit just have the numbers here. 5v3, they're going to go through.
No check on Forklift. Tabson good for his, but he's lost his teammates now entirely alone. Faven and Magic's have traded places, and I'm not entirely sure how. Magic's is in Z. So Faven catches them by surprise, but now they realize they let a man slip by. They're quick to deal with him.
Bit of a messy one there. It's interesting how much Spirit are using Highway on this T side, right? It was their pistol, it was their anti-eco, doing it again. Sure, this kill's kind of given to them, but they still wanted to move up there the whole time. They're setting up flashes for it. Important entry from Donk. And Spirit, it's a kind of a hard crossfire to get through as we see, but they're fine to freeze there and let the round come to them in that 4v2. Big broken. Eco time. Taps him with a hero. Spirit not scared at all in this round. Just straight out mid with Molly Smoke. Oh my god.
That's Donk dead. Right off the rip at the hands of a Blame F Eagle, and Tabson's gone back to his signature move. Now if they boost over, oh dear, that's the Tabson hero gun. They're trying to accelerate the pace. Who's been a real nuisance? It's been Faven in so many of these moments. Well, he's rejoining this double stack over here at B. Two pistols tucked in, spot them both, can't deal with it. JDC, only good for the first. 3 more players from Big moving over, and the bomb is here alone. Zontix is so late to this, arriving vent side. surely it can't all come unraveled up against the pistols. There's a smoke down. Oh, pulling nades makes you a little nervous, but no punish from Big. And how are you meant to get through this? Molly on Shiro, just to buy you a few more seconds. Santic's holding for a swing out. Actually takes it to them. It lines up a double. Left to Tabson, and he can't make it work. What a round out of Zontix.
Yeah, he's again had massive impact in some of these late rounds. He had that clutch early. And that is crazy to see Zontix just take the swing there. That's not really what you expect from this kind of player. Forces all 3 kills in a terrifying 2 versus 4 situation. Spirit pick it up. I felt like the eco was getting ripped out from under them. And Big had more work to do. Only 3 more chances left. Only 2 more 4-buy rounds. Straight out mid here for Donk. He gets his entry, but up top is JDC. And he's not done either. But maybe this map is another 4v2. Tanir got past the orb. Spirit still have a chance.
Look at how quickly Big are rotating, though. They're leaving nothing to chance here. They know this is their opportunity at a knockout blow, at rescuing this game. And it's just Magic's left. A valiant effort at this comeback. They were 1-10 down. They certainly had Big sweating, but if Magic's doesn't clutch up now, Cash falls in Big's favor. Molly forces a swing. No one else from Big reacting yet. It's Magic's dead on that peek round the corner. So finally, Big get it done. 10-1 up. It takes everything they had, but they will lock in the victory on their map pick. Cash goes their way. For Team Spirit, they got to try and find some respite in the fact that they have warmed into this a little bit now. It's their pick of Dust 2 up next. If they want to dodge elimination, they've got to give it their all.
Yeah, they say Cash rules everything around me, or at least in this motion, it's Big ruling Spirit's number there on Cash. That's because what a result that came real quick and almost nearly out of control right there. Welcome back. Yeah, EWC 26, pretty good result, pretty good start in this series for Big. Let's talk about it. Jacob Pimp Vinicky, we got Dupree down on his side, and we've got a pretty lovely game of CS if you're a big fan.
I guess Spirit are not done surprising us so far this tournament. Naturally, the loss against GT How, that was a big one. In a best of 1, we gave them the excuse, Peter, that, hey, you know, first game of the tournament, it's a best of 1, GT How played well, Mirage, blah, 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 blah. We move into the second game of Team Spirit. They beat Luminosity 2-0, but they struggled massively to get the job done, and we think to ourselves, maybe we should pay attention to whether or not Spirit are not really feeling themselves at the moment. After watching Cash, Peter, I am now ready to say that they're not looking like themselves. What an abysmal start to the game. What a very poor performance, again, coming in from a team where it feels like the only player showing up, the only win condition they have is Donk. And I know it sounds a little bit silly to say that, yeah, we know Donk is great, we know he's the best player, maybe Taylor talks the game, but it didn't used to be like this. They could remain competitive without Donk necessarily being at his absolute best, but even him playing well is not enough to be competitive against Check notes. Big.
So, big start T-side. They showcase a ton of util prowess. They get the 7-0. Dupree, they're in control at this point.
Yeah, they're definitely in control. Both teams really struggled to find, you know, their footing on the T side, but I mean, obviously, I think the map pays in. I mean, that's one thing, that Spirit is not looking great on the map. It's more like the fashion that they end up losing. They had 2 rounds where they would forget that the door exists. Yep. Like 2 times Tamsin pushes out door, getting frags and winning one of them just by, you know, getting double to the name in, and then seasoning control of the bomb. But it's also the stacks they have. Like, they have the reads, they have the right positions, but you just can't put the things together. Like, whenever they're supposed to be fighting and winning off the duels, they just don't do it. I mean, like, Donk is doing everything he can to try and keep Spirit in this one. And yes, I know this is Cash, and it's probably still new to Spirit, but it's the fashion, it's like the lack of overview, and it's the lack of individual prowess that it's just gone missing. And that's worrying, right? Like, Spirit is 1 map away now from being eliminated.
And we have that example, right? Spirit stacks, good read. Donk, triple kill, still lose.
But that's exactly what I mean. Like, the read here from Spirit is perfect, right? Sure, they don't have like a ton of utility or like the right guns, but they have 4 players on this A bomb side. And Donk, you know, he even gets lucky by actually escaping the Molotov, and that sets him up to get like a lot of kills But then you can see, like, they just look dysfunctional. Like, Dunk does everything he can. He gets a triple kill here. And then you have something stuck now on side, hopefully to get something done, gets found out. And if you even look at the scoreboard at this point, the only one on the side of Spirit that actually has any frags is Dunk.
Yeah.
We're talking about a team that have not put up anything up until this game.
6 rounds, 7 kills total. You know, Suntic's got 1, and that's about it. As much as I agree, you know, because I think Spirit played abysmal on this map. And sure, you can blame the map to some degree, but I also do think Big played well. You know, the utility usage, the composure, the way that they were spacing on the map as well. It's clear to see that they've taken this opportunity to integrate Cash into their map pool, thinking, hey, this is a way in. You know, if we make Cash our stronghold, if we make that a super, super strong map, then sure thing, you know, over the next couple of months, you know, the teams like Na'Vi, Spirit, whoever picks up the map, they will even out the scoreboard. You know, they will get better because they're better players, they're better teams, they're better individuals, blah, 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 blah. But early on, this used to be a tactic for some of these underdogs team. As soon as a new map comes out, you jump on the map straight away because you can sort of even out the playing field. And to be completely honest right here, Big were the better team, you know. I know that it got somewhat close at the end of it, 12 to 9 here, but even the round where Tapson is flanking with a 5-7, getting a double kill, Donk and Suntix, I believe it is still winning a 2v4, right? So Spirit could have, I mean, probably should have lost 13-5. It wasn't a close game. Sure, they made a bit of a cosmetic comeback, but that's on the side of Spirit and not Big.
Yeah, that big drop 1 round. They hit B again. Bing bong up to 9-1, 10-2 first half. The next thing you know, it's a conversation also a little bit about Taps and v Donk, right? And that's basically all we got from one side.
That's OG Taps. When was the last time you saw Taps play this well, huh?
Oh, well, I can't remember, but I know that he has always been like that German player that has, you know, jumped the charts and being the one that could put up the biggest fight, right? And, you know, took a bit of a hit when, you know, he had to be Ingemeter, but still seemingly putting up the effort, right? But the head-to-head right here, you know, like 2 players with, in my book, still very different calibers. Like, you know, Donk is still like miles ahead of Tapson, but it's good to see that the old guy can still, you know, kick a little ball sometime.
Yeah, a great performance from Tapson. As said, we got to give credit to Big. You know, great performance from them, their team, all the players involved as well. Even when Spirit were making the comeback, you know, you could think to yourself, all right, Big, you've been in a position like this before where you've been up big